No players ever won the Par 3 contest and the main tournament in the same year. Carlton forward Harry Mackay appears on track to make a return to football against West Coast this weekend. He's opened up on his mental health struggles that saw him take time away from the sport in recent weeks.
Everything in my world was in such a great place, and as I mentioned, that's why it was really scary. I guess you'd say it was really irrational to feel like that. And I guess as that progressed and unfortunately feeling in a worse and worse spot, I felt like I had to put on a bit of a facade to pretend to be okay when I really wasn't.
Put on a mask sort of thing?
Yeah, exactly right.
Good on him. The Navy Blues play the Eagles Saturday. The game will be live and free on the ABC Listen app. Matthew Dellavedova might have just been named NBL Finals MVP with Melbourne United, but he won't be there next season. The NBA title winner is taking his game to the Sydney Kings on a 3-year deal. The news is a blow for United as well as Brisbane and Perth, who were linked to the guard. He will join up with his old Boomers coach, Brian Gordon. I'm Patrick Stack. This is ABC Sport Daily, produced by Poppy Penny. Thanks to Stan Sport, Fox Sports, Super Sport, and the Ben and Harry podcast for the extra audio used in this episode. This has been ABC Sport Daily, and for more, you can find us on the ABC Listen app.
G'day, this is Macca, and Sunday's your day.
I've got some roosters and I want to know if your program will help me get them to some farms. They're lovely, they're handsome brutes. I don't want them to go to a pot, Macca.
Give us a ring and say g'day to Australia. ABC Radio and the ABC Listen.
The footy might stop with the final siren, but with ABC AFL, the conversation keeps rolling. Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast with Premiership coach Paul Roos alongside Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron and Poppy Penny.
From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop.
It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
One state.
And they will come from everywhere.
4 days.
This will be special.
9 matches.
The umpire holds the footy up.
And all 18 clubs for a once-a-year festival of footy.
Just cannot take your ears off this game. Oh, there's a vindicated inside of the belt. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
On ABC Sport, this is the 2025 AFL Gather Round, live from South Australia.
The celebrations as they come from everywhere.
Gathers bursts away, kicks the goal, and the party continues.
This is Gather Round.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. Don't get better than this.
He pulled the through for a magnificent goal. Comes out, gathers, snaps, goal.
An extra bit of class.
He smashed that through. What a kick.
Goes bang with everything he's got.
They are leaving nothing out there.
Listen to the roar.
The drop punt. He's gone. And the building is jumping. We know he's a big shot taker. He's a big shot maker. Leans back on the kick. Game on.
Like camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
From the right forward. Off it. Oh, he's a sharpshooter, all right.
Step up in the big moment.
Points to the man on the mark. Drop punt. He's there. Gathers, snaps. He'll bring the house down.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. Don't get better than this.
He'll put it on the boot. Kick up towards the logo.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than
He
this.
defies the laws of gravity. He runs onto it 50 from goal. He's in Dusty's pocket. He shoots. Oh, he's as bloody good as Dusty. Oh, yeah. Rose snaps goal. The drop punt. It's good. And you can hear that body roar. Walks one way and the next and the snap. There's the finish. 60 out. Oh, my goodness. That's a massive kick. Big time spot. Big time goal kicker. That's why we love football.
Brilliant to watch.
From the centre wicket. Whacks it for 6. Scores level. Running past. Throws it on the left. Could that be the sealer? Seconds ticking down. We're not done yet. What a finish.
Welcome to AFL Gather Round 2025 on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than this.
The footy world gathers in Adelaide for the AFL's new marquee weekend. It's fast becoming, for those that have experienced the footy lovers' favourite weekend on the calendar. The club bearing the name of the city, the pride of South Australia, kicks us off for the 3rd year running after a gut-wrenching loss
on the glitter strip last week. They find themselves in another prove-it game against a perennial top 4 team. The Cats in town to take on the Adelaide Crows as we get rolling in the city of Churches. Welcome to Gather Round on ABC Sport in 2025. Corbin Middlemass with you in commentary. The man who is the voice of footy in this town for us on ABC Sport is Aaron Bryans. He's alongside me for the call. G'day, Az.
Good to see you, Corby. Great to have you again for the annual pilgrimage. And yeah, it's footy heaven, isn't it, in the city of Churches? And there's a tremendous buzz through the city. All the fans are making their way across the footbridge at the moment. And I think every year Gather Round seems to get bigger and better. So this year we've got the Barossa, but also the decision to bookend the local clubs. So the main event on Sunday with Port Adelaide and Hawthorn, and the hot opener tonight of the Crows and the Cats. You've got a side that's arguably the biggest in this state, eyeing off a drought-breaking return to finals against the team that is almost its bogey side, won the last 4, I think 5 of the last 6. So yeah, it feels like Geelong is a tough task tonight for the home side.
Death taxes and a late change for the Cats is what we've got again tonight. So Ted Closey comes in. He's going to start as the sub for Geelong. And Tom Stewart is the man who misses out. So he's at the Children's Hospital yesterday. Unfortunately, he's come down with a bout of gastro. I'm not sure if he took that there or he picked it up on the visit, but regardless, he's not playing for Geelong tonight. And Zach Taylor is the sub for Adelaide. The news out of the Crows camp is there is no late change. It means Walker off the short break and Rankin with the Corky are both playing. Our premiership pair are here. Rod Jamison for 25 years on the ABC, and so he is again tonight to kick off Gather Round. Hello, Jamo.
Corby, welcome. Aaron, thank you. Yeah, great to be here, and what a week of football, or weekend it's going to be too. And the state comes alive, and just doing something prior onto the bridge on the other side of town, just the riverfront there, just really lit up. I'd love to see more of it. So, good to be here.
Two-time North Melbourne premiership player, former Fremantle captain, the famed Peter Bell, and by famed I mean the Hall of, the Australian Football Hall of Famer and Peter Bell. Hello, Belly.
Good evening, and great to be here. I've had the good fortune of having been to the last couple of gather rounds in my capacity at Fremantle. This year a little bit different, but really looking forward to the weekend. And I've got to be honest, when the news that Isaac Rankin was playing tonight, I actually gave a fist bump. That's how excited I am to see him in the flesh, and hopefully he has a really good game.
The same kind of pressure, I imagine, sitting alongside us as it is being in Justin Lomuir's coach's box. And
very similar environments, yeah. A lot of tension, a lot of anxiety, a lot of preparation.
We're very lucky to be joined by the Chief Executive of the Adelaide Crows in Tim Silvers, who joins us off the top on the broadcast on ABC Sport. Tim, appreciate your time.
It's great to be here. I was pretty excited with Isaac being able to play as well. We can do a fist bump later if we like. With a 5-day break, it was just a cork calf, but it took a few days to come up. And he went through his testing just before, and he's come up trumps. And we did talk about Taylor and his age, whether he's rested, but he wanted the big stage. So we're coming with a full squad tonight and looking forward to a great opportunity, marquee time slot for the footy club. Want to put our best foot forward.
You've been in the national headlines again this week, 4th time in the last 37 games. You've heard all the stats in which the AFL admits to an umpiring error late in the piece in a close game involving your football club, all of them decided by under a goal, and you're on the wrong side of each of those 4. I remember you saying after the Ben Keys incident late in 2023, where you basically said, hey, retribution can come in different forms, whether it is make-up marquee games, whatever it turns out to be. Have you whispered in the ear of the AFL and said, hey, you haven't done the fixture after round 17. Look, we can't get those 4 points back, but maybe you can look after us there.
Look, I've met with the AFL over the last few days with an array of events over the last few days. But look, it hasn't been a discussion from our end. We talk to the players about moving on quickly. You make an error, or there's what they think is an umpire's error, we've got to move on. So the leadership of the club needs to do that as well. So I think we've got to mature. We vented after the game. We said, as a footy club, let's move on. When the acknowledgement came through, we put out a statement. There was probably talking to our playing group, knew we had to move on. We're probably talking to our members and fans that are frustrated because of the stats you mentioned. But look, these things happen in footy. We just have to play better, put ourselves in positions so that an umpiring decision doesn't dictate a result.
So you won't try and leverage it going forward?
No.
Okay.
Any awkwardness at all with AFL at all the functions in the last few days, Tim?
A little bit at the start, a little bit frosty, but we just talked about it. Look, we've been on the wrong end. I've got a view that if you work hard, you continue to work hard, the luckier you get. So we talk about footy gods. Hopefully the ball bounces our way over the next part of the year.
Is this a lesson a little bit as to how you handled things after the Keys episode? Was there too much publicly made of, hey, we'll deny a spot in the finals after that decision?
Look, possibly. I think because where it was and how close it was to finals, it was a different moment. There's a lot of decisions throughout a game. There could have been a number that went either way. We've just got to stump up, move on, make sure it doesn't affect us playing tonight.
The list looks as good as I've seen it for quite some time too, Tim. Peatling coming in, Alex Neil-Bullen and then Draper stepping up, plus the experience of others, Riley Thilthorpe, Melilla coming back into the side. It's as healthy, and the quality of players that have come in with that experience to make the group better for some time.
Yeah, and you were part of it. It's been you need to be patient with our rebuild. We've gone to the draft. We've got a lot of quality players in, and you've seen a bit of the fruits of our labour in terms of those guys. Your Thilthorpes, your Australians, your Saligos, your Michael Andy. These guys are taking that next step, and for us to be able to bring in some, like we talk about, it's hard to get players sometimes to South Australia. To be able to get 3 players in last year that have, we had a number of injuries and we're exposed a little bit for our depth, but when we've got a healthy list, we feel like we're as strong as we've been for a long, long time. And there's an air of confidence, and I think the loss on the weekend shook up a few, but we'd love to get it done on a big stage tonight.
Clearly brought in those experienced players last year and really good citizens as well. Is the club still going to be active in that free agency trade sort of arena?
Yes, I like to think so. We're continuing this build. The strategy has been go to the draft and develop, bring in high-end talent. What you saw last year was a slight tweak on that to bring in great players. Some of them are role players, some good leaders. There's still a few pieces of the pie that we'd like to add to our list, and we're going to be aggressive in doing that.
Are you an advocate for mid-season draft?
Look, I am. I'm open to mid-season trade as well. But the draft is, I suppose, a backstop for injuries. We've just had Toby Murray go down potentially for the season, and he's another tall. We had Kieran Strawn as well, so I see the use of that. It's a backstop. If we want to dare to be different, I'd be open to mid-season trading.
Just being on the other side of the fence briefly, my only view would be take it from the AFL. Don't take it from the other leagues where it impacts them significantly. That would be my only view, but I'm an advocate for it.
Tim, I feel like this season's a bit of indication. After the last few years, it's a 2-team town. Crows fans are so hungry for success, and they've never gone this long without reaching the finals. There's a couple of other clubs that are under a bit of pressure. So Michael Voss at Carlton's in his 4th year, Justin Longmuir at Freo in his 5th. What do you say to those clubs when you backed in your coach against all the pressure and it's starting to pay off in terms of the reward?
Look, what you've seen from good clubs for a long period of time, and success usually comes from stability. And if you think you've got the right people in the right seats, and if you're a people-first leader, you back them in. Sometimes you've got to be a change agent, you've got to make decisions and hard decisions. But if you believe in the people you've got, you stick by them.
Tim Silver's with us, the Chief Executive of the Crows on ABC Sport. Just repeating, there is a late change, so Ted Closey in the end holds his place. He comes in as the sub after being omitted at selection 9, and Tom Stewart, the 5-time All-Australian, is the man who is out with gastro. This is a little bit inside baseball, so stay with me here for people that aren't sort of all behind the scenes with the NGA academies and all these types of things that go on, but I know Port Adelaide are trying to cast their net when it comes to the NGA perhaps a little bit further, and there's a certain Cochrane that's coming through the ranks. Stewie Cochrane's a young bloke who's been touted as a number 1 pick in a future draft in the not too distant future. We've seen, I think, 60% of the talent pool come from Victoria over the past couple of years. Are you getting enough out of your NGA zone, what South Australia has access to at the moment in this state for the Crows and the Power?
Short answer is probably no. Look, we see what's happened with the Northern Academies and how much success it's had. My sister works up in AFL Queensland, and I see participation going through the roof. Their development academies are just, it's like a factory of talent. Which is great, and there's great advantages for those clubs. It makes me wonder what we can learn from the developing markets, and can we do it in these football heartland states, because participation is now behind Queensland here in South Australia. How can we continue to evolve and change? And I know zones is a little bit back to the future, but is there a way that we can learn from the Northern Academies to continue this talent pathway through South Australia?
As part of your recent submission to the AFL around NGA zones, Tim, was there also access with the players that you do identify how much they can come into the program and access the high performance, the coaching, the culture of the club?
Of course, I think a way to develop these players and get them loving AFL is to be a part of the best programs there are. And it works both ways. We get to work with the most talented kids within our programs, and we get to see them in close quarters, and it allows us to make educated decisions as well when it comes to the draft. So I think it's a win-win for all.
I appreciate you being here tonight, Tim, particularly given I broke probably the biggest story in footy during the week. I don't know if you caught up with this, that your saxophonist obviously won't be here tonight. Matt Summit, who's, I spoke about it during the week. A lot of people might not have been aware it's an AFL game, not a Port Adelaide game, and as a result, he's not here, but he will be here next home fixture, I understand. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. That's right. We are looking forward to... I suppose the short answer is we wanted to do something different with our pre-match. Port have got their song just before pre-match, which works, and we wanted to do something different that is more a pre-match production. It goes for about 15 minutes, and our saxophonist has been a big part of that. He's getting a bit of publicity. He's part of Rumour Files now.
It.
So and we liked to show him off in a big night stage for our fans, and it's been really well received.
Good luck tonight, Tim. I hope it's not close at the finish.
All right, thanks guys, appreciate your support.
Tim Silver's the Chief Executive of the Adelaide Crows with us on ABC Sport pre-game before Gather Round gets underway. We love having him with us here on ABC Sport. The preview continues next with Jamo and Belly.
The Roar told the story.
Did you know you can now listen to the footy on your smart speaker?
Play ABC AFL.
ABC Sport, your home for footy. On ABC Sport. This is the 2025 AFL Gather Round, live from South Australia.
On your radio,
Sport Digital,
and on the ABC Listen app.
The Adelaide Crows have started to bury some hoodoos. They got a round one win, something they'd only done once previously under Matthew Nix. They won at the MCG, something they hadn't done since 2017. And now they're out to try and bury another one. One of their bogey teams in the Cats, who they've beaten only once in their last 8 starts. That is the top of the ticket for Gather Round, the 3rd edition of it from Adelaide Oval. Great to have you with us on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass and Aaron Bryans to call the footy. Ben Cameron on the boundary, and our premiership pair, Rod Jamieson and Peter Bell, to talk you through it throughout the night. It is round 5. Amazingly, this is the 6th week of the season if you include opening round. It's only the 2nd time, though, that all 18 teams are involved on the same weekend. So we had it in round 1. We've got it again this weekend. 9 games, a full card, and it starts tonight with the Crows and the Cats. Just repeating, there is a late change. Ted Closey, who was dropped at selection, holds his place with Tom Stewart going out with gastro. So 4th time in as many weeks that the Cats make a late change. There's, I think, who's playing in the background? You know this. Sure, Az. Did you say sneaky sound system?
I thought it was going to be sneaky sound system, but it isn't. So we've got another DJ, Corbs. And
whoever it is, that they're rocking it out at Adelaide Oval. The flashing lights, the floodlights are out at the moment. There's no late change for Adelaide, and that's as much of a story as anything with Rankin and Walker both playing. Rod Jamieson and Peter Bell are here, our premiership pair. Jamo, it's always a great vibe, isn't it? Gather Round. It's the 3rd time we've got to experience it, but the whole footy world descends on one town for one weekend, and Adelaide is absolutely bang up for this.
Well, I think the first time round we were a little unsure as to how it would go, but it was such a huge success, and then 2nd year and 3rd year it just keeps getting bigger all the time. And again, I think 7 out of the 9 games are sold out, and heard today that 30% of people that have purchased those tickets have travelled from interstate, from Victoria predominantly. But so again, the ability to come here and go and see 1, 2, 3 or all 9 games if you want to. You don't have to go that far. You're only 45 minutes pretty much from every game. So huge in terms of football, huge in terms of the economy, and the weather's been outstanding today.
Sorry, Corbin. As a local, do you feel like an extension is close to have it here for further years in South Australia?
Yeah, I think, Belly. I think it's coming. I think they want to wait for a... But I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, the Premier Peter Malinauskas has been huge for this and a strong advocate and put it forward, and then got support of all the grades here, and where the football is just off for this weekend, other than there's a couple of state games being played at SANFLW and SANFL level, but outside of that, everyone gets behind and supports it. So I wouldn't be surprised that an extension would be coming, and I think it's warranted, for another 3 or 4 years and hold on to it, do it really well, and then see what happens after that.
That takes us to around 2029 when Tassie might have the facilities to be able to take it. And Peter Malinowski spoke during the week about how do they retain it, and you've just got to keep reinventing yourself so it doesn't get boring and you bring new people in. We've done Mount Barker, we've done the Barossa.
Yep.
What's next, Jamo? Could we go to Glenelg? Could we go to Noongar? What do you think is on the table if we try and revamp Gather Round in the years to come?
Well, for those outside of South Australia here, if you go south, you go to Victor Harbour Way, and that's about an hour away too. So that's possibly the other one. There's already a significant oval size down there that they could grow and develop. But yes, hand on heart, Glenelg is one that's only 10 k's out of the city. It's a tourist area, and it's not dissimilar to Nord, where the Giants and St Kilda are going to play on Sunday. So that could absolutely work.
And as a visitor, with Fremantle, that was the first time I'd seen Norwood Oval a few years ago. Fremantle played Gold Coast, and it was amazing how quaint the oval was, and you could detect the feel of history, and it was really a magnificent experience. And then last year had the good fortune of heading up to Mount Barker as well, and on Saturday and Sunday get to go and watch the games in the Barossa. So I can't wait for it. And look, I think South Australia, Adelaide have just done it so well. It's only going to get bigger. So I'm actually a really strong advocate for it to remain here for at least a few more years, at least.
That kills my next question. I was going to ask you a provocative one as a native sandgroper here, Belly. I was going to say, look, is there any other city that perhaps could stage an event like this?
Look, I think Perth could do it. The stadium there, and then you look at sort of Leederville Oval. That would require some more infrastructure, but some new lights being put in there as well. And then Hands Oval down in Bunbury is obviously hosting a game this year and hosted a pre-season game. But look, I really like what South Australia have done, and you've got to reward the initiative as well. And maybe we could build something else in Western Australia around the All-Stars, or maybe State of Origin or something like that. I think there's room for different concepts in different states.
Well, we've certainly seen... Western Australia can host. We've seen that through COVID, the Gold Coast and also Queensland through COVID. So you've got those cities and availability. I think, one, it gets around geographically where Adelaide sits from Australia, the ease and the access for everybody to come in. So it's not the detraction that it shouldn't go to other states, but if you go off the back of the event that they've initiated and now running and got it so successful, but then you add Live to that too. It's been voted the best golf competition in the world, and it's been here a couple of years, and now the extension for, I think, another 6 or 7.
I'm no expert in marketing, but it feels like the community are looking for the event sort of basis to go and spend their money at. So I know, Corbin, you've been talking about something up in Queensland in the southern states winter months, and maybe during school holidays and getting families up there, and that makes a lot of sense to me as well. I think the AFL are exploring and should be exploring these marquee events to try and draw as many numbers as possible, and particularly families, so it's a really family atmosphere as well.
We're counting down to the start of Gather Round for 2025. Corbin Middlemass alongside Aaron Bryans, Peter Bell and Rod Jamieson, our premiership pair tonight. There is a late change. Tom Stewart is out with gastro. Ted Closey in the end holds his place, will start as the sub. Zach Taylor is the sub for Adelaide. There's no late changes there, so Rankin and Walker are both named and will play tonight. With zero hyperbole, I think it was one of the most anticipated selection nights in a couple of years tonight when the teams dropped, for so many different reasons and everything that was baked into it. Clearly the Demons and the Blues are struggling, so I think people were sort of interested in what sort of teams they would pick. Would Fremantle rush back Sean Darcy, given Luke Jackson's injury last week doing his hamstring? And then, of course, there's the contentious ones with Harry Mackay and Noah Bolter. So to bring you up to date, Noah Bolter hasn't been named. He's not in the extended squad for Richmond, so they don't have to finalise their 23 until tomorrow, but he won't be part of that. So despite the fact he's served his suspension from the league and all the talk that's gone on during the week, Richmond haven't selected him. Sam Lawler is coming out of that team, though. He's injured, as is Harry Armstrong, so they miss a couple of their young stars. Morris Rioli amongst the ins. They play Fremantle for whatever it's worth, so we can cover it off here. Sean Darcy is in the extended squad, as is Liam Reedy, though, the backup ruckman. Hayden Young also named to make his return for Fremantle. So Noah Bolter, obviously the big absentee. Is that the right call by the Tigers to leave him out?
I think it is. I think it makes sense with the sentencing hearing in a couple of weeks. Let's just wait for that, and then Richmond and Bolter can move forward from that point on. I think it's the right thing to do in this situation.
I'd agree. I think the significant component is Noah as well. Like, how is he and how is he feeling? So without knowing those details, I would suggest that it's probably let's overcome that and then see what happens. But if it doesn't fall his way, then he's got some serious challenges.
The Blues made changes, Melbourne didn't, is basically the shorthand on all of this. So Harry Mackay is one of 4 inclusions for Carlton. He does his own podcast with his twin brother Ben, and he spoke in a podcast that was released earlier today a little bit about his troubles.
I guess 5 or 6 weeks ago, late Feb, started feeling in not a great place mentally, and I think the most challenging part of that was me thinking I shouldn't be feeling the way I was, and everything in my life, to be really honest, was in such a great place. Football club, loved my teammates so much, was in a great place in terms of footy, most beautiful loving partner and family, so supportive. Everything in my world was in such a great place, and as I mentioned, that's why it was really scary. I guess you'd say it was really irrational to feel like that.
There's a fascinating and raw insight from Harry Mackay. So he's now missed the last 3 games for the Carlton Football Club. He makes his return against the Eagles on Saturday afternoon.
It's great to hear him speak so candidly, and the use of the word irrational, that the self-awareness, and it's great how we as a society have changed where we can talk about these things and put it out there, because so many people will be struggling with something similar, Jamo.
Yeah, I watched Unfiltered last night with Travis Boak. I don't know if anyone saw that too, but just the way that he spoke, and then the pressure of being a captain, and then how it's not about him, it's not about performance, it's outside of that, and it's made him a better person, the way that he's been able to think differently. So when you hear players think like that, and the pressure at such a big club, and we all want him to perform well, and I think for a number of years now we're going, what's going on? So again, we don't know what's going on, but it's good that he can put his hand up and talk about it.
What did you make of the criticism, people saying if he can play VFL, why isn't he playing AFL?
Again, I think the big one for me, Aaron, always is if you don't know the details, don't comment. And there's so many more details to this clearly that we aren't aware of. And here he is with a football club that would know so much about him. And if he is struggling with what he's dealing with, I think you've just got to back him in. You absolutely have to back him in. And again, to the fact that he's brave enough to come out and want to openly talk about it, I think is critically important.
They're vastly different environments, and we have to respect what the player's going through, and agree 100% with you, Jamo. If you don't know, then don't offer up your opinion when you don't know the situation.
And one of the things, like, football clubs are an amazing place to be. Yep. You know, when things are poor, you've just got people that love and care for you, and you've got all the resources in the world. Now, that's whether you do it yourself or whether something happens that you haven't driven, but they're just the right place to be when you need some help. So I wish him all the best.
4 changes for the Blues, only one of them forced, so Michael Voss making a few changes there. The team they play, West Coast, by the way, they bring in Waterman and Liam Ryan, so they're talented All-Australian forward. But Tim Kelly's out omitted, which we knew last night, so he loses his place. He's one of 4 that have lost their spot, including young Noah Long, coming back from that knee injury, and Tom Cole, who's a premiership player as well. So a couple of big outs for the West Coast Eagles.
Yeah, interesting one with Kelly. Tagged last week. He had a good game against Brisbane, but that was about it so far this year. Much publicised his comment in the pre-season that he'd fallen out of love with the game, and he copped a lot of criticism for that. And still winning a bit of football, Tim, but obviously there's other elements to his game. Maybe, and to my eye, and look, I haven't spent a lot of time looking at the behind the goals vision, but it's probably that defensive transition run that McQualter would want more. He said Tim's really clear, so he'll go back to the waffle, play on Friday night and try and work his way back into the team. They need him big time.
Absolutely. So that's the changes from that Carlton game, who, of course, are under siege. Winless, as are the West Coast Eagles, as are the Demons. So Xavier Lindsay comes in. Daniel Turner goes out. That's it. One change from the Demons, who haven't won a game so far. So Tom Sparrow is going to play his 100th game in that match against Essendon on Saturday night. It's funny the way the fixtures landed. Of course, this is done a long way in advance. I think the gather-round draw is actually released just about ahead of anything else, isn't it? They put that out and then form the fixture around it. You've got, on Saturday, on the 2 matches that are played here, 3 winless teams, and the other side's Essendon, who have won 1 game. And then we've got some blockbuster fixtures being played out of Norwood, where you've got the Western Bulldogs and the Brisbane Lions, and yet the reigning champs, they're sort of a little bit off Broadway out in the suburban area.
Who's under the biggest pressure, or the most pressure? Is it Simon Goodwin or Michael Voss?
Well, it's got to be Voss, doesn't it? I mean,
I'd agree with that.
Goodwin's got the premiership equity that, even though it's 4 years ago, it still holds pretty true. Like, if he gets sacked halfway through the year, he'll forever be a Melbourne premiership coach. Whereas for Michael Voss, he's overseen this list, which everyone's rated as crash hot. And they went on a 2-week run, 1 September 2 years ago. And that's it.
But I still feel, and Belly, in your role, how long does a coach need to come in and take over a team and get it to the point where you actually are able to acquire and implement what you need?
That's a great question. I guess it's a little bit different depending on the age of your squad, what you've inherited, the talent of the squad, the cohesion you get with availability from injury. But look, 3 or 4 years minimum, I would suggest. Yeah. Look, how many years has Vossi been there now?
Well, I reckon he's 3.
Fourth year.
So that's why I raised the question. I know it's a big club and the pressure is huge, but again, does he have the players? Does he have what he wants? Does he has what he need? And that's why I'm saying, like, I know we're all impatient, but I think if you go back over that club, they have turned over so many coaches in a short amount of time. And I would almost say they've turned over the most coaches in the most. I would say in the last 15 or 20 years.
He's been there the same amount of time Craig McRae's been at Collingwood. Yep. Remember him when they took on those jobs? Everyone said, why would you want to coach Collingwood? Look, what a plush gig the Carlton one is. Amazing how things turn around, but I agree with you. It goes to show you got to get all the parts of the footy club right, don't you? You can't just roll out and expect to win it on field. Just on those Sunday teams, so Jack Steele's been named for the Saints, their captain. The former captain at the Giants, Steve Cornelio, was in. Travis Boak amongst the ins at Port Adelaide, expected to play. Burn Jones suspended. James Warple amongst the ins for Hawthorn. Of course, those squads will be trimmed this time tomorrow night. We might just duck inside the Geelong camp. Now, the important thing to remember here, this interview was recorded a short time ago, so Ben Cameron down in the Geelong camp.
Thanks, Corbin. I'm down here with James Riley, a man who knows these surrounds all too well, but we'll get to that. Cats news first. There's a late out for you guys. Who and why?
Yeah, Tom Stewart's been struck down with gastro. Adelaide hasn't been a happy hunting ground for Tom because it happened it was a qualifying final against Port last year. So, yeah, similar symptoms. And Tom won't play tonight.
Who comes in?
We've got Ted Closey, who went out, and we've got Mark O'Connor, who's in the team, and we also flew Ollie Wilshire over, who's quite a talented half forward. So we'll obviously make that call very soon.
You were here for 2 years as an assistant coach. What extra insight does that give you tonight?
Oh, a fair bit. I know the boys pretty well. My last year was in 2023 when just got Ben Keys here near me when he didn't hit the post. But it was a great experience over here. I love my time over here. Obviously know the forward line very, very well, and it's just great to see them going so well. Look, it's been a 6-year rebuild, but they're going really well, and they'll be very hard to beat tonight.
As you mentioned, you know the forward line very well, and we're looking at it now and seeing a three-headed monster. I mean, particularly when you look at the keys, you've got Fogarty, you've got Walker, and you've got the thrill seeker, Phil Thorpe. How do you stop them?
That's a good question. Obviously, our key backs have been in pretty good form as well. We've got Mark Blitzarves back in. Sam DeConning had a really good game last week, and then the emergence of Connor O'Sullivan as well. But it won't be just up to them. We'll obviously have to get numbers back and help them out. But we know how good they are. Tex has been a good player for a long time. Fogg's got consistently better each year, and then Riley's just needed power, and he's got the power now, and he's a formidable forward, that's for sure.
We interviewed Patrick Dangerfield after the round one match down at the Cattery, I think against the Dockers, and Ray Chamberlain, our boundary rider, actually spoke to Pat, and Danger said, look, first 4 weeks of the year at least, I'm going to play forward. If I get through that, my body's pretty well accustomed to the rigours of the AFL season, less likely to sustain an injury. He's been pretty handy up forward. What are we likely to see in terms of the split moving forward now that we're through that first month?
I think it'll be pretty similar. Like round one, he was mainly a forward. Round two was mainly a midfielder. A bit of 50-50 round three, and more of a forward last week. So I think it'll be pretty even. But he did train all pre-season with me, so I'm definitely happy to have him down the forward line.
Seems like a pretty good reason. So 50-50 tonight, you think, mid-forward split?
He'll definitely be in centre bounces, but look, he's a hard matchup ahead of the ball, so I think he'll be heading forward pretty quickly.
Best of luck for tonight.
Thank you.
So Ben Cameron with James Riley, a short time ago assistant coach at the Cats. So 4 times in 4 weeks they've made a late change, Geelong. I spoke to the AFL about this during the week, and they essentially said, look, we're not worried about the late changes. We're more concerned about how injury lists are named. That it's part of the media and broadcast guidelines that you do need to be specific about injuries. Geelong clearly have prize here for whatever reason. They still have 5 guys that are listed as TBCs on their injury list, as opposed to sort of giving more accurate descriptions as to what's going on. Is it? And we spoke about this last Friday night down at the Cattery as well. Is it gamesmanship? And how do other teams feel about it when it's one side in particular out of the 18 that continue to make these late changes?
There are times when your players have injuries that you really don't know what their return's going to be, because they're always KPI based, a lot of injuries, and players heal and people heal at different rates. But I've always felt like just give it your best guess what it's going to be. If you think it's going to be a 4-week injury, then give a range. Say 3 to 5 or 4 to 6 or whatever it might be, and just update each week. I think most clubs are pretty good with it, but yeah, Geelong do have a record of a little bit of obfuscation, so we say.
But even as we heard there from James Riley, I mean, that interview was recorded at 5:50 local time. Teams came out at 6:10. He was, you can say, oh, look, I can tell you Stewart's out. It's like, cheers, it's already been reported by everyone. And then the question was, well, who comes in? He said, oh, you have to wait for teams to be named. We're 20 minutes away, and it's Ted Closey. With all due respect, like, he's in his 7th game of footy. It's not as if it's this, it's going to change the look of the game tonight. I don't understand why you wouldn't be upfront about that.
I'm really black and white on it, Corby, too. The governing body needs to come out. There's rules in place, and you have the ability as teams to stretch those. But if they've got continual history in it, it's up to them to come out and say, hey, this is what the rules are, and adhere by them, or we will fine you, or just whatever the penalty might be. But I think it should be pretty black and white.
So in the NFL, National Football League, they have different categories where they go through. You're either doubtful, you're likely, or you're unlikely. And basically, unless you get bumped up to the next category in a certain time, you can't get picked for the team. So you can't go from unlikely, not going to play, to all of a sudden in the team. So at some stage during the week, and Lauren Wood mentioned during the week on Fox that, if we release the injury list multiple times, so instead of just doing it once every Tuesday, the injury list gets updated on a Thursday. If you don't at least give an inkling then that actually, by the way, this guy's probable, might play, you can't then pick him in the team. So at least it gives everybody and your educated audience a chance to realise whether he's going to play or not.
Yeah, wouldn't have a problem with that at all.
Yep. This is awesome, by the way. We can't sort of show you it, obviously, as a audio medium, but there is a light show, like you see at a lot of indoor sports, is being conducted here at Adelaide Oval. So all the lights are dimmed, and there's a series of lasers and lights on the roof that are projecting all different types of patterns on the playing arena. So I've often seen this in things like ice hockey and in indoor events, but to see all the logos flash up and to gather round and visit South Australia, imaging that's been projected on the playing surface here at Adelaide Oval is quite something, particularly with the floodlights out, and all you can see is a little bit of the LED boardings around the crowd.
Imagine if you're a kid from the country and this is your big family expedition for the year. You're coming to Adelaide Oval to watch the Crows play Geelong, and this is what you're getting in the pre-match. Your mind would be blown, and it's so cool.
I think when you look at grounds now around Australia, probably Adelaide and the one in Perth are the two where you can almost turn the lights on and off, whereas previously they'd take you 15 minutes. It's like trying to close the lid somewhere at Docklands as well. So very much instant, but extremely spectacular.
The man's so nice, they named him twice. Gout, the 17-year-old, has just run his 100-metre heat at the Australian Under-20 Championships. Wind assisted, but sub-10. Comes in at 9.99. Gout's 100-metre sprint moments ago over in Perth at the National Championship. So what a freak he is, and how much fun is it going to be to follow Gout over the next, hopefully, decade and some.
Well, our very own Bruce McAvaney, I say that from a South Australian perspective, he said, look, he'll never be number 1, but he'll go very close to being number 2.
And an ABC perspective as well, of course. He was on our Olympic coverage, and he's one of our own, Bruce.
So Usain Bolt is the number 1. He doesn't think he'll ever be as good as that.
But he's in the...
But he certainly will go, if not, very close to being number 2.
Wow. Just one more thing that we might chuck in here before the teams make their way out at Adelaide Oval. Interestingly, of course, the contentious ending last week with Rankin being denied either a marker or a free kick against Gold Coast. Obviously, that means that Chris Scott and his team have to come up against them the following week. Chris Scott spoke about the AFL's clarification of that incident and offered a little insight as to how he thinks it should be done.
Well, I think they've got a choice. They can be completely transparent and clarify every single mistake so everyone knows, or don't do it at all. But when you cherry pick examples because there's public pressure, I think that's an error.
Any thoughts on that, Jamo, Peter Bell?
I disagree. When the game's on the line and it's such a crucial decision in the last few minutes and it's obvious and fans are emotional, I don't have a huge issue with a little bit of clarification from the AFL.
Yeah, I think it's almost, again, I think when you go to critical moments, big games, we always reference grand finals, but there are decisions that cost you games in the last minutes of close games, and there's been multiple times, not just Adelaide, but certainly the ability to maybe have one appeal that you could use. And now, again, I don't know how you could or who does it, but I think something like that. And if you reflect on Adelaide, it's been 3 or 4 games and finals games too.
I was thinking about that, and then my mind turned to the situation where, say there was a captain's call, but what would the mechanism be and what would the lever be? And I was just thinking about, there's an incident, the game rolls on, a team take it length of ground and score, and then, I know, captain's call, we're going all the way back to this incident before, hold on, scrub that score, that was an incorrect decision. It might happen, in a remote possibility, but that's what I started thinking about with the captain's call idea.
Could you imagine Jordan Dawson sort of running around with a flag like in the NFL, just pulling his flag out and chucking it down? Time for a captain's call.
We have seen things where, because every goal or score gets reviewed, where a team will then play on.
Yeah. Yep.
Or it goes back to the middle because they call it a goal, and then they go, no, it's a behind, and then it goes back. So there are scenarios and examples of the past.
Do you think that clubs would game it tight finish, make a captain's call so we can set up our defence behind a particular situation, and even though there might be a penalty for a frivolous captain's call or whatever, I just think the risk is then the teams start to game it a little bit.
Yep. Would it create more drama though?
Probably.
Like, in a way, it'd almost be better as the whole thing's one giant TV show, and maybe that would. But
you could imagine you're up by a couple of points. There's a minute to go, and you're a little bit disorganised at a centre wing stoppage. Captain's call, and then you're bringing your other winger around behind the ball, and you're setting up defence to density to make it almost impossible for the other team to score. Maybe I'm a cynic, but that's what I could see clubs doing.
No, I agree, because they'll stretch the rules. If I use an example that's in SNFLW, it's an anti-density rule. So if you don't get back to the middle of the ground, so you don't press hard, they actually now take the free up to centre-half forward of the opposing team that actually hasn't worked hard enough. So there are examples here in the SNFL, last touch over the boundary. I know the AFL are thinking about it inside the arcs as well. So there are other things that you can use as mechanisms to be able to call it out.
And if you cheekily game plan Chris Scott's theory about, imagine if you did every single one, well, all we would do as a media industry is fast forward through all the ones we don't care about, get to the ranking one, and we'll talk about that anyway.
That would be a riveting experience, wouldn't it, going through every single decision?
Kevin Sheedy, obviously, his words ring in my ear. He said, every rule that the AFL puts in place, I just view it as a hurdle to get over or get around.
and then if they didn't do it, we would just go to some former umpire like Ray Chamberlain or whatever, 3 or 4 years down the track, he's out of the system. Then we're getting misinformation, and then basically we're all talking about something that's not actually the way the umpires are being coached. I quite like it, the way it is that they offer some kind of clarification for fans. Geelong are about to make their way out here at Adelaide Oval. It is an AFL game, of course, has all these fixtures, so the Crows members have to rebuy their seats for gather round. So despite the fact they are mentioned as the home side here, they'll be wearing the blue shorts tonight as the home team, Geelong, get their little pump-up message on the big screen, and there's plenty of Geelong fans here as well. There's a little pocket and a contingent that have made their way over sort of alongside the Geelong race on the far side of the ground from us.
One player other than Isaac Rankin that I'm looking forward to seeing tonight is Geelong's Connor O'Sullivan, who has just, an early draft pick, but close to 200 centimetres, and up against the Adelaide triumvirate is going to be a vital part of Geelong's defence. But he looks so promising, he looks composed, he looks experienced beyond his years, and it's going to be really interesting to see him come up against such a potent Adelaide forward line.
Here comes a familiar face leading Geelong up the tunnel. It is Patrick Dangerfield, of course, the former Adelaide Crow, best and fairest winner in these parts, and this is the reception. I think it's fair to say mixed at best for the Geelong skipper, but he's playing some good footy at the moment. Jamo Besterfield last week splitting his time between the forward line and the midfield, got all 10 votes from the coaches, a 20 disposal, 3-goal game in the win over Melbourne.
Oh, he's just such a powerful player, isn't he, too? And we know we probably have seen the best of him, but the size of him, his brute strength, his ability, the only knock-on would be, if you are super critical, his kicking lets him down when he does finish from time to time, but he's been an ornament to the game, and he still feels he's got another year or so to go. So if you play him in the right way, manage him correctly, which I'm sure they will, he's still got plenty of footy ahead.
For most of his career at Geelong, he's been around 70% midfield. That's more 50-50 this year, and he's so dangerous as a forward, but where they use him is he comes into centre bounce. He has attended the third most centre bounces for Geelong, and then spins forward and so dangerous. Such a difficult matchup.
26 disposals is what he averages here at Adelaide Oval. He's got a 9-4 record against the Crows since making the switch, of course, all those years ago back in before the 2017 season. So round 2 last year, he did play here, played a pretty big hand as well with 23 touches in Geelong's victory over Adelaide, but late in the piece, pinged his left hamstring. So hopefully it ends a little bit better for the Geelong champion at 35 years of age. He's the oldest cat out there for Geelong tonight.
You go to the coldest place on earth in Geelong in the middle of July, and no matter it's so hard to manage your hamstrings down at Geelong.
There's no Tom Stewart tonight, just repeating the late change there. So Tom Stewart is out of the Geelong team, missing with gastro. So 4th time in 4 weeks they've made a late change. Ted Closey in the end holds his place, and he's going to start as the sub for the Cats tonight. Blitzarves and Nevitt both come in from the team that beat Melbourne last Friday night, with Henry, Hurt and Stewart now out with gastro. The Crows are about to make their way out. They've got their video montage, a little pump-up. We're about to pick up another portion of our audience as well, who are going to join us for the full call. A couple of changes at selection for the Crows. So Zach Taylor, who played the last 9 games last year, he comes in for his first start of 2025. He'll be joined by Matt Crouch, who returns from soreness. There's no room for Ball Ace or for Murphy in the 23 tonight for the Crows, and Taylor is going to start as their tactical sub. It means that 2 men are out there. Isaac Rankin carrying that calf complaint, got a corky in it, short turnaround, but he's playing. And the old wily veteran in Taylor Walker at 34 years young is also playing on the short break.
And a group of the most nervous people here at Adelaide Oval tonight, the Adelaide High Performance Medical Team, who have given Isaac Rankin the all clear to play off that calf corky.
You can hear the Crows coming out in the background. It sets the table beautifully for Gather Round. You'll hear it all weekend long right here on ABC Sport. The full preview next.
Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast with Premiership coach Paul Roos. Alongside Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron and Poppy Penny. ABC AFL Daily Podcast. It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app. From the city to the suburbs and up to the Barossa Valley, this is Gather Round, live from South Australia.
On your radio,
Sport Digital,
and on the ABC Listen app.
Gather Round, take 3 on ABC Sport. It's great to have you with us. Round 5 of the AFL Premiership season, just the second weekend so far where all 18 teams will be in action, and this weekend they'll all be playing in one place. In the city of Churches, it's great to have you with us on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass and Aaron Bryans to call the footy. Peter Bell and Rod Jamieson, our Premiership pair. Ben Cameron on the boundary. If you've just joined us, there'll be no surprise, I'm sure. There's a late change for Geelong. Of course there is. Tom Stewart is out with gastro, the 4th time in as many weeks. The Cats pull a late Swifty. Ted Closey holds his place. In the end, he will start as the sub. And for Adelaide, both Rankin and Walker are there, despite being in some doubt during the week. One with injury, one with age, perhaps. And Zach Taylor is coming in for the Crows. He was named at selection. He's going to start as the sub. You couldn't get a better night for it. It's still 24 degrees. It got to 30 in the city of Churches today. So it is a perfect evening for football. The Crows are out there in their Gather Round jumper. It's a special event footy, and they got a special event strip to match. So all in navy blue with the Crows logo on it. While Geelong, they're in their Premiership white shorts this evening with the blue and white hoops. The full game preview, Peter Bell and Rod Jamieson on ABC Sport. We're all in readiness. We're less than 10 minutes away from the bounce.
Jamo, one of the key outs, well, perhaps a really big out, is obviously Tom Stewart, the quarterback for Geelong, and such a good record Geelong have against Adelaide, 7 of the last 8, and to have him out means, can Geelong get that uncontested marking style going? They use him as an anchor, a quarterback, and they generate such good ball movement off the fact that Tom Stewart is such a good interceptor. So it'll be really interesting to see how they adapt with Stewart's omission through injury.
I spent a bit of time myself just trying to do some homework on how to get around him. The last 2 times that Adelaide have played against Tom Stewart in the team, he's had 28 disposals. And even last year, round 2, he had 10 intercept marks, 15 intercept possessions. He's just an incredible player to try and manoeuvre, and he tries to get that second, third or fourth forward to be able to, float and then go up and assist and do that type. So I think tonight was going to be really interesting to try and see how they were going to work through Thilthorpe, Fogarty and Walker, and who he was going to pick up in that fourth row. So I still think now this is where Adelaide will have the opportunity to really get on top. That rotation, throw in Dan Curtin too, who will swing forward. He'll come up into the wing, go through the middle. And then Alex Neil-Bullen as well. Like, he's been instrumental in coming in. And Isaac Rankin, who's predominantly playing midfield, but will spend some time forward. So I think they'll really stretch the Geelong defence.
One of the things I'm most looking forward to seeing is the spacing that those Adelaide forwards are able to get. They're so well drilled in ball movement, 500 points across the 4 games, but just when you're looking at a forward line, you're expecting for there to be 2 people flying for the same ball occasionally. It just seems like the Adelaide forwards have such a good understanding and such a good system that you get a lot of one-on-ones where they can utilise their natural talents, Gemmo.
Well, having a look at their goal scorers, like Fogarty's kicked 12-2, Thilthorpe 14-4 and Walker 10-4. So again, not only are they stretching the defensive oppositions, they've kicked 15-17, over 20 goals, but their efficiency up forward too is incredible. And that's where I look at Geelong's first 4 games. Defensively, they've held their opposition reasonably well, other than the St Kilda game in round 2 where they kicked 15 goals and got over the top of Geelong. They actually haven't kicked a lot of goals themselves up forward, so that's, I think, a real concern. And Adelaide's defence has been really sound.
And a player who's stepped up, we've talked about the threat of the Adelaide forwards, but the tall forwards, but Ben Keys has been a threat, such a hard worker. And look, it's surprising, I guess, the impact that he's had as a small forward. He wouldn't be the first one you'd go to at Adelaide as a small forward. We all admire his work rate, but it has allowed Rankin to get up the field and be more of a midfielder. And with Josh Riccelli being out of the team, it's really been Ben Keys who's stepped up as a forward.
And I think Blitzard might go to him. And I know there's going to be an incredible mismatch in terms of height, but he's got the running ability. So you don't want Ben Keys to run one way and then work so hard back the other. Blitzard's got that with him, but I would say, if I'm Chris Scott, work hard offensively as well to really stretch Ben Keys and maybe even go deeper or get him over the other side. So he's actually got to cover more ground. So tactically, it's going to be one to watch.
And whilst the Crows have gone tall up front as per usual, their 3-headed monster, and Geelong has brought in a lot of bigs to counter that, Jamo, they've actually gone small down back, Adelaide, which is a little bit of a different layout for them. Mark Keane is really the only traditional key defender tonight, matched up on Shannon Neal, you'd expect. Jeremy Cameron's been pushing up the ground a bit for the Cats and has found plenty of the footy. Maybe someone like a Max Michelani or a Josh Worrell could pick him up, but it does feel like Adelaide are a little bit undersized if Geelong decide to swing a Mark Blitzabs forward.
Well, I think the challenge, again, as we know, that Jeremy Cameron presents, he does almost what we're just talking about Ben Keys. Like, all of a sudden he's on the half-forward line for Geelong and then he's getting on the half-back and he's running and stretching. So you need a player, and I think it might be someone like a Josh Worrell you could almost let him go up the ground and do whatever he does back there, but you've got to be so tight and diligent when he comes back to intercept that he does not impact outside of or inside 50.
Yeah, it's a good point that you make. The Adelaide defence have to be, and midfielders have to be communicating, and there has to be really good goal side management, because those Geelong forwards and wingers get up and then they push hard, and Cameron's amongst them. You don't want him getting the ball with his laser left foot, so you've just got to be communicating and make sure that none of those Geelong players are getting goal side, because they're absolutely lethal when they do.
And what about Shannon Neal too, the height in which he presents? So even though Keane might get him because he is the deepest forward, he's got the height there. Ollie Henry as well, he's pretty mobile and a target. He's kicked 4 goals for the season. But then you go Brad Close, Brian Myers, Tyson Stengel. They have got some quality up forward, and albeit they impact, they are the score assist champions in that team of Geelong.
Rod Jamieson alongside Peter Bell. This is Gather Round on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass and Aaron Bryans to call the footy, and Ben Cameron on the boundary. Little quirky story during the week, Belly. Darcy Fogarty has got a semi-permanent tattoo on his bicep for a local beer company based here in South Australia.
I love beer, Corby.
Interestingly, Toyota and Telstra are both protected sponsors, but this particular brewery that is on the bicep of Darcy Fogarty, it doesn't clash with a protected sponsor. So as a result, he's able to wear it, he's able to display it. Feels like a little loophole. We've had the Whiskers course, back in 1999 with Gary Hocking.
I played that game.
Did you really?
Against them. Yeah.
Wow.
And the other game was, remember when Carlton changed their Guernsey to the sky blue for another sponsor that they actually... I played on that day as well, too.
What do you make of it? Is it a loophole?
That's a permanent tattoo, or is it just a...
Carefully worded, semi-permanent.
Semi-permanent.
I think it's going to last 2 weeks, they were saying.
Right.
I think I've always felt, in terms of a commercial opportunity, imagine if you were Tony Lockwood and you just did something on your shoulder permanently with the amount of goals that he would kick. Anyway, food for thought. But
well, I think it's one of the NBA players, I think, that's got a clothing brand tattooed on his calf, and I think he has to cover it up because it clashes with certain sponsors.
I'm not sure the AFL would love it. If we look 8 weeks ahead and there's a proliferation of stickers that players are wearing, advertising, even if they're not protected, I don't think it's a great look, but maybe I'm an old fogey.
Only guaranteed tonight is called, but I know we're going to see the main event on Sunday of Jack Ginnivan's celebrations against Port, but I'm sure Darcy Fogarty's going to give us something special tonight if he gets on the board.
No doubt. No doubt. And what about weren't you a model for the orange kangaroo jumper that you guys wore?
Yeah, one of the worst photos that I've ever seen. There was three of us, myself, Wayne Carey and Matthew Burton, and I looked like a mascot standing between those two in this bright orange jumper, and North Melbourne lost the game as well, just to top it off.
I remember very quickly, if we've got time, I mean, you meant Spider Burton. Down at Glenelg, we were looking for a senior coach, and we actually received a letter from Lee Colbert to say, hey, I'm interested. In the end, it was a gimmick. It was Spider Burton who put him forward, and we're going, Lee Colbert, he can come and coach Glenelg.
Ben Cameron, the fifth member of our team, in the front row of the grandstand. Hello, Ben.
Hello, Corbin. Yeah, it's a beautiful night down here. You couldn't really get a better night for football. Clear, 25 degrees Celsius. You're exactly right. That pyrotechnics show and the laser show pre-game, I've never seen anything like it in the AFL. Lasers depicting pictures, moving pictures on the ground. It was phenomenal. That band/DJ you were wondering about earlier, Corb, that was Hermitude. Barely a breeze down here, like I said, but the Crows have won the toss. They've elected to kick to the southern end, or the Riverbank stand end of the ground. The subs for the Crows, Zach Taylor, while for Geelong, it's that late inclusion, Ted Closey, that they wouldn't tell us about.
Thanks, Ben. We'll chat to you throughout the night. Stewart's not there. Rankin and Walker are. And that is the roar. The stage is set. Gather round, take three. And Adelaide and Geelong to kick us off. There's only one thing left to do. Let's get the footy started on ABC Sport. You're with Aaron Bryans.
The eyes of the footballing world on the great state of South Australia. Riley O'Brien, eyes off Reece Stanley, and it's a beautiful bounce to get us underway. Both rucks stay down. Stanley wins it for the Cats. Atkins set over the footy, quickly wrapped up by O'Brien. Get a ball up outside the centre circle.
You don't see it too often too, but it looks like Atkins has gone to Rankin, and he was really manhandling him in the middle.
Both rucks do battle. O'Brien wins it down, only found man, a little dummy, and he hands it off to Atkins. First clearance, Geelong. Inside 50 to the northern end. Stengel stays down. Fist comes in from Hinge. Spills down to Dawson, crunched in the tackle. Ball shoots out. O'Brien battling for it. Manor gets there first. Hands it to Smith. Back to Humphreys. Geelong, another inside 50. Cameron in front of the Wanganeen stand. Swings it to the top of the goal square. Henry had a arm pinned. Couldn't take it. Spills down. Clearing kick out from Neil Bullen. A hit and hope, and it lands in the lap of Fogarty.
Here's the man with the temporary tattoo. Goes short to Scholl, who marks on the back flank. So Adelaide with it. Scores level. Opening minute. Gather round underway. The yellow Sherrin in the hands of the young man from the Crows. Goes long down the line. O'Brien the target. Stanley looks to try and spoil. Philthorpe clever. Sockers it out to Fogarty. Gives a hand pass back to Philthorpe. Got it out to Peatling. Hurried kick down to half forward. It'll sit okay for Walker. Turns Bledsoe's inside out. Taylor Walker. He's still got it. And at 34 years young, he kicks the opener on Adelaide's big weekend. The Crows one straight six. Geelong yet to score. We're 90 seconds in. Gather round on ABC Sport.
How many times have we seen that for a big guy so sublimely skilled, particularly on the left foot, that left foot around the body? I reckon there's been so many goals that Tex Walker has kicked in that style. Absolutely superb.
What I loved about that, Belly, too, was just the manner in which Adelaide moved it from defence to forward, and they are the number one team in the competition. 1-4 scores and from moving it from one end of the ground to the other, but just fended it off. think Blitzard thought he was going to go the other way, and he went on his right, then swing to his left. Outstanding.
Pretty good athlete that he evaded then, Tex. I mean, Blitzard's is no slouch at all.
5-day break for the Crows and no worry for Taylor Walker. My goodness, he just keeps getting better and better. Adelaide by 6, bounce in the middle on ABC Sport. Stanley down, found Atkins once again. Another exit for the Cats. Towards right half forward, it bounces in the path of Stengel. Hinge gets there first off the wide bounce and escorts it over the line in front of the Wanganeen stand. Adelaide 1 straight 6, Geelong yet to score. 2 minutes in, gather round on ABC Sport. 2 clearances for Tom Atkins opposed to Isaac Rankin. Thoughts of Peter Bell, the Hall of Famer, on ABC Sport, tossed in. O'Brien wins it down. He's looking for Saligo, a bit too hard on the hit. Bounces back where it came from. Out towards the scoreboard and a packed Adelaide Oval Hill on the northern night sky. And good to see a blend between the two clubs as well.
All the cool kids hang out over there on the hill.
Toss back into play. O'Brien gets a slight nudge from Neil, who wins it down from behind for the Cats. Bounces straight towards Laird, who darts his way around Dangerfield. It's a treacherous kick, though, in the direction of Neil Bullen. Backtracking, Henry got a hand to it. Neil Bullen clean. Underground handball along the deck. Finds its way to Shoal. The Crows moving it forward. Miller towards Peatling is pushed over the line by Close. Boundary throwing to come, the Crows by 6.
Rory Laird, outstanding kick, dangerous and able to get it over the top, but that's how important it is. He went to a dangerous spot, but you back your teammate in to win the footy on your behalf, and great work for the Adelaide just to get it out of the boundary on the wing.
Shallow throw in, O'Brien grabs it out of the right, gives it to Dawson. Hand pass goes forward, but Neil Bullen can't control it and out of play again.
Such a valuable addition, Neil Bullen. Disciplined, real team-oriented player, and he's fitted in really well with Adelaide. He'd fit in with any club, really, because of his team orientation.
Great into the leadership group as well.
You've been here working for us, Jamo, every week just about since the move to Adelaide Oval. Have you ever watched a game from over on the hill?
Several times, actually.
Right. A few weekends off here on there.
Well, I don't get too many, but...
Yeah. Great way to do it. As Bailey Smith hurry kick forward. We've got another stoppage. A boundary throwing 70 out from the Cats goal.
It's interesting over there.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yep. Depends what... Does it vary depending on what quarter you go?
It does get a little rowdy.
Yep. It's like a whole lot of fun underneath that iconic scoreboard here at Adelaide Oval, which early on reads the Crows 1 straight. Geelong yet to score from the throw-in. Smith first touch. Hand pass away to Manor. Sends Geelong to half forward. Good mark. Keane reaches up. Takes the intercept grab for Adelaide. He's got it on the back flank. Just repeating, Tom Stewart's out with Gastro. So another late change for the Cats. Closey in as the sub, and Taylor starts as the sub for Adelaide. No late change there. Laird and Keane share it. Long kick down the wing, and Fogarty up strong takes the mark right on the gather round logo.
Releases Shoal running by for the Crows. Tight to the boundary line. He squeezes the kick into the 50. Walker uses the body. Phil Thorpe rises, can't take it. And out the back, Holmes will get the exit for Geelong. A rushed exit towards Stanley. Fist came in from O'Brien. Trickles towards the centre square. There's a whistle coming back. And Reece Stanley to receive the free kick.
I've actually watched football from pretty much all parts of the ground here. Very lucky. We talk about South Australia and where you can go and enjoy the state.
On the 45.
I've done that here at Adelaide Oval.
Heads to Nevitt on return up to half forward, and rising to cut it off is Worrell for the Crows. They lead by 6. 5 minutes into the opening term. Gather round on ABC Sport.
I think what Adelaide have done well, Belly, here too. The Cats want to move the football really quickly, but the defence has really held up, and it's forced Geelong to turn the football over.
Worrell to Keys against the boundary line back flank. Kicks down the wing. Walker competes. Knocked away from him. Dempsey for the Cats. Hand pass to Smith. Floats a hand pass to half forward O'Sullivan. Quick hands to the boundary line. Finds Stengel. Kicks inside 50, and Cameron got it right in front of the hill, and the old scoreboard at right half forward, 40 out.
It's going to be a fascinating duel. Michael Laney opposed to Cameron. Two very good runners.
Held his boots the last time they met. Kick 6. It's an early look at them here.
He's got all of this in him too. He's going to snap over his right shoulder.
Third left peg, the only left footer in the team tonight for Geelong, as he hooks it goalward. He hasn't quite got it. Live footy opposite pocket, and off hands it goes out of bounds. So boundary throw in opposite pocket. Still deep forward for Geelong. It's Adelaide with the only score. That was a goal to Walker 7 minutes in. This is Gather Round on ABC Sport. All games, all weekend. Every weekend throughout the AFL season, but particularly here from South Australia, you'll hear it all through the ABC Listen app.
Tossed in, 20 out for the Cats. O'Brien down, busting through Bowes, thrusted a handball towards Dangerfield. It was too heavy and through for a minor score on the left-hand side. Adelaide's lead just 5 points now, 7 in. Opening term gather round on ABC Sport.
Inside 50s, 5-2 in favour of the Cats.
Worrell to Miller, a long kick to the wing, spills down to Peatling, hand pass away towards Michael Annie off the back flank. Good kick to half forward, trying to link up with Phil Thorpe, has to get to it on the hop. Does well to hold out Blitzarves. Keys mops it up, kicks inside 50. Mullen hits up, meets it for Geelong. Hand pass to Holmes. Gives it to Sam DeConing, who's at fullback again tonight. Stanley holding his place. Comes out wide, Ollie Henry. Good use of the body. Shakes Shoal, and he's away down the wing.
Goes for a charge into an open paddock and then slams an awkward-looking kick that wobbles up to half forward, and Keane can cut it off. On a 3 Irishmen out there tonight. Beautiful vision towards the corridor. Hits up Hinge for the Crows. Over the top, Walker's far from home. Marks at the attacking edge. Wants to wheel and go as he spears it into the 50. It's wide and low. Mullen cut across to get a fingertip to it. Trickles to DeConing for the Cats. And now the exit to come from Mullen. Another scrubber kick that tumbles through the spine. Picked up by Neal. Beautiful releasing handball to Humphreys. The two West Australians combining towards the 50. Bouncing to Dangerfield, who bowls his way into Michael Annie. Held onto him. Ball shoots out to Cameron. He's spotted close, who's floated forward and takes the uncontested mark. 25 out from goal.
Yeah, a bit of chaos, bit of turnover to turnover. And in the end, Jeremy Cameron just saw Brad Close goal side in a lot of space. It's interesting how Adelaide have found the corridor early in this match as well. That's looking really dangerous, but they turned it over through a Tex left footer and Geelong get a shot at goal.
45-degree angle to the left. Close will open it up. Snap around the body. It's low and hard and home. Geelong are their first of the night at the Adelaide Oval and take the lead at the 8-minute mark. 1-1-7 to the Crows, 1 straight 6. It's gather round on ABC Sport, your experts. Premiership player Rod Jamieson and Hall of Famer Peter Bell.
Hasn't he done well? Premiership player from Glenelg going to Geelong and just being instrumental in being on the forward line defensively more so than a big goal scorer. But Adelaide going at 78% kicking efficiency. The Cats at 63. To your point, Belly, just going through the middle of the ground, and it's a big improvement that Adelaide's game that they're able to hit that sort of 45 and 30-metre, 40-metre kick. But again, both sides already in this quarter, you've seen when they go too quick, they have the ability to turn the football over, and then both teams can rebound really quickly.
Feel good story, mature age pickup. Playing his footy up in Mount Gambier, and said Jamo got to Glenelg in time for that 2019 premiership, and what a story it's been thereafter. Now an AFL flag for Brad Close, along with their first goal of the night. So 1-1, plays 1 straight. Early lead change. Cats by 1. Secondary ball up in the middle. Neal got it down to Dangerfield. Hand pass to Bowes. Kicks to centre half forward for Geelong. Hands on at Cameron, no mark. Spills through to Nankervis. Hand pass for Adelaide. Gets it to Rankin. His kick missed his intended target and slides past Neil Bullen and out of play. So a throw in 60 out from the Cats goal.
It's a really hard tag, Atkins opposed to Rankin. That was Isaac's first touch of the game and wasn't as skillful as he usually is as he tumbles to the ground. He's won a free kick, actually.
Shoulder bump before the boundary throw in. The umpire had no idea and was about to toss it, and everybody had already flooded up the field. And then the receiving ball to Rankin doesn't actually reach him. No extra penalty.
The umpire's just thrown it to the ground.
Boundary umpire frustrated, he didn't get his moment. Rankin pops it short. And now Matt Crouch has it at the defensive edge on return after being managed through a hip issue last week. Looks for the switch for the Crows. Through defensive 50. Finds Keane. Can play on comfortably around Dangerfield. No pressure. And goes for a little run, the backman. Through half back, he chips it towards the centre square. Finds Rory Laird. Another who was managed through last week's result against the Suns. Kicks down the line. Found Keys, who can release Michael Annie. Driving footy into the 50 for the Crows. Thilthorpe caught behind DeConing. Ball hits the deck. Front and square, Neil Bullen hands it to Tex for 2 in the first turn. Hits the post. Too much curl, and it's a minor score in front of the Riverbank stand. Scores level at the 11-minute mark. Gather round on ABC Sport.
They're finding those forward marks really easily at the moment, Adelaide. It's looking really threatening.
Manor got it in the back pocket. Swings it to the opposite boundary line. Finds Max Holmes. He's a runner, he's a track star as he kicks down the wing and knocked away by Cumming and out of play. So we'll have a boundary throw-in at eastern side of the ground here at Adelaide Oval. The opener to gather round. And to hear from you as well throughout the night on 0437 774 774. Is that a familiar face down there on the boundary, Ben Cameron?
Absolutely is. Ian Burrows, our very own from the ABC, a journalist in our office in Melbourne. So Buzz, there on the boundary court.
We'll be getting that feedback as Saligo kicks inside 50, and at the drop, Philthorpe takes the mark at left half forward. Hurried kick inside 50, and that's always dangerous, and the big key forward on the end of it.
Jake Saligo's had a big summer and improved his football out of sight. Gets to more contests now, sort of experience, and asked them to step up. And Isaac Cumming was in that last passage of play. Neil Bullen, Peatling, and then we'll see Sid Draper a little later on. Some quality football that's come straight into the side.
Walker's already got one. Philthorpe for his first. The drop punt is offline. Out to the right, it's behind. They kicked 12 between them last week. Interestingly, last year, so 2024, they only played 5 games together, and their best return was 8. Already this year, they've equalled all better that in 3 of the 4 games they played together.
Quick exit for the Cats. O'Connor to Holmes. A little scrubber kick. Low for Humphreys. Had to hack at it. Finds its way out to Atkins. Shovels the handball wide. Myers with a rare fumble. Usually so clean. And Rankin pounces. Looks to send it back where it came from. It's tight on the boundary line and too far over the paint as Walker marks back the fight in front of the Rashudo stand. So a free kick to Geelong. Right half back. Currently trailing by a point. Opening term. No, Sullivan. Fresh off 23 last week. Shares it back with Humphreys. He'll move it on to Bowes. Slow as the eyes. Chisels it towards Mullen at centre half back. Up the corridor. It was a casual kick towards Nevitt. Knocked away from him. Keys gets it out to Crouch. Now Nankervis. Back to Ben Keys. The reigning Malcolm Blight medalist. Into the 50. Bodywork from Curtin as 2 Cats collide. He runs out the back door and tumbles it home. Ever the opportunist Dan Curtin as Humphreys and Mullen lick their wounds. And Adelaide's up by 7 at the 13-minute mark. 2-2-14 to the Cats 1-1-7. Gather round on ABC Sport, your experts Rod Jamieson and Peter Bell.
Adelaide, one of the best teams in the competition at converting a turnover to a score. Mullen telegraphed the kick into the corridor. Adelaide turned it over and Dan Curtin got on the end of it. That's been a prototype of Adelaide's play this year. So dangerous.
Just that passage out the other side of the ground too. Geelong wanted to go forward. I think Myers fumbled, but Adelaide's defence came forward on them to apply the pressure. So the fumble then is activated. But I think Geelong are now trying to play a way that they don't normally want to play, which is actually do that short 20, 30-metre kick through the middle of the ground. They want to get it on quick and hard, but the Adelaide defence have set up really well.
He was the best WA kid, Belly, in the 2023 draft. And to get your breakdown as someone who would have been at Fremantle at the time as to where perhaps the Dockers saw him playing and the role that the Crows have got him in at the moment as Atkins gets a hand pass away to Bowes, high up and under to half forward, and Dempsey takes the mark 55 out against the boundary line.
Probably saw him as a third key defender. Not what he's playing at the moment.
Dempsey into the forward pocket, punched away by Keane. Clean bowls Myers. Geelong win it back. Dangerfield, hand pass out of the 50 to Dempsey. Kicks back inside a little deeper. Well, they all flew. Miller almost got it staying down. Knocks it away to Nankervis for the Crows. His kick smothered. Great work close. Picked up by Manor. Hooks it back to the goalface, and Worrell knocks it through for a rush behind.
Always had the potential to go into the midfield as well as a 197 centre midfielder, but very flexible player, obviously, Dan Curtin.
He's playing like wing half forward or something at the moment in this Adelaide team. They've got the best out of him in the young season so far. Adelaide by 6 points, 15 minutes into the opening term. Gather round on ABC Sport.
Long exit from Worrell towards the broadcast wing and a clean take amongst a plethora of bodies. Zach Guthrie floats across. Fresh off a career-high 30. And 50 as well. Guthrie looked to open the angle, and standing close to him was Dan Curtin. I believe he's encroached.
Is that right?
And now they'll have a set shot.
Very costly, isn't it? Such a ticky-touch rule at the moment, but so damaging to give up those 50s close to goal.
That Guthrie is turning into a quality player, isn't he?
Isn't a foreign area for him either. Had 4 goals last season, Zach Guthrie. His brother Cam out with an Achilles injury at the moment. Guthrie trots in off a couple of steps, leans back and slots it. Scores level once again at the 16-minute mark. 2-2-14 apiece between the Crows and the Cats. It's the opener to gather round on ABC Sport. Your experts, Premiership stars Peter Bell and Rod Jamieson.
It just looked like he still thought maybe didn't stand. Is that what it was?
I saw the umpire talking to Curtin. Was he close by as well? It was one of those two.
He seemed like quite a distance away without impacting. Anyway,
he's in great form, Guthrie, and with Tom Stewart being out, he can play that intercepting sort of start the ball movement player for Geelong. He'll be crucial this evening. Jordan Dawson's had a quiet start to the game. Just the one touch so far.
You have played with a headband? If you had your time again?
Yeah, probably a bright white one, Bailey Smith style, Gemma.
Not Camden McIntosh style. What's he rolling with, the bright yellow one?
Well, it depends on if he plays home and away, doesn't it?
Got to match the jumper. Smith here almost had it as he got a hand pass from Stanley, slips through his hands. Taken by Atkins, tackled, ball comes out. Crowd wanted ball, not forthcoming. They win it anyway. The Crows through Crouch, gives it to Keys, kicks to half forward. No mark for blitz halves. Walker goes and gets it. Hand pass to Crouch under the pump. Smith's got it. He's tackled and the umpire says free kick. Bailey Smith taken high at half back. 11 tackles a fortnight ago, had 8 tackles last week. 25 plus disposals in his 3 games so far for Geelong. Former Dog, he goes short to O'Connor, not 15, hands it back to Smith. Kicks long this time out to the wing, and there's DeConing who takes the mark in front of the benches. 14 points apiece, 18 minutes in. The other round on ABC Sport. Just lays it up on the head of Guthrie. Wasn't a good kick at all, and Worrell takes the intercept mark at half back for Adelaide.
Looks for an option back down the broadcast wing. DeConing and beats the target. He rises across but can't claim it. Spills down and Curtin is too good on the bounce. Gets it to Millerer. Between traffic, manages to spot Scholl. Little dummy to get around Bowes at right half forward. Drills it low and hard. And Sid Draper, the Crows' future and maybe the now, hands it off to Dawson. The skipper, off a couple of steps, just barrels it towards goal. And it's a minor score on the right-hand side. Adelaide up by a point, 2-3-15 to the Cats, 2-2-14 as we approach time on.
Jordan Dawson's second disposal. Rankin's had the 4 being worn by Atkins.
The kick-out's a good one. Finds Bowes, who takes the mark at half-back. He's often moving, kicks down the wing, through the hands of close, intended targets, cleaned up by Keane on the wing for Adelaide. Hand pass to Neil Bullen, kicks on the 45, that's good, finds Peatling. Peatling wants to keep it moving. Keys has got a heap of space. He unlocks that, runs to about 40 out, finishes on the run. And Adelaide pull further in front. The Crows are 3-3, Geelong are 2-2. We're 20 minutes into Gather Round, opening term, Gather Round on ABC Sport.
Another turnover score, and that's a communication breakdown. Ben Keys in so much space. They were good enough to find him the ball, but yeah, that's a big breakdown. Defenders, Geelong not talking, not communicating.
Uncontested, 41-33 early in this first quarter. Adelaide up, but it's those short kicking again. Their ability to be able to nail it with their foot. 69% versus 59. Only 10% difference, but it's making huge amount of difference the way Adelaide are moving the footy forward.
Ben Keys. What a couple of seasons he's put together. The former Lion right at home in South Australia. Crows by 7. An equal game-high margin. Back and forth in this opening term.
Inside 50s, 9 apiece.
O'Brien runs in early on the bounce. Stanley waits till late and wins the tap down towards Holmes. Squeezes a handball out towards Atkins. He jams it towards the 50. Fist comes in from Nankervis. Trickles to the scoreboard. Henry's there for the Cats. Wheeling away from Hinge. Centres his kick to Dangerfield. Backtracking straight in front of goal. And the jeers for Judas in South Australia. Patrick Dangerfield straight in front, 35 out.
You think the clearance is 7-2. Matthew Nicks would be concerned with that in this first quarter. The Geelong particularly out of the centre.
Yeah, Tom Atkins has played a big role in that.
Methodical preparation for Patrick Dangerfield. Checks the socks. Mouth guard in. Crosses the paint of 50. Dangerfield leans back on the kick. And there's no place like home. He returns to South Australia and puts it straight over the goal umpire's hat in the first term. Geelong 3-2-20 trailing the Crows 3-3-21. 21 played. Gather round on ABC Sport. Your experts Rod Jamieson and Peter Bell.
You're right to identify that's the area of concern for Matthew Nicks and his coaching team. Just Geelong have been able to get that centre bounce clearance and Dangerfield followed it in, was good enough to get on the end of a lovely pass from Henry.
Riley O'Brien's leading the way, 6 hit-outs to 3, but the clearances, Bailey Smith 2, Atkins 2 leading the way with Mannering 1, Dangerfield, Holmes. Then you get Rory Laird to come in there too, so they're doing it pretty well at the moment, and also first possessions, an area of concern, need to address.
Centre bounce goal for the Cats. Patrick Dangerfield stands in front of Shannon Neal at full forward for the restart. Adelaide by a point. Gather round on ABC Sport. As O'Brien wins the hit out and got a hand over the shoulder in the process. Stanley wanted the free. It's going against him. That's probably fair enough too. So O'Brien, he's on the no kicking duties. Dishes off the hand pass to Dawson. How out wide to Nan Curvis. The inside 50 kick. G. Walker came late. No mark. Spills down to Holmes of the Cats. A 1-2 with Dempsey. Holmes to halfback. Finds Humphreys. He gives it to Dempsey. Kicks down the wing. Oh, missed his intended target in Henry. Picked up by Keane going back the other way. Adelaide over halfway. Sweeping Polyfarmer hand pass out to Curtin. Dishes it off to Hinge. Takes a bounce on his preferred side. The lefty to full forward. Coming goes the climb. No mark. Walker stays down. The set up to Rankin and puts it in the back of the net. Goal for goal to start gather round. We are 7 goals into the night and they have swung 1 for 1 until the 23-minute mark of this opening term. It is Adelaide 4-3, Geelong 3-2. Peter Bell, Rod Jamieson on ABC Sport.
So unselfish from Tex Walker, swooped on a loose ball, well within his rights probably to have a snap in the goal square, but he knew exactly where Isaac Rankin was and put it out in front of him and made that look really easy. It actually wasn't an easy soccer for most players, but for Rankin, shelling peas.
Really congested, wasn't it, as well? Players on the ground, and the handball went underground, along the ground. Rankin now deep in the forward line. So just mixing it up, like if you're a defender with Isaac Rankin, what about the blistering speed?
Yeah. He's opposed to Mullen at the moment as the deepest Adelaide forward.
Great little through ball on what we used to call FIFA now, whatever they call it, the EA Sports game. A little triangle to the top, and Rankin did the rest.
Throws by 7. O'Brien down looking for Saligo. Bounces off his bootlaces. Peatland's caught in 2 tackles. Both of them could have been high. Whistle stays away, but Adelaide get the clearance. Dawson towards the 50. A little bit too hot for Tex. Out the back, Rankin loses his footing. Picked up by Mullen for the Cats. Hands it to Humphreys, then Dempsey. Little 1-2 as he links up with O'Sullivan. Kick picked off by Rankin. Handball over the top. Hollywood style to Keys. Tight in the pocket. 45 from home. He couldn't! Ben Keys for 2 in the opening term with a magical finish to start gather round. Adelaide's up by 13 points, 5-3-33 to the Cats, 3-2-20. Time on in the opening term. Ben Cameron downstairs.
Yeah, Keane has just come to the bench for the Adelaide Crows, getting some manipulation on his neck at the moment. Doesn't look overly comfortable, but should be okay to continue with that.
There's 8 goals in this first quarter.
Yeah.
It's like old-fashioned football, and there's still 5.5 minutes to go. But Rankin just, again, we talk about how good you need your small forwards to be defensively to hold the football in that forward half. The Cats are the number 1 team for the pressure in the competition in their forward half, but if Rankin, dangerous up forward, a target to go to and elusive, but defensively outstanding.
Some really tough play from Peatling in the centre square as well.
Might have struggled with the band pre-game, but Peter Bell and Aaron Bryant's nodding along as Curtis Jackson rings out around Adelaide Oval. 5 goals to 3. Crows up by 13 points. Back in the middle. First clean disposal to Bailey Smith as he drives it out of the centre square. Kicks into the forward pocket. They all collapse. Hinge just paddles it back for Adelaide, close to the boundary line. Stengel trying to keep it in. Runs out of room, and we'll have a boundary throw in front of the hill.
Oh, he's had 2 goes, had a couple of plays. And Curvis and Hinge.
Another come-home game for Tyson Stengel, of course, drafted out of Woodville, West Torrens. Spent a bit of time here and now playing his best footy in the hoops of Geelong. Slips straight through his hands here from the boundary throw-in. Laird just get it out of here, kick up to the wing. Reaching over the back, O'Sullivan with the spoil. Holmes passing through, couldn't trap it. Smith wins it for Geelong. Hand pass to Humphreys as he's been run down. Got it to Stengel. Bursting up and marking it right half forward, uncontested. He'll kick right on 50.
Fortuitous, just threw a boot at it, Humphreys, and Stengel was in space.
Only the 1 disposal, Tyson, in this first quarter.
Time with the Crows, time with the Tigers. Since he's gone to Geelong, what a story it is. Great redemption story in AFL footy. All-Australian in a premiership year, made the squad last year. And after Adelaide kicked back-to-back goals for the first time tonight, this, the answer-back kick. Stengel searching for the extra distance. He's barely kicked at 40. To full forward, dropped by O'Brien. Invites Manor in, who picks it up, snaps goalward and misses. Comedy of errors all round, and a behind to the Cats is the result. Means Adelaide lead it by 2 goals neat. 5-3 to 3-3 late in the opening term. Gather round on ABC Sport.
Hinge pops it short to Laird in the right back pocket.
2 minds, Aaron, he was then, Tyson Stengel, whether to actually have a shot at goal or even just put it to the square.
Looking for Fogarty on the broadcast wing. Provided a big shove on Blitzarves. The umpire was right in position to see. Free kick Geelong. Blitzarves will release Guthrie into the 50. Throw a blanket over them. Pack collapses. Dangerfield brought it down. Miller hands it off. High tackle laid on Saligo. He's very well kind of slid his body underneath that possession.
He's quite skilled at getting those types of free kicks, Saligo.
Something that Dangerfield used to be quite good at as well. Gives away the free kick down the line. He's looking for Fogarty once again. Fist came down to Nevitt. Back inside 50 with the helicopter for the Cats. Henry down. Rolls towards the boundary line. Saligo wants to walk it over. Stengel won't let him. Tackle. Up and under handball, and Miller just thumps it out of there and only finds Stanley.
And repeat entries for Geelong. They're really well set up.
Is that why he's wearing the number 14 belly? Jake Saligo. As Stanley goes all the way back to the man who's now wearing it for the Cats in Sullivan. Switches on out towards the eastern wing. Mullen marks, kicks to Humphreys, got to him on the half volley, moves it quick, finds Myers, still between wing and half forward. Hand pass to Max Holmes against the boundary line. He turns and shoots goalward to Henry, who marks in the goal square for the Cats.
It was a different entry, wasn't it? They went around the world, if you like, around the arc, and Max Holmes found some space. I'm not sure what happened. Adelaide defensive coach would be disappointed with Henry alone, uncontested mark goal square.
Death and taxes, less of a short thing from there. And Henry just puts it onto the hill and puts the Cats back within a straight kick. So Adelaide 5-3-33. It takes Geelong to 4-3-27. We got a one-score game at the 29-minute mark of the opening term. Gather round on ABC Sport with Peter Bell and Rod Jamieson.
Ollie Henry's 5th goal for the season, and fast becoming a target too, just their mobility and the flexibility that Geelong have to be able to swing players either in the defence, as we're seeing with Blitzarves. We have seen him play in the mid and also on the wing, but also go forward, and he's just another one of those tools that's been able to do that.
Yeah, like the ball movement, rather than just pump it back in there, let's have another look at Adelaide defending from the other side of the ground, see if we can work into a bit of space, and that's exactly what transpired.
What's Max Holmes' ceiling belly?
Very, very high.
Like top 10 player in the league?
Potentially. I think just an extraordinary athlete and getting better and better.
Yeah.
Missed out on the Cats flag a few years ago with a hamstring injury.
189 centimetres too.
Awkward bounce in the middle that favours O'Brien and will be recalled. Tagged by Tom Sparrow last week and gave him a clip for it afterwards, saying that Melbourne didn't really know what they were doing. Still picked up 17 touches. O'Brien down for the Crows. Finds Crouch. Tried to get it to Dawson. He's dumped by Jack Bowes late. Free kick to Adelaide, and Dawson lets him know about it. Receives the footy and races away. Driving low and hard towards the 50. It bounces straight to the path of O'Sullivan, and he heaves it back where it came from. Up towards the logo on the eastern wing. It clears everybody.
Got to be a free kick against Dempsey for the early jump.
They'll take the advantage out the back. Miller kicks to Scholl. True centre wing in front of the Bashir stand.
That's probably lucky to actually get that on Dawson. It was incorrect disposal. It was another turnover.
Dangerous backtrack to Nankervis is picked off by Dangerfield. Looping handball to Dempsey. Gets it back. Danger right in his element. Screws it central and finds Shannon Neal straight in front. 45 from home.
Degree of difficulty on that kick was extreme from Paddy Dangerfield. He could have blazed away from outside 50. There are Adelaide Crows players pretty much all inside the 50, but he screwed it back to his teammate at the top of the 50. So extraordinary vision, even better execution from Dangerfield.
Just hit the top of his size 14 to be able to do it.
Speaking of big shoes, Shannon Neal starts in the centre square. Kicks from behind the 50-metre arc. Got plenty of carry, just not enough accuracy. Through for a minor score on the right-hand side. Adelaide's lead down to 5. Geelong 4-4-28. The Crows 5-3-33. 31 played in the opening term.
The Crows waste no time into Nankervis. He goes to the boundary line to Laird. Slips straight through his hands and out of bounds. a let-off, and it means it's a forward 50 stoppage for the Cats.
In Lairdy's 250, when they ran out into the ground for training, someone put gnomes everywhere. I don't think that they can do him now. They need a taller player to kick to out of fullback.
Careful, the men on the other end of the bench tonight. We're not going to have any sort of jokes about sort of those under 6 feet.
You talking to me?
Maybe. Boundary throwing, half forward here for Geelong.
Talking to Benny Cameron.
He's the leader of
the... poisoned any one of us, Gemma.
Yeah, correct. We're outnumbered tonight, I think. Crows by 5 points.
Aaron, you feel all right?
Time on in this opening quarter. Gather round on ABC Sport from the boundary throw-in. Hinge for the Crows. Kicks down the wing for Adelaide. Missed his intended target. Picked up. Spun around in a heavy tackle. Was Mullen. And it's Peatling who got him. And that had that extra driving force into the ground. They don't like that, Belly.
No, had the rotation on it, so free kick against, absolutely.
Best thing for Peatling is that it's only a free kick, and Mullen gets up and appears to be okay. It's the long kick out towards half forward, and Stanley trying to spoil, can't. Laird makes up for his earlier spillage. Takes the mark here at left half back for the Crows. So Adelaide by 5 points. They did lead by as many as 13. 33 gone, opening term.
Laird sends it up the eastern wing. Fogarty presenting. Fist comes late from Guthrie. Spills down to Crouch. Wrapped up in the tackle from Holmes and gives it away to Myers. Geelong burst out of the stoppage towards the 50. Dangerfield's outnumbered. Worrell missed the handball to Nankervis, but Dangerfield fumbles and Adelaide get out of dodge on the buzzer. It's a 5-point lead to the home side at the first break. 5-3-33 the Crows. Geelong 4-4-28. Ben Cameron downstairs.
Yeah, just an interesting one down here on the bench. So Laura Kane is sitting down here, the EGM of football at the AFL. Josh Marnie is down there as well. Sitting in with her is Nick Carroll, one of the most recent appointments to AFL House to try and beef up that football department that, as you would know, 1 metre Peter, the clubs have been maybe just grizzling about just ever so slightly. So fascinating that Nick Carroll is down here. Comes from a suite of roles like real estate firms, as well as working in the banking industry, but straight into AFL House in the football department.
Also a life member at Unity Blacks as well, which is Laura Kane's old team.
Yep, logistics sort of position, operations position for Nick. And can we just cease with the short people jokes, please, everybody? Might be over here to sledge me.
Adelaide by 5 points at quarter time. Ben
Just
Keys
checking in on your belly from a welfare. All good.
Ben Keys has got 2, 1 for Curtin, Walker and Rankin. Meanwhile for Geelong, singles, Dangerfield, Henry, Guthrie and Close down the page. Just repeating, Tom Stewart was a late out, so he's got gastro and isn't playing. Ted Closey is the sub for the Cats, and for the home team it is Zach Taylor who came in at selection last night. I was going to say on Thursday night. That's where we are right now to start Gather Round. And this is Gather Round on ABC Sport.
What matters to you this election?
ABC News wants to make sure that the politicians hear your concerns and questions.
Head to abc.net.au/Australia Votes to have your say.
Australia Votes. Your vote, your say.
On ABC Sport, this is the 2025 AFL Gather Round, live from South Australia.
Fogarty gives a hand pass back to Thilthorpe, got it out to Peatling, hurried kick down to half forward, it'll sit okay for Walker, turns Blitzards inside out, Taylor Walker, he's still got it! And at 34 years young, he kicks the opener.
Stanley waits till late and wins the tap down towards Holmes, squeezes a handball out towards Atkins, he jams it towards the 50. This comes in from Nankervis, trickles to the scoreboard. Henry's there for the Cats, wheeling away from Hinge, centres his kick to Dangerfield. Dangerfield leans back on the kick, and there's no place like home.
Curtin dishes it off to Hinge, takes a bounce on his preferred side, the lefty to full forward, coming goes the climb, no mark, Walker stays down, the set up to Rankin and puts it in the back of the net. Goal for goal to start Gather Round.
Humphreys, then Dempsey. Little 1-2 as he links up with O'Sullivan. Kick picked off by Rankin. Handball over the top, Hollywood style to Keys. Tight in the pocket, 45 from home. He couldn't! Ben Keys for 2 in the opening term.
This is the 2025 AFL Gather Round on ABC Sport.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
The start of our Festival of Footy this weekend. Gather round on ABC Sport. It is the home team Adelaide leading by 5 points over the Cats. The thoughts of Peter Bell and Rod Jamieson, our premiership pair.
Well, highly entertaining game. If it continues in this vein, we're in for an absolute treat with 9 goals in the first quarter, and just the turnover possession gain game, because once the turnover is affected, either team is able to score, really. And initially it was Adelaide's intercepting defenders with their defence set that had the better start to the game, but towards the end of the quarter, Geelong looked really dangerous with their ability to turn it over, stream towards goal, then some really clever ball use, in particular from Pat Dangerfield. His kick back to Shannon Neal was an extraordinary kick, and just that ability to win the ball back and go fast, Jamo.
I think Adelaide really started well, Belly, to your point. Their kicking efficiency was good, and they ended up winning the quarter 71% to 61, but marks at 24 apiece. So as the quarter went on, Geelong got better. Time in possession, 49% to 36 in favour of the Cats. So again, when you highlighted, they went right from one wing to the other and then all the way round. I think it was Ollie Henry that actually took the mark in the square is significant, and that's the way that the Cats managed to get themselves back into the ground. The clearance, Adelaide are winning the hit-outs and winning it well, but it's the clearance work that the Cats are actually reading off and doing better in that area. I think both coaches would be saying, just slow it down a little bit too. You're actually trying to play at 100 miles an hour, but be more methodical, open things up, use the football better, as Adelaide did in the first part of that quarter, the Cats in the second part, and just, I guess they're stretching. They're going from one end of the ground to the other, and they're both very good at it too. So turnover ultimately is going to kill them.
Major ball winners for Geelong: Bailey Smith 9, Lawson Humphries off halfback with 9, Dempsey and Holmes with 8 each, Ben Keys 7 with a couple of goals, Rory led his normal industrious self with 6, and Miller with 6, as well as Keane, who was getting some attention on his neck. He's had some good moments of composure there. When I talk about turnover, he hasn't panicked at all, and he's been really creative with his handball from defence.
Hi guys, Rory in Melbourne. Blind listener, loving your commentary. I love Thursday night footy. I'm so glad it's here to stay. It makes the week go by just that little bit faster. Thanks, Rory. Nice to hear from you. The SMS number 0437 774 774 is the SMS number. Corbin Middlemouse alongside Aaron Bryans, Peter Bell, Rod Jamieson and Ben Cameron, your call team for the start of Gather Round. You'll hear it all weekend here on ABC Sport. A couple of lead changes in that opening term. Now the widest the margin got was 13 points Adelaide's way, and it's back to 5 at quarter time. Now the two subs unused, Zach Taylor for Adelaide and Ted Closey for Geelong. Just repeating the news from selection tonight, the big names in particular. There's no Noah Bolter. He wasn't named after all that by Richmond, but the number 1 pick is out with injury, so Sam Lawler will miss the game against Fremantle. Harry Mackay is in, so he returns for Carlton amongst 4 changes, or among 4 changes there, only one of them forced. And for Melbourne, after all that, they just made the 1 change. 0-4 on the season. They bring back Xavier Lindsay from injury.
Jeremy Cameron started this quarter on the wing.
Good move.
To Isaac Cumming.
You like that move?
Yeah, get him up the field, for sure. Such a good kick. Change it up.
We're looking at that famous number 5 in front of us as we get a crooked bounce at the restart. Ump's happy to let them go. O'Brien down to Dawson. He's tackled. It's a moving tackle as Holmes, as he's known around here, Holmes, takes him.
Famous number 5 sat on my head several times too.
Back in the middle of the ground. Keys got it out somehow to Dawson, who just sockers it in the forward motion for the Crows. Picked up by Blitzarves. He's tackled by Walker. The ump says, I'll have it. After all that, Aaron, we're still inside the centre square.
Now he's got back to half forward.
Start of the second term on ABC Sport, Adelaide by 5.
O'Brien beats Stanley, but again only finds a cat. Common occurrence right now for the Crows ruckman. Atkins slams it forward, but bounces to his opposing number 30 in Miller. He can hand it off towards Laird, juked it to Michael Annie, gave it away. Too much pace, and the Cats will pounce. Close to Holmes, then Smith, inside 50. Target is Dangerfield, wrestling for position with Worrell. It clears both, whistle, free kick. Patrick Dangerfield received the footy, 25 out.
Dare I say it, on first impressions, that was a little soft.
Really frustrating, Belly, from that, because it's actually the umpire in the middle of the ground who was at centre half forward for Geelong who's called that. The umpire that was in Geelong's forward 50 who had better view of it did not even do anything about it.
Slide arm over the shoulder. Josh Worrell is pinged immediately. Minuscule angle to the right for Patrick Dangerfield, who's fresh off 3 goals last week. Best on-ground performance. Geelong's 39-point victory over the D's. Darty's set shot at right half full. Here's from the southern end. Patrick Dangerfield crosses the paint of 50. Straight kick that starts right and isn't coming back.
I was about to say he's been kicking them well this year, Paddy, but he just slid that one to the right.
Didn't move an inch. Just started it wrong. Minus score. Adelaide's lead 4 points to start the second term on ABC Sport.
That last contest too, Geelong pushed their half forward up to get around the football, which allowed Wayne Miller to be free in the back line for Adelaide.
Hinge, another Glenelg boy, Jamo, comes wide to Cumming. Short kick to Neil Bullen. He's off and running. Another Crowater returning home. Down to half forward. Walker the target. DeConey punches it away, but to Saligo. Goes low, tackled, lost it. O'Sullivan got a hand pass for Geelong away to Smith. Kicks down to half forward, dropping back in the hole. Hinge, courageous, got contact over the shoulder and a free kick. Oh, they're not happy about it either, the Crows, as Worrell goes in to remonstrate with Dangerfield. And Adelaide immediately switch things up.
Bailey Smith, disposal number 11.
Rankin to Michael Annie. They go down the eastern side, trying to link up with Dawson. Spills the mark. Holmes had a play on it. Ball doesn't go out. Dawson keeps it alive for Adelaide. Just steps his way around Myers. Great work from the skipper. Kicks inside 50 and puts it on the chest of Walker. Like a heat-guided missile off the boot of the skillful left footer. And Walker will have a look. 45-degree angle right half forward.
Jamo, is that something that Jordan Dawson has got in his game now, that ability to burst, that extra bit of speed? To my eye, looks like he's got a bit more power than what we've previously been accustomed.
And he very rarely goes to ground belly too. You know, when you think you're all over him, which it looked from here, he had to get around 2 defenders and he was able to do that and pull away. And he's got such a penetrating kick.
Most common degree in footy. 45-degree angle. Taylor Walker to kick from right on the paint of 50. The drop punt just misses. Near side or behind. It is Adelaide by 5 points. Back to where we were at quarter time. We've now travelled 3.5 minutes into the second quarter. This is Gather Round on ABC Sport. Your thoughts on the SMS 0437 774 774.
Zach Guthrie to bring it back into play from the defensive goal square. Bangs it long and hard to the eastern wing. Neil flies, couldn't claim it. Spilled down towards DeConey. Rushes the kick out of traffic and only finds Miller wide of the logo in front of the Bashir stand. Crows by 5 and Miller looks for a long switch across half back. Worrell outmarks Dangerfield. Spots an option on the broadcast wing. Rankin bursts away from his opponent, takes the uncontested mark and then casually sends it in the direction of O'Brien. Backtracking was Dempsey, got a hand to it, spilled down to Cumming, snaps around the body beautifully. Attacking edge to Saligo, wheels around, spots a target in the 50. It's an absolute mug of a kick, lands in the lap of Keys and he can release Fogarty in the goal square. Sometimes you need a bit of good luck, and after the week the Crows have had, they certainly deserved something going their way. Fogarty runs in and slams in his first of the night. Adelaide up by 11. 6-4-40 to the Cats. 4-5-29. 5 played second term. Gather round on ABC Sport.
Did he forget about his tattoo? Everyone was looking at him thinking, what celebrations are you going to do? He was running back to his teammates, and then it was only at the end where he put his bicep up. I was like, that's right. I got this semi-permanent tattoo. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Is the tattoo definitely there? Because I saw him come to the bench and I was trying to look at the inside of both of his biceps. I couldn't find it.
It's under his right one.
Okay.
Which is about the size of your thigh.
Surely he hasn't lost it already.
On my bicep. I'm not sure it's there, Cool.
Okay.
I need a closer inspection, but I couldn't see it.
I'll leave it with you. Restart back in the middle. Sorry, I chewed up all your time on that on the non-celebration. 11 points is the lead for the Crows. Saligo first clean touch in the middle. Got it away to Peatling. Hurried kick down to half forward. Blitzhalf's tackled, lost it. Picked up by Cumming inside 50 again, and here he is. Darcy Fogarty out on the lead. Marks it left half forward.
Righto, Ben, have a look. I don't think it is there,
I think he's all over it. So this... They got all the coverage during the week, and then by the time game night rolls around...
Well, still get the exposure and don't have to actually follow through with the action. 2 great kicks from Isaac Cumming. He set up the last goal and then a beautiful left footer inside 50 to Fogarty.
Extra emphasis on the semi-permanent part then. As Fogarty on his way in for 2 in 2 minutes. Bang. And Adelaide in control now. And there we get the celebration on this occasion as he cracks a can after thumping it through. Fresh in the mind and in the back of his teammates' reminder. Crows by 17 points, 7 gone in this second term. Adelaide 7-4-46, Geelong 4-5-29. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, the tattoo's definitely gone, but we saw the celebration there, Cool.
Well, Adelaide have jumped out like gout. We're only 7 minutes into this second quarter already, Belly. They've had 24 disposals to 11, the Cats. 78% the kicking efficiency to 29. Adelaide have had 11 marks in this second quarter already. Just their ability to maintain possession and work their way forward and look dangerous.
And it's a thing of beauty, isn't it? Fogarty's goal kicking just came off the boot beautifully.
Game high margin at the Adelaide Oval. 17 points to the Crows. Crowd starting to rise as well as we kickstart a tremendous weekend in South Australia. Stanley down for the Cats. Got it to Smith and then receives it back. The big man from Berry towards the 50. Rising Nankervis.
Free kick.
Late whistle. And it's going Geelong's way for a hole. Free kick to Henry, rather.
Oh, nearly played on.
Oliver Henry will go back for the set shot. Man on the mark, 45 from home.
He's looked dangerous, Henry. Kicked a goal in the first quarter. Getting to some good spots.
Adelaide just got sucked in once again in the middle of the ground. There was 2 or 3 that went at it. The football then handball out the back to allow the kick to go forward.
Pop skip from Ollie Henry, gets close to the man on the mark and shakes it into the left forward pocket. Rising Dempsey from behind is paid the mark. He was in front of Scholl.
Well, he had a big piece of it, Scholl, for a long period of the mark. The Adelaide players are apoplectic.
As they both came down, Dempsey almost ripped it away from the Crows winger. And it's going the way of Ollie Dempsey, tight in the pocket.
8 minutes 22, Tim Silvers.
Dempsey opens the angle, snaps towards goal, and cashes in on the gift. They're not happy at Adelaide Oval. But there are a fair few Cats fans in attendance who'll relish that one. Margin down to 11. Geelong 5-5-35 to the Crows, 7-4-46. 8 played second term. Gather round on ABC Sport. Your experts, premiership players, Peter Bell and Rod Jamieson.
Super athletic player, Ollie Dempsey. Not sure about that one. Scholl controlled it for a long period of time. Matty Nix looking on nonplussed. Dangerous player, Dempsey.
Actually, just looking at the replay here on the monitor in our box, it's actually Scholl who's taken the first grab. And then Dempsey's just plucked the second one out. So, unfortunately, without making a high or highlighting it further, just another howler, unfortunately.
Poor old umps haven't got many credits in these parts, do they? In recent times, Ollie Dempsey, the rising star winner. As they roundly jeer that decision. O'Brien down to Crouch, gets it on the burst. Hand pass away to Peatling, kicks to full forward. Curtin and DeConing to target. DeConing wins that battle one-on-one. He'll immediately move it on. Long kick to the eastern boundary line. O'Brien drops in front of the intended target. Dempsey takes the intercept mark for Adelaide. Short kick to Fogarty. He's on a bit of a heater here in this second quarter. He's kicked 2 already.
Still every chance from that distance as well, and tight angle. He's got the distance and accuracy. I think both sides have looked very dangerous when they've gone forward. I think that would be the concern, I think, from both coaches. Inside 50s this quarter, 5-2 in favour of Adelaide, but every time they've gone, teams are having a shot.
Temporary tattoo gone. Darcy Fogarty shoots goalward, misses near side behind. So he's got 2 goals, 1 in the quarter, which is only 10 minutes old. And Adelaide lead the game by 12 points. This is Gather Round on ABC Sport. Here's Aaron Bryant.
Humphreys to Blitzabs, moves it down the eastern wing, targeting Dempsey, and Fogarty, the desperate lunge to force it into the Odie stand.
And Matty Nix should be thrilled with that. Just close off the exits. No easy release for Geelong. Keep it in your front half from Adelaide.
Crowd still unhappy with what happened earlier with Ollie Dempsey. Floats towards this stoppage. Tossed into play. Kneel down. Targeting Bose, picked off by Saligo, tumbles one through a couple of bodies. O'Connor comes out and is dealt with for his troubles. Tackle laid by Hinge. Get a ball up. Crows by 12. Fans aren't happy though. A long history of umpiring errors Certainly doesn't sit well with them. Crouch with the handball out to Saligo, then Laird. High into the 50, staying down. Curtin knocked away by De Koning. And the handball comes out from Bowes to De Koning and then Smith. De Koning was dealt with after the kick, which has been picked off by Nankervis. They did pay advantage, so Adelaide will have the footy on the broadcast wing.
Matty Nix would be happier this quarter too. O'Reilly O'Brien still winning the hit-outs, but the clearance work is going Adelaide's way with Saligo and Crouch.
Nankervis back to Keane, who kicks in the middle of the ground, turns it over. The crowd was roaring, thinking the man on the mark had crept forward. Umpire not interested. O'Connor gives it to Holmes, kicks out to half forward. Dempsey collects, who's now getting cheered. Kicks back inboard and Nevitt marks right on the 50. Ump says not 15. Oh, he spun around, tackled, and the ump says ball up. They're a little restless here, Belly. Stoppage, centre half forward for the Cats. Knocked inside the forward 50 by Geelong. Saligo had it, got it out the back door to Laird. Adelaide well set up. Crouch goes back to Michael Annie. Son of the Norwood great, kicks long down the boundary line and punched away by O'Sullivan over the boundary line. And a throw in between wing and half forward. How is it down near you, Ben? How are the locals responding to this?
Yeah, they're getting a little bit restless and they're not too pleased at the moment, Corb, and there's a few choice words around me.
Not exactly the welcoming party that the rest of the country was hoping for, and particularly Cats fans. Tossed in, kneel down, found Holmes. Nevitt ducks through the tackle of Crouch, hands it to Atkins. Holmes now towards the 50 for Geelong. Dangerfield's in a good spot. Cameron from the side couldn't control it. Head over the footy. Worrell's buffeted it over. Ollie Henry does a little front flip, but it's picked up by Draper, who bursts away, puts on the Jets. Hospital handball, though. Saligo's crunched by Bowes. Would have been a turnover. Atkins down towards Dangerfield, but it was a free kick.
The 50 as well?
For 50. I don't know if they're going to get it.
They will.
They will.
It was a hospital handball from Draper, but what about the acceleration out of his defensive 50? So exciting.
Just to think that he was playing SNFL football last year, came in through an emergency opportunity or a sub, and then has really solidified himself in his first year.
Saligo with a deep entry. They come from all directions. No marks. Spills down in front of Rankin. Pack forms around him. Ump says ball up. Tell you what, it's neutral turf for a lot of the teams this weekend. Two sides obviously have to draw the local teams. But do you know who never gets a home game, Belly? The umpires. They never play any home games. They're on the road again tonight from the boundary throw-in. A quick kick forward from Draper. Picked off, though, by the Cats at fullback. O'Connor got it out to De Koning. Hand pass to Bowes. Clearing surge kick out of defence. And Miller, well set up, takes the intercept mark for Adelaide. They launch again inside the forward 50. They're queuing up. Keys had in fact, it was Scholl had a play on it. No mark. Falls through to Nevitt. Hand pass to Bowes, handball away to O'Sullivan. Ugly looking kick, slips back into Adelaide's hand. Nankervis got it away to Cumming, kick inside 50, and it's Darcy Fogarty again.
And I reckon it was Neil Bullen who effected a smother that kept it in their front half and allowed Fogarty to have this shot at goal. Well done, Alex Neil Bullen.
They had no options, the Cats. They only had four probably outside of their defensive area of centre half back, and the Adelaide's pressure just heavy. To your point, Belly, as well, but also the work to be able to then turn it around and dispose it back in.
The three-headed monster. We've got one from Walker, and Darcy Fogarty's now got three. They are feeding up front, the Crows. And Adelaide out by a new game high. Make it 18 points in favour of the home team. 8-5 to 5-5. We're halfway through this second term. This is Gather Round on ABC Sport with our premiership players, Peter Bell and Rod Jamison.
Well, 3 to Fogarty, all in this term. 1 to Taylor Walker with the first goal of the match, and Riley Philthorpe into the ruck now, where we saw him influence the game last week in the third quarter against Gold Coast. So he's the third member of that trio. What impact can he have? Adelaide have put a bit of a space in this contest.
Just under 10 minutes remaining. 2 metres gained. Adelaide have almost doubled it to uncontested 31 to 21. Disposals 11 more. But again, we keep talking about their kicking efficiency, which again is well on top of the Cats.
3 1/4 in any era is pretty good return in Jamo. Jeez, what a 15 minutes for Darcy Fogarty. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Steve Saunders, who sort of does little bits and pieces. He is a physio, doing some work on Max Holmes at the moment around his hip flexor.
Stanley down, picked off by Thilthorpe for the Crows. Whacks it up to half forward. Walker clean on the bounce. Shrugs off Humphreys. Goes for glory from 60. If you want to take this town, you've got to get through the king. He's got 2. Adelaide's up by 24 points halfway through the second term. 9-5-59 to the Cats, 5-5-35. Gather round on ABC Sport, your experts Rod Jamieson and Peter Bell.
Well, we were fixated on the big Adelaide trio. Walker gets a second and a great centre clearance from Riley Thilthorpe, fresh off the bench. And this is alarming for Chris Scott, 17 marks to 4 in this second quarter. So Adelaide controlling the footy and giving their forwards great opportunity.
I saw last week, Jamo had 16 ruck contests, Riley Thilthorpe. In 12 of them, Crows got the clearance.
Yeah, look, he's big and strong too. I know that they don't mind him in there from time to time, but they don't want to expose him to that front-on collision.
The injury risk, Jamo?
Yeah. And particularly with the injuries he's had the last couple of years, just keeping him sound, but he's certainly had a big summer in the gym.
The Jambo Jet, Rod Jamieson and Peter Bell, our premiership pair. Gather round on ABC Sport. Back in the middle. Crows out by 24. No clean takeaway. Dangerfield and Rankin scrapping for it. Still inside the middle of the ground. Smith trying to extricate it. Rankin clever. Taps it to Draper's advantage. He's tackled. Still haven't gone far. Draper gets it back to Rankin. Great tackle. Dangerfield holds the arm. Somehow Rankin got a kick away. Smith knocks it 5 metres in the other direction. Thilthorpe volleyball spikes it forward. Blitz arms at centre half back. Hand pass to Humphreys. Gives it to Mullen. Ugly kick down the wing. Crows with the numbers here. Almost dribbling it to himself close, but he's overwhelmed in the end. Scholl got it to Crouch. Ugly kick to half forward. Fogarty's got to try and clean it up. He's tackled by O'Connor, lost it, and Smith just bangs it away down the wing for Geelong.
High towards the logo. Keane cuts it off, knocked it down to Worrell. Backtracking handball to Nankervis. Tight to the boundary line, did well. Found room to Dawson.
I feel Adelaide have controlled that type of area, isn't it? The contest, the short kick.
The skipper to Fogarty. Fist came late from Blitzarves. Neil Bullen was waiting front and square. Beautiful vision as he swings it into Ben Keys. Diving forward to mark. 30 from home. Slight angle to the left.
Geelong just haven't been able to exit their D50. Adelaide's so well structured and set up. They've sealed it off and just giving their forwards repeat looks. Ben Keys, how about the work rate and the smarts? Just the space that he finds. Kicked 2 in the first quarter. Set up another one and gets another shot at goal here.
Usually matched up on Tom Stewart, who has made a meal of the Crows the last few iterations. Not there tonight with illness. Ben Keys is feasting. Crosses the paint of 50. Keys with a little dribble step. And on the left, he sends it home for 3. Adelaide's got 3 on the bounce and 5 of the last 6. They're up by 30 points at the Adelaide Oval. 10-5-65 to the Cats, 5-5-35. Time on in the second. Gather round on ABC Sport.
I think the Cats have been previously, on 5 occasions this year, have kicked 5 goals in a row and without the opposition scoring. But so it's a little unheard of to actually swip it the other way around, where Adelaide have been able to do that tonight.
Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Still that work goes on from Steve Saunders, who is a consultant for medicine and science for the Cats. That's his official title. Doesn't wear a bib like the other physios or go out on the ground. He's a hamstring specialist, just wrapping up those works like he's getting right into the solace there of Max Holmes. Given his hamstring troubles, just a tad concerning that is.
About to ask if he had any specialty areas. Thanks, Ben, for that. The latest on the bench as O'Brien wins it down. Dawson out of the middle, kicks to centre half forward. O'Connor punches it away for Geelong. Out in front of Peatling. Spin move out of traffic. Still at half forward for Adelaide. Hand pass, they miss Keys. Ball stays alive. Keys just gets the Geelong defender out of there. Hand pass to Draper. Sells the dummy. The party tricks out for the Crows. Handball goes back to Peatling. Still a scoring threat. Kicks to full forward. But getting back there is Bowes, who takes the intercept mark. Steve Saunders, hamstring specialist, gets a lot of mentions on our coverage. Our man Benny's always got his eyes on what he's up to on the Geelong bench.
He's been at 4 or 5 clubs now too, Steve. He was at Adelaide at one occasion.
I'm at North Melbourne.
Short kick away to O'Connor, who goes long down the wing for Geelong, but it's coming back. Crouch for Adelaide. Hand pass away to Nankervis. Hand pass made it tough for Crouch. He keeps his feet. Still a ball there to be won on the wing, and Atkins goes and does just that. Hands it out to Cameron for Geelong. Hand pass to Myers, away to Stengel. Little shimmy, slips the would-be tackler, kicks to full forward. Dangerfield, he'll get a free kick for the front-on contact, and Danger gets it 20 out straight in front.
One of the few times Adelaide have just been overusing the ball. I guess Geelong were good enough to turn it over, and when Danger's goal side and Stengel's running with not much pressure on him, you know how it's going to end.
They had the footy, didn't they, too?
They did.
They just fumbled in that contest. It got out, and Hinge almost had Stengel as well. Once it gets over the back, difficult to do front on.
So as it sits at the moment, it's a 30-point game on the back of that Keys goal. And Adelaide have dominated this second term. They've kicked 5 goals to 1. Dangerfield against his old mob. Skips in, goals, and keeps Geelong in it. A second for the champ. And Geelong progressed to be 6-5-41. They trail Adelaide, who are 10-5-65. Back to a 4-goal game. Time on in the second term. Gather round on ABC Sport. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
All good from down here, Gord. Max Holmes has made his way back out onto the ground, so he's all set.
Riley O'Brien still winning it in this second quarter. Saligo, clearance work. Crouch as well. Bailey Smith is keeping the Cats in it where he can. And Max Holmes is having some sort of second quarter too with metres gained. He is up to 278. And we spoke about Jordan Dawson slow to start, but he's at 326, leading the way for Adelaide. And Ben Keys not far behind.
The superstar is shining under the gather-round spotlight. It's the opener on ABC Sport. O'Brien taps it down looking for Rankin. Ran past the footy, too much momentum. Will get a second chance as he works his way past Stanley and then ran straight into Miller, who didn't see him coming. Ball rockets out. Up to half forward for the Cats. Bowls towards Atkins. Shoots a handball forward. Stengel tried to paddle it on. Ricochets out. Tackle laid. Kick on goal. Going through. It was a desperate dive and Shannon Neal's made it work. He's got his first of the night as the Cats just scrubbed it on. It was ugly, but it's home. And the margin, just like that, down to 18. 10-5-65 the Crows. The Cats 7-5-47. Time on in the second on ABC Sport.
When the footy's so deep in your defensive area, it's hard to actually run and create. And we saw the first part of this second quarter, Geelong just couldn't get it over the centre. And now they've actually started to win 2 clearances. They've got it over the back. They're applying pressure to Adelaide across that half-back line, keeping it alive. And not surprising, when Atkins gets involved into the contest, Geelong seem to win the footy.
Andy from Wodonga. Nice word, Mr. Bell. Apoplectic. We all get that way sometimes off the SMS.
Could have just said angry.
Might need a definition for that.
2 in a row for Geelong. Back to an 18-point game. Can they close the gap a little further before half-time? Smith gets the centre break. Kicks to centre half forward. No mark for Michael Annie. Spills down Adelaide's way. Hinge was pushed in the back. He'll get the free.
They're really pressing here, Geelong, stating the obvious with the last 2, but you can feel their intensity has lifted a little bit. They had to.
Still 5 minutes. Plus time on to go in this second term. Hinge stabs the pass out wide to Isaac Cumming.
Had a good quarter, Cumming.
26-year-old unrestricted free agent. Crossing over from the Giants. He goes back and across. The short kick to Nankervis. Housemate of Saligo and Rochelle as he kicks very wide. Just got it to Neil Bullen. Hand pass comes inboard to Cumming. He sells a dummy around Atkins. Long kick to half forward. Walker, good body on blitz. Halves takes the mark.
Has he got the range here? You think he's got the range, hasn't he?
He's absolutely every chance just to go out to the right. Well, he's going to go short.
He's kicked 2 already. Stabs it very short to Fogarty. He's kicked 3 in the quarter. He plays on. He's got 4. All in the second term. And Darcy Fogarty has lit it up to open gather round. And the Adelaide key forward in the famous number 32 has 4 goals in a quarter. that he's only 25 minutes old. Adelaide back out by 4 goals. 11-5-71. Geelong 7-5-47. A 4-goal lead for the home team. This is Gather Round on ABC Sport.
Well, Darcy Fogarty's right boot is on fire. That was as sweet as you like, and why wouldn't you get it to him at the moment with 4 goals in the second quarter?
I think he's off single figures in golf too. He can hit a sweet ball, and
that doesn't surprise me at all.
Don't know about the moustache, but I'll let him roll with it. He's kicked 4-1 in this quarter, and Benny Cameron down on the boundary. I reckon the Cats are a little stiff. That looked very close to, if not out of bounds on the full.
Yeah, it was actually right in front of me. My gut feel was out of bounds on the full, but the Crows fans are happy to take that one, Jamo.
They'll take a good version of right in front of me, Ben, I reckon, at this town after last week. Tossed up. O'Brien down. Peatling puts his head over the footy, extracts it. Handball out to the runner, missed Worrell. Bouncing towards the broadcast wing. Dangerfield gives chase. Did well to dart away from trouble. Hands it off to Peatling. Couple of fumbles at his bootlaces. Walks it towards the boundary line. And Dempsey forces him over. Boundary thrown with the Crows up by 24 points. And they're well and truly on their way to raising the bat for the 4th time in 5 games. The Crows averaging 125, and they're already up to 71, Belly. Tossed in. Stanley from behind. Won it down, sharked by Dawson. Handball smothered by Smith. Picked up by Peatling for the Crows. Hands it to Rankin. Then O'Brien nearly stripped by Manor. Stood his ground. Got a second bite. Dawson from 50 heads for home and misses to the left-hand side. Adelaide's getting the run of the mill at the moment.
You'd much prefer O'Brien handballing it to Rankin than Rankin handballing to O'Brien.
I did rub my eyes actually then, Belly.
Leads 25 points on ABC Sport.
Got their roles confused momentarily.
Congratulations to Jane Peatling too, involved in that passage of play. 50 games tonight, along with Max Michaelani.
As Myers marks the kick out. Came his way from Guthrie. Doesn't have anywhere to go. Now he's told to play on. So Philthorpe goes to him. The kick goes over the head of his intended target in O'Sullivan. Adelaide win it, and then Hinch just hands it straight to Myers. Almost like he was on his team. Got it out towards Manor. Now to Smith. Hand pass to DeConing. Smith keeps running. DeConing kicks it. Up into the front half for Geelong. Henry competes in the air. Knocked away from him. Keane did well, but straight into the path of Stengel. Stays in Geelong's hands. Handball to Myers. Handball to Henry. Gives it back to Nevitt. Kicks inside the forward 50. Cameron reaching forward. He's got it. Third attempt takes the juggled mark right half forward.
Slowly working his way into the game, Jeremy Cameron. He's only had 1 disposal. You don't want to leave him for too long, though. Sort of dangerous. He started on the wing, and now working his way to half forward and deep forward. Is he going to snap or go back and drop punt?
He did sort of squeeze the footy, didn't he, in characteristic fashion. I thought for a moment he might have kicked across the body, Jamo, but he's going the traditional drop punt. Kicked 6 last time they met. He still hasn't got one tonight. And we're almost at the half. 29 minutes into the second term. It is Adelaide who lead this game. 11-6 over Geelong 7-6, so a 24-point buffer. Moments before half-time on ABC Sport.
Miller popped it short to Hinge, who was dealt with by Dangerfield.
Overzealous on the mark, Paddy.
50 metres straight up the corridor. Hinge will march towards the centre circle and spots a target on the broadcast wing.
That hurts.
Matt Crouch, uncontested. Fluoro green boots tonight for him. Forward of the Gather Round logo. Unsure what to do. Looks forward and back and finally just drives it into the 50. A hit and hope that's picked off by Mitch Nevitt. Floating across the pack. Dealt with a plantar fascia issue last week. Hasn't kept him out for long. Short pass for the Cats. Here's Holmes. Adelaide by 24. Geelong moving it through the eastern side. Henry strong. Outmarks Curtin. Looks over the top to no one. Keane is waiting in front of the Williams stand for the Crows.
Wants to move it on in a hurry, does so, finds Keys. Chips the pass over oncoming traffic. She got a hand on it, Bledsoe's. Now it's in the rubble, socket away by Keys and finds the safety of the boundary line. Took a deflection and we'll have a boundary throw in. Rick from Margaret River Belly. Hey, Peter, never fear. Multisyllabic nuance is always appreciated by many of your listeners. Great work, team.
Lovely part of the world, Margaret River.
Nice to hear from you, Rick. Keep them coming. 0437 774 774, the SMS number. Peter Bell and Rod Jamieson, our premiership pair tonight on ABC Sport. Corper Middlemass and Aaron Bryant's calling the footy. Ben Cameron across everything down there on the benches. So we've got another ball up here from the boundary throw-in. It's Adelaide by 4 goals. They did lead by as many as 5 goals, and Darcy Fogarty's kicked 4 goals in the quarter alone.
Played a pre-season game down at Margaret River. It was about 42 degrees.
Against the Dockers or the Eagles?
Eagles.
Here's Nevitt. Surge kick forward for the Cats. A one-handed effort from Keane. Couldn't trap it. Myers, the silky foot skills as he just sockers it inside 50 to Cameron. Cameron looks back corridor. Stengel gets to it on the hop. Tries to retreat. Runs into Saligo. Got a hand pass away. Dempsey. Extra handball. And a goal. Picked up by Bowes as he tumbles at goalward. And he's got it there. And that will not please the locals. Another one back for the Cats, and Adelaide's lead trimmed to 18 points on the stroke of half-time. Adelaide 11-6, Geelong 8-6. 32 minutes gone, second term. Gather round on ABC Sport.
I thought Geelong were going to mess that up between Dempsey and Stengel running into each other's space after Jeremy Cameron found the space with a beautiful kick inboard. If I had to be critical, Jake Saligo needed to nail that tackle on Stengel. He got his arms free, which the modern player is so adept at doing, and Bowes kicks a vital goal for Geelong.
Was it holding the ball?
Oh, let's have a look. He was... No, it didn't hold him long enough, and he was able to handle away. But you're right, Belly. I think in terms of being critical, the defence would actually say he's got through 3 players. Shouldn't have been able to do that.
He's so strong, Saligo. You'd usually back him to nail that tackle.
Crows by 18. Dying stages of the second term. O'Brien rips it away from Stanley and then loses control of the footy like a bar of soap. Holmes off a step into the 50. Cameron presents. Marching with ferocity out of the goal square. So much momentum that he launches himself out of the 50, but holds on to the pill. He'll have a set shot, slight angle to the left.
Clearance is out of the middle. Certainly, whichever team is winning them is going forward, and a lot of the time, high percentage scoring.
6 goals last time they met. Quiet tonight so far. Jeremy Cameron looking for his first of gather round. Kicks from 45, never in doubt. Jez is on the board, and we've got a 2-goal game heading into half-time. Adelaide 11-6-72, Geelong 9-6-60. Your experts on ABC Sport, Premiership Crow Rod Jamieson, Hall of Famer Peter Bell.
Full credit to Geelong, Jamo. They've responded, and it's a 6-5 second quarter, and 2 goals in pretty much the last minute for the Cats.
The return inside 50s. The Cats have gone 10 times in this second quarter to kick 5 goal 2. You'd think Adelaide, the way they've played this quarter, should be further in front. 18 inside 50s and have returned a 6 goal 3, but the Cats really dangerous.
We got a game. There's no doubt about it. There were moments in this quarter where we felt, geez, Adelaide are about to run away with this. They led by 30 points, and now Geelong have kicked 4 of the last 5 in the game.
And a centre bounce free kick here to Pat Dangerfield as well.
Pushing against the clock. Dangerfield runs out of time. Geelong going forward right on the buzzer. And that is half-time to start gather round. 20 goals and a half of footy. 11 for the Crows, 9 for Geelong. And you throw it all together, 11-6-72 leads 9-6-60. A 12-point spread at the half in favour of the local team, the Adelaide Crows. The whole competition in town for the weekend, the 3rd edition of Gather Round. And at half-time, it is the Crows who lead it by 12 points. Now, the goal kickers, Darcy Fogarty kicked 4, all of them in that quarter. In fact, all of them by the 25-minute mark of that second term. So an extraordinary quarter of footy. He's up to 16 for the year in just his 5th game. Ben Keys has kicked 3, Taylor Walker's got 2, and then singles for Curtin and Rankin. Meanwhile, for Geelong, there's a bigger spread here. They've got 8 different goal kickers. Dangerfield, the only multiple goal kicker with 2. And then 1 each for Cameron, Bowes, Dempsey, Neal, Henry, Guthrie and Close. So 8 different goal kickers for the Cats on a night in which they fronted up without Tom Stewart. He misses with gastro. So 4th time in as many weeks the Cats spring a late change. Ted Closey starts as the sub. Zach Taylor is the sub for Adelaide, and neither of them have been used in that first half of footy. Off the SMS, Darnay says, great to hear the call from Gather Round. Thanks, team. Listening from sunny Perth. Thursday night even better because the daylight saving is over. Nice to hear from you, Darnay. Of course, first week we were a little closer together on the time zone after that change last weekend. Tom from Benalla. Hi, team. Enjoying your audio while watching the TV coverage. Great to watch the screen and even better to listen to true football professionals. Thanks, Tom. Appreciate that. And from Mark in Adelaide, what consecutive game is Ben Keys playing tonight? He's playing his 111th consecutive game tonight, which is the number one for Adelaide. And it also means, Jamo, incredibly, he has not missed since joining the club.
His durability too, when he came, it's sort of that second, third hand. No one really knew much about him, but his work rate, as you see during a game, and then his ability to work his way into the leadership group too. And we just see him run, the gut running that he provides, but now returning with scores is exceptional.
It's the gut running, but also it's the really clever positioning. He knows where to go to find the ball, and 3 goals and a half. He's been a goal-scoring threat for a number of years now, but a real team-oriented player with his hard running, and occasionally Ben Keys just blows up his opponent, to be perfectly honest, such as his running power.
Keep us going with your analysis, Belly and Jamo. So 12-point lead for the Crows at half-time. Interestingly, Adelaide kicked 5 of the first 6. They led by 30 points at the 20-minute mark, and then when we ticked into time on, Geelong with 4 red time goals to 1. So as a result, they trimmed what was a 30-point deficit to just 12 at the half.
Well, I think Chris Scott's team, the Cats, they're actually better kicking side than what they've actually shown tonight. That's probably an area that has let them down. They tried to match Adelaide in that first quarter the way Adelaide started, and they are a better team when they go longer. They're the number 1 team in the comp too for the kick-to-handball ratio, so they get that to right, which means that they actually meters gained going forward. So credit to Adelaide, where they've been able to restrict them and not allow them to cover that off. So they've defended really well. So Adelaide have done so much well tonight, and albeit it got out to 30 points at one point. Yep. The ability, we know that the Cats are so damaging because you know that they're actually going to come and they can turn it on for a couple of minutes. And Belly, we saw then, with Jeremy Cameron just being able to do that and create something as well. And Patrick Dangerfield sitting more up forward than he is, and Ollie Dempsey. So they've got those targets, and they don't need 5 or 6 minutes, and as they've shown with 10 inside 50s in that quarter, they've been able to manage 5-goal too.
It's certainly the indication of a really experienced and good team, really. Your ability to wrest momentum back for a period there when it got out to the 5-goal margin. You're thinking Adelaide could kick away here, but gradually you could feel Geelong's intensity lift, and they were able to capitalise with those goals in red time, which would frustrate Matthew Nixon, the coaching team, enormously, but, a quality outfit. They didn't panic, Geelong, and they've kept themselves well in touch in this match. But for a while there, I was really impressed with how organised Adelaide were. They just weren't allowing Geelong any ability to clear the ball out of their defensive 50, getting repeat looks. Darcy Fogarty kicks the 4 goals for the second quarter, and Ben Keys 3 in the first half. They were the major beneficiaries, but credit to Geelong. They lifted their intensity. They really surged the ball inside 50, and they were able to get back into this match.
So just to elaborate on that, Jamo and Belly, for me. So from time onwards, when the Cats were able to kick those red time goals, is that Adelaide falling asleep? Is it more that, or is it more Geelong being able to hang in the game knowing it's on the line? Which one do you lean into more?
I'll probably sit on the fence and say a bit of both, perhaps.
Give me a 51-49.
Well, I'll go with that one. 51 that Geelong lifted, and 49 that Adelaide just... You can't control a quality team without expecting them to try and get momentum back. And Adelaide have had the best of the match, but Geelong are quality, and the main thing is they didn't panic. You just see their experienced players get to work, and eventually it's going to break and you're going to get your lick of the ice cream.
Well, in this second quarter, I spoke about Riley O'Brien winning the hit out. So at one point he would won 6-4 or 6-2. At the end of that second quarter, Stanley is now 9-8 O'Brien, so he's getting his hands onto it. So Riley O'Brien still hits to advantage, but Bailey Smith is now clearance work and also first possession. So I think what is significant is when either team is winning that centre clearance is they've actually gone forward and being able to that first possession and used it well. And Adelaide did that better in the first half of that second quarter, and then the Cats got back into it. But you keep going back, their ability to be efficient when they want to, they go forward, and that's when they better play their football. For 10 inside, for 5-goal 2, the return, that is extremely high with the targets that they have. So I think that possibly answers it. I reckon that's your 51-49 in that area.
4 goals in the quarter for Darcy Fogarty. Any era, that is a hell of a term. And if you put it into the broader context of the season, there's only been 6 bigger bags in 2025 across all 4 quarters, let alone in one term. And Darcy Fogarty, in the space of 25-26 minutes, had four in the term.
And again, just the variety that they've been able to do too. Taylor Walker, he's kicked 2-2. Ben Keys, he's got the 3. You're right, the spread of goals makes Geelong dangerous at the moment. We know Adelaide have predominantly got those 3. but you've still got others that can step up and kick goals. Daniel Curtin kicked one in the first. Isaac Rankin probably a little bit quieter in that second quarter. Normally dangerous. And Alex Neil-Bullen's doing a lot of work across the half forward or middle of the ground to bring others into it too. So they've got the quality there to step up. And I don't think we're not surprised that we come in tonight that Adelaide and Geelong was always going to be a quality game.
Tom off the SMS, enjoying the call, guys. Please remember that the boundary umpires are better at judging if the ball is out on the full than we are. All of the ball has to be over all of the line before it's out. Thanks, Tom. Appreciate that. Our man Ian Burrows runs up and down the boundary, does a great job. We need to speak to him about returning the ball to the player, which he had a little bit of a blooper earlier, but apart from that, he's all over it, and he sits on our floor at ABC Melbourne, so we need to be on our best behaviour around Buzz. Fran from Melbourne. Call me envious, one of my favourite rounds, all the games in one place. I am buzzing, and I don't even care that there's no games in Victoria. Glimpse to the wonderful scenery of the Barossa on the telly. Enjoy, guys. From Fran, you're off there this weekend, Belly?
Yeah. So someone's got the tough job of getting up to the Barossa for a couple of days, so I can't wait.
I think one of the appeals too, Belly, up at Mount Barker, there was the ground was amazing, size of the MCG, but over in the back left was just the wineries and the hills, and I think you'll find that deep in the Barossa in Tanunda, which is a very heavily wine country, you'll probably see the same. It'll be spectacular.
Yeah, the big question will be whether I actually make it to the games.
Sounds like a terrible gig that you've fallen into. Marcus in South Freo, we miss you at... Marcus in South Melbourne, but he's a fan of the purple. We miss you at Freo. Peter Bell. Adelaide May Rouge not converting some of their chances in that quarter. So, interestingly, got the Crows on notice there. 6 goals, 3 in the term to Geelong's 5 goals, 2. It is half-time here at Adelaide Oval, where 2 quarters into gather round all 18 teams in one place. And for just the second time this year, we'll see all 18 teams in action across the same weekend. Keep your thoughts coming on 0437 774 774. Coming up shortly, more of your thoughts off the SMS, more analysis from the Jambo Jet, Rod Jamieson and Peter Bell. Plus, we'll take you through the teams for the rest of the weekend. One of the most anticipated selection nights in recent time. We'll talk about it a little bit more before the third quarter begins in a few moments from now. In the meantime, let's take the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News, I'm Thanmaya Navada. The European Commission has welcomed Donald Trump's announcement of a temporary pause on tariffs. Patricia Tiano has more.
On social media, Commission President Ursula von der Leyen has welcomed the US president's decision to lower hefty duties on countries for 90 days. The move saw a global share surge and manic bond sell-off stabilize, with international markets like the Japanese Nikkei rising by more than 9%. Domestically, the ASX had its best day since 2020, up over 4.5%. Ms. von der Leyen says clear and predictable conditions are essential for trade and supply chains to function, adding that tariffs only hurt businesses and consumers. It comes as the European Central Bank criticized the US's latest actions, saying they've eradicated their trust in the American dollar.
The Finance Minister is criticising the Coalition's promise to set up 2 future funds that would use mining windfalls to pay down debt and finance infrastructure in the regions. Nationals leader David Littleproud says the new $20 billion Regional Australia Future Fund would be set up to improve healthcare, childcare and infrastructure in rural, regional and remote Australia. But Katie Gallagher says the policy would be bad for the budget and hasn't been thought through.
Now, what it seems Peter Dutton and his colleagues are promising is to establish 2 funds, but to abolish a fund that's building housing and then establish funds that basically entrenches National Party pork barrelling across the country. That is the offer from Peter Dutton. That is the risk.
There are calls for more to be done to help young people access mental health services in regional Australia. Earlier this week, Labor promised a $1 billion package for mental health support if elected. The Coalition says Labor is copying their previously announced policies and just playing catch-up. India Cura grew up in Port Lincoln and says it was hard to get support growing up.
I think especially in regional towns, there's a lot of confusion about how to access support. I mean, in Port Lincoln, there's only a number of therapists available, so wait lists were a real struggle as well.
An Australian has been killed during a fire at a children's cooking school in Singapore. The Singapore Civil Defence Force were called to the blaze on Tuesday morning, which was raging on the second and third floors of a 3-storey shop house. About 80 people were evacuated from the shop house and nearby buildings, with 5 adults and 15 children taken to hospital. The Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade has confirmed it's providing consular assistance to the family of the victim. Rebels in Indonesia's Papua say they've killed more than a dozen people since the weekend, claiming they were soldiers in disguise. PNG correspondent Marion Farr reports.
West Papuan resistance fighters say they've killed more than 17 people since the weekend, claiming they were soldiers disguised as gold miners. Police say the rebels have also captured 2 hostages. Indigenous people in West Papua have been engaged in a long-running battle for independence since the resource-rich region was controversially brought under Indonesian control in 1969. Violence between rebels and Indonesian authorities has increased in recent years.
Making news back home, Shane Howard, the lead singer of Goanna, and a choir made up of Indigenous and non-Indigenous people, have today climbed Sydney Harbour Bridge to spread the message of reconciliation. National Indigenous correspondent Carly Williams was there.
Solid rock. High above Sydney Harbour, Shane Howard from Aussie band Goanna teamed up with the Borrego Choir to sing Solid Rock, the Aboriginal land rights anthem from 1982. They're celebrating next month's 25-year anniversary of when 250,000 people walked the bridge for reconciliation. Shane Howard wrote Solid Rock as a critique of the colonisation of Australia. He's standing by that message.
We have to find a way to get this right in our country.
Shane and the choir filmed a music video atop the Harbour Bridge today to celebrate National Reconciliation Week's theme, Bridging Now to Next.
And in sport, Australian sprinter Gout Gout has broken the 10-second barrier with an illegal tailwind at the Australian Athletics Championships in Perth. The 17-year-old Queenslander ran a wind-assisted time of 9.99 seconds in his under-20 100 metres heat. It's the first time Gout has run under 10 seconds for the 100 metres, but the performance will not stand because of the illegal tailwind reading. And you're up to date with the latest from ABC News. For more, head to the ABC Listen app.
New from ABC Music.
The Wiggles have joined the biggest stars of country music for their brand new album, Wiggle Up, Giddy Up. Giddy up, down, wiggle up. Out now at abc.net.au/ABC Music.
Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast with Premiership coach Paul Roos. Alongside Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron and Poppy Penny. ABC AFL Daily Podcast. It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app. On ABC Sport, this is the 2025 AFL Gather Round, live from South Australia.
Stanley down, picked off by Thilthorpe for the Crows. Whacks it up to half forward. Walker clean on the bounce. Shrugs off Humphries. Goes for glory from 60. If you want to take this town, you've got to get through the king. He's got 2. The skipper to Fogarty. Fist came late from Blitzarves. Neil Bullen was waiting front and square. Beautiful vision as he swings it into Ben Keys. Diving forward to mark, 30 from home. Keys with a little dribble step. And on the left, he sends it home for 3.
Coming, he sells a dummy around Atkins. Long kick to half forward. Walker, good body on Blitzarves, takes the mark. He's kicked 2 already, stabs it very short to Fogarty. He's kicked 3 in the quarter. He plays on. He's got 4. All in the second term.
O'Brien rips it away from Stanley and then loses control of the footy like a bar of soap. Holmes off a step into the 50. Cameron presents. Jeremy Cameron looking for his first of gather round. Kicks from 45. Never in doubt.
This is the 2025 AFL Gather Round on ABC Sport.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Adelaide by 12 points. The sounds there from an explosive second quarter, 6 goals to 5. And in the end, it was Adelaide's quarter early. They kicked 5 of the first 6 goals. It was Geelong's quarter late. They kicked 4 of the last 5 before half-time. The 2 teams are making their way back out there as the Cats burst up out of the tunnel on the eastern side of the ground, and Adelaide from behind the goals at the Riverbank stand end And what is the start to gather around this festival of footy for the third year running. All 18 teams in the competition make their way to Adelaide. Of course, that means we've still got 8 games in front of us. For the first time, though, this is the third edition of Gather Round. There'll only be one Friday night game, Belly, this year. So it'll be Collingwood and Sydney, who will play each other here at Adelaide Oval tomorrow night. So the last couple of years, we've had the early fixture on the Friday. I think your Dockers were involved in one of them. But not to be tomorrow, so standalone Friday night footy.
Well, one game, but a pretty good one. It promises to be. Some big outs for Collingwood, obviously, with De Goey, Schultz, Dan Houston out with the suspension as well.
I'll see if they can try and cover that off up against the Sydney Swans tomorrow. So Swans are going to wear a special event jumper. We've seen a lot of teams this weekend. Have you seen the Sydney one?
It's very white.
It is all white, basically, except for an outline
of the Opera House.
Of the Opera House, and that's it. That's the only thing they got on their jumper. So that'll be Friday night footy tomorrow night here from Adelaide Oval. The Swans with the same team that beat North Melbourne. Then we're into the Saturday slate. It starts early, so you've got to be ready to go here. 12:35 Eastern time. That's just after midday local out in the Barossa. You'll be there, Belly. You got both your teams this weekend. The Mighty Roos up against Gold Coast on Saturday in the early time slot. Finn O'Sullivan, the number 2 pick, is back for North Melbourne. Meanwhile, for the Gold Coast, just the one change. Nick Holman comes in for the injured Connor Butterick. Then at Adelaide Oval, where I'll be for Carlton and West Coast. The Blues have brought back Harry Mackay, who's missed the last 3 games due to personal reasons, so he's back. One of 4 changes, only one of them forced for the Blues. And as much of a story is the West Coast selection, so Waterman and Liam Ryan among 4 ins. Tim Kelly has been omitted, as has Tom Cole, the premiership player from 2018. Then we go to the Saturday twilight slot, and there's the Bulldogs and Brisbane. Brisbane with the same team that beat Richmond last weekend. 3 ins for the Western Bulldogs, including Cooper Hines, who makes his debut.
Yeah, I think obviously Brisbane are going really, really well without hitting their full straps, if you like. But I've also been pretty impressed with the Bulldogs. I think they've been pretty consistent and playing a good brand of footy at the moment. So that promises to be an enticing contest.
Melbourne and Essendon. So Xavier Lindsay comes in for Daniel Turner, who was omitted. That is the only change for the Under Siege Demons. So the question was, will they throw the magnets around? The answer is no. So just the one change there for Simon Goodwin. That brings us to Sunday footy. It all starts at the Barossa Valley with Richmond and Fremantle. There's no Sam Lawler. Unfortunately, he's injured. He did train on Tuesday at Punt Road, but unfortunately he's not playing. And Noah Bolter overlooked at selection as well. So for all the talk all week, he's not there. Hayden Young, Sean Darcy, Liam Reedy, all amongst the ins for Fremantle.
And a bit of interest there for Shea Bolton playing against his old team where he won premierships for the first time.
Has he gone okay since he's...
he's been a bit slow by his lofty standards, but he's gradually building, and his last couple of weeks have been really good.
The last 2 games out at Norwood, Jack Steele and Steve Cornelio both named for their teams between the Saints and the Giants. And then the late fixture, so this is why there's only one on the Friday. We get the extra game to beef up the Sunday slate. Final game starts just after 7 o'clock Eastern, so a true Sunday nighter. Port Adelaide and Hawthorn, the AFL's latest grudge match. So Travis Boak is back for the Power, and James Warple is the likely inclusion for the injured Will Day. So all of that to look forward to. Gather round. You'll hear it all weekend through the ABC Listen app and on ABC Radio here on ABC Sport. Now the NRL tonight at Lang Park. It is the Dolphins 24-6. They lead the Penny Panthers, the 4-time reigning champs, so 24-6 the Dolphins' way at home. Second half upon us here on ABC Sport. You're with Aaron Bryans, the Crows on top by 12.
Dangerfield at full forward. Smith against Dawson. Rankin against Atkins. Stanley rises in the middle with the double tap. Only found Saligo. Tries to hand it to his ruckman. Slapped away by Stanley. Cats get the break. Holmes into the 50. Dangerfield in the goal square. Wrestling with Worrell. It beats both. And Cameron will shepherd it through. It's a goal! All the way from the centre square. Max Holmes has hit the scoreboard with some maximum power. And just like that, it's a 1-goal game to start the third term. 11-6-72 the Crows. The Cats 10-6-66. Gather round on ABC Sport.
They had first look at it. Jamo, Saligo turned it over in the centre, and Max Holmes, his first half was 15 touches and 377 metres gained, and that is Geelong's 6th goal from stoppage, as opposed to Adelaide, who have scored 9 of their 11 from possession gains. So interesting, the 2 contrasting styles. Ideal start for Geelong.
17 seconds, and the value that Dangerfield adds. Worrell too got caught up wrestling with Patrick Dangerfield in the square. He was able to hold him out to allow the footy to roll through.
They've now kicked 5 of the last 6 goals in the game, Geelong, after trailing by 30 points. Time on in that second quarter. Saligo with the centre break here. Kicks out to half forward. Keys goes and gets it for Adelaide. Slick hands to Walker. Kicks into the forward pocket. Phil Thorpe the target. Knocked away from him. O'Sullivan's hand pass turns out to be a turnover. Picked up by Peatling. Gives it to Keys. Centering kick. Scholl turns. Shoots. Behind line. Fogarty marks. Just inside the field of play. And number 5 might be on deck here.
Multiple options in Adelaide too, didn't they? They just couldn't hit the one they were after as he's coming board.
Oh, he retreats back. Just got it to Saligo. Might have been touched on the way through, and the umpire, they've overruled. He thought play on originally, and now he said it's a mark.
I thought that he did mark it, but it's interesting that the umpire is...
I just assumed it must have been off the fingertips. He was so hot on the whistle to say play on, and then the overrule comes, and now he's got a shot at goal.
Someone was talking into his earpiece, maybe.
Wow.
The umpire, like, he's only a couple of metres away, and he was actually in the right position, you felt, but the umpire 50 metres away has called that.
So Jake Saligo, after all that, gets a look at the sticks, 45-degree angle, 30 metres out, but misses near side. And that's a let-off. Geelong are coming. They kick the first goal of the second half. Adelaide's lead now 7 points, 2 minutes into this third term. We'll get to Ben Cameron in just a moment.
Exit for the Cats through the eastern wing. Holmes with a deep kick up to centre wing. Dempsey's waiting wide of the logo. Takes the mark front of the pack. Heading in the Stanley direction, just lost O'Brien. Backtracking, didn't know when the ball was dropping. Stanley takes the uncontested mark, heads for Stengel. Miller had got front position, spoiled away. Coming through, Manor, tackled. Dinky kick from Myers, hits up Bowes, trying to break through. He's getting tackled in the goal square, holding the ball. The desperation from the Crows wins out, and it's a free kick in defensive 50. Ben Cameron downstairs.
Belly, you mentioned about whether there was someone just in the earpiece of the umpires. I was sitting with one of the umpires' coaches recently. I asked that question. Couldn't have been stronger. That does not happen. Okay. That was at least their response. No action with the subs. Still Zach Taylor and also Ted Closey. That's not a comment on yours either, Belly. Just that was their response.
Here's Dawson off the back flank. Kicks long down the wing. Spills through to Peatling. Got a hand pass away to Keys. Handball to Walker, and he just pumps it inside the attacking 50. Nice work, Fogarty. Got a fist in there, but the umpire says a free kick. Hanging on to DeConey.
And 50, Scholl played on.
So that'll come all the way back Geelong's way, and it'll take them from centre-half back to win their front half.
Only just under 4 minutes in this third quarter, but there's clearly Geelong are just kicking it longer rather than chipping around and getting it in quick.
Cats have kicked 5 of the last 6 in the game after being 30 points behind. Adelaide by just 7, 4 minutes into the third term. Kick inside a crowded forward 50. Punched away by Worrell. Loose footy half-back for Adelaide. Rankin pick up and kick into same motion to half-back. Guthrie slips through his hands. Humphreys, hand pass straight to Neil Bullen. Guthrie tackles him. Got it out somehow to Rankin. Little kick forward, but straight to Smith. He's off and running inboard. Takes a bounce, doesn't come back to him. Cleans it up to Myers. Kicks inside 50. Dempsey does so well to bring it down. Close up as a throw. From 15 out, Brad Closer went to it at the drop and just hacks it off the deck. For his second of the night, and we got a 1-point game. Adelaide, who once led this by 30, lead it by just a point. 5 minutes gone in the third term. Adelaide 11-7-73, Geelong 11-6-72. Gather round on ABC Sport. Peter Bell and Rod Jamison.
Excellent start from Geelong. They've dominated the early phase of this third quarter, and it's game on. Brad Close, the local boy from Glenelg, soccer from about 20 metres out.
Just opportunist, isn't he, too? Whether it is defensive work, he's just smart. I guess the ability to be able to get involved in a score or bring other players in too. And not surprising, here we are talking about the kicking efficiency. The Cats going at 89% in the early part of this third quarter.
Geelong with 4 on the trot and 6 of the last 7 either side of half-time.
Maintain possession and don't allow the opposition to get it.
1-point game. Both rucks shepherd the drop. Crouch picks it up. Brought down by one arm. Max Holmes relentless and actually dumped him.
Yeah.
Only by holding on to the bicep has he been able to do that. Free kick to the Crows. Crouch Gets underneath the footy. It's a wobbler up to half forward. Double fist from Blitzarves. Fell down towards Cumming. Thrusts the handball wide to Draper. Turned into trouble. He's crutched by Bowes. Ball up. 35 out straight in front for Adelaide. They're kicking to the right-hand side of your radio dial. Down, or up by a point. Adelaide at the moment. Walker down, was looking for Peatling, overran it. Stanley gets the clearing kick. Hits it towards the boundary line on the broadcast wing, and back at the flight, Rory Laird will intercept.
That forward handball or that big looping one out to space can be dangerous, but can also set yourself up too.
Led to the hot spot. They come from all directions. Punched away at the back. Keys had it, lost it. Now Peatling. Handball away to Crouch. Hand pass to Hinge. Extra handball to Dawson. 51 metres out. Curtin tearing back towards goal. The kicks off line. And behind, Adelaide double their lead. They're 2 points in front. 11-8 to 11-6. 7 minutes into the third term. Momentum, though, with the Cats.
Jordan Dawson, 3 behinds.
Humphreys brings it in to right half back in front of the Rashudo stand. Holmes takes the mark. Had Smith as an option running by. Doesn't use him. Now called to play on. Has to send it to centre wing. Stengel the target. Cumming came late. Knocked it straight down to Hinge. And Adelaide on the counter punch have the numbers. He'll swing it inboard instead. Tumbling footy. Rankin makes it work. Hands it to Crouch. Then to Dawson. Inside 50 for Adelaide. Curtin will fly. Caught in a meat triangle. Couple of Cats swarm and knock it over the boundary line. 25 from home, left forward pocket. Crows by 2.
They've defended Adelaide's inside 50s really effectively in this third quarter, Geelong.
Gather round on ABC Sport. Adelaide by 2. Boundary throwing. Philthorpe grabs it out of the ruck. Hand pass away towards Rankin. The fend off. Drop the Sherrin. Regathers to Laird. Kicks to the behind line. Trying to find Keys. Got a hand on it. Trickles out of bounds. And the boundary throw in. Forward pocket for the Crows.
It's on 2 occasions this quarter. Adelaide, they're just trying to find that teammate down, but too close to the boundary line or the goal line. Again, as a defender, get your fist to it, spoil it. You see what's just happened then. It either goes from behind or out of bounds. You need to put it in a more dangerous area.
Walker doing the ruck work, wins it down, but straight to Smith. She kicks a high up and under. Still inside the defensive 50 for the Cats. Coming in the other direction. Takes a courageous mark. Mid-air, 2 players tearing towards it, and Isaac Cumming hugs it to his chest, leaping off the ground, and he'll get a look at the sticks from 30 out.
Really courageous. He had an excellent second quarter, Isaac Cumming, and eyes for the ball. This will be a crucial shot at goal for Adelaide because right now Geelong's got all the momentum.
86 games. He's only kicked 12 goals in his career, not too many.
A couple of them coming here in round 1 against St Kilda. Isaac Cumming skips in, right-footed drop punt, hits the post. So back-to-back behinds for the Crows. They lead by 3 points, 11-9 to 11-6. Hemming Geelong in their back half at the moment. 10 minutes into the third term. Gather round on ABC Sport.
Just got to keep the Cats. Put a foot on their throat, don't you, too?
Holmes plays on and races away with a couple of bounces. 1, 2, 3, all the way to the defensive 50-yard, and then shakes it. Out on the full on the eastern side. Free kick Adelaide. Ben Cameron downstairs.
So Zach Taylor's about to come into the game. There's no one obvious about to come off yet. I'm just musing here, maybe off that short break, whether this is pre-planned, given it's so quick after half-time. Maybe a Taylor Walker. We'll wait and see.
Rory Laird was subbed last week for management as well. Adelaide have moved it to the broadcast swing. 3-point lead at the moment. Couple of awkward handballs putting themselves under pressure, but Rankin gets out of dodge. Hands it to Curtin. Couple of options, they're queuing up, and Philthorpe's in the middle of it all. Surging out of the goal square, takes the chest mark. 45 out, 45-degree angle to the right.
Isaac Rankin in heavy traffic. He just doesn't look like he gets too flustered, even though pressure comes. We talk about Scott Pendlebury and his ability to be able to weave through traffic and make the game look easy. Not too many players can do that.
The leading goal kicker in the comp right now, the Man Mountain, Riley Philthorpe, gives it everything. It's starting left, a little bit of curve. Sits up on the behind line, knocked down. Goal umpire reckons it's gone through.
I'll have a review here. I reckon it looked over the line.
So this is a behind either way.
Either way.
It was knocked through, so call it one way or the other. It's a minor score. Just depends who the stat goes to. I reckon it's gone over the line pretty comfortably there. So it will be a minor score regardless. Adelaide up by 4 points. Ben Cameron downstairs.
Scholl is the man who's out of the game, so he's gone to the back of the bench. His night is done.
Thanks, Ben. Lachie Scholl tapped out. Look out for Zach Taylor in his 10th game, his first of the year.
Quite early for the sub.
Yeah. 4-point lead now for Adelaide. They've kicked 3 straight behinds. And we know what happens in footy when that generally occurs as Humphreys goes wide to O'Connor. Long kick up into the front half. O'Sullivan trying to bring it to ground. Spills to Keane of Adelaide. Hand pass away towards Thilthorpe to Saligo to Nankervis, who runs into a dead end. He got a hand pass away, but it wasn't before he was caught holding the ball. Umpire says free kick. O'Connor takes it. Hand pass to Smith for Geelong. Kicks out wide. Dangerfield couldn't take the juggled mark. And Worrell with a deft touch forces it out of play. Boundary throw in half forward for Geelong.
Spoke about Adelaide being able to keep the pressure on the Cats. 6 inside 50s this quarter for 4 behinds. The Cats have gone in 4 times for 2 goals.
They're the only 2 goals of the quarter so far. A dozen minutes into this term for the boundary throw-in. O'Brien wins it down close to the boundary line. They all miss it and it trickles out again. Boundary throw-in, same spot. Geelong kicking to the Cathedral end in this third quarter, which is now 12 and a half minutes old, and the lead for Adelaide is just 4 points.
It looks glorious in the primetime spotlight as well, Corby. Beautiful backdrop at Adelaide Oval to start gather round. Tossed in. Thilthorpe took it out of the ruck. Neil tackles him, drops it on his boot, hit and hope. Placed it straight towards O'Connor, who's darting and weaving out of trouble. Around the body, swings it up to half forward. Neil rises early. Whistle. Free kick. Dangerfield at the back takes the advantage. Spears it in towards the top of the goal square. Knocked down. Blitzavs hands it to Close. Lost the footy in the tackle. Spills towards Hinge. He's spun in the washing machine. Got it out. Crouch. Too much momentum. Loses his footing. And Bowes forces him over the line. It'll be a boundary throw in 15 from home. Left forward pocket for the Cats. They're currently trailing by 4 points on ABC Sport.
How good Max Holmes' game has been.
Yeah. Boundary throw-in. Neil knocks it down. Atkins gets his leg free. Kicks goalward. Dempsey in the goal square takes a hanger. The rising star shows us just how high he can go.
Well, no debate about that one. It was right up very high then, and he's an incredible athlete, Ollie Dempsey. Not overly tall, but boy, can he jump.
And Mark Keane just dropping back in the hole, provided the perfect step ladder. Dempsey off a couple of steps, slots it through, and Geelong are on top in this game. A second for Dempsey, and from 30 points down to 2 points in front. Halfway through the third quarter, the Cats have come all the way back. They've kicked 7 of the last 8 goals. Geelong 12-6-78. They lead Adelaide 11-10-76. Halfway through the third term, Rod Jamieson and Peter Bell on ABC Sport.
And they've just been willing to take ground in this third quarter, Jamo. 26 disposals for the quarter, and 21 of those have been kicks, just the 5 handballs. So get the Adelaide defence under a bit of pressure. And 3 goals have eventuated.
Yeah. The 6-goal margin is really easy to get back, isn't it, too? I mean, we've spoken about in this game, but I don't know what it is, if it's 8 or 10, even though 6 is just easily conceivable to shut down pretty quickly.
It's become their brand, Geelong. They love a goal spree. Now they're in front. Thilthorpe in the ruck against Neil, won it down. Falls onto the footy, and it's a pile-on. Ball up.
Third lead change, but first since the opening quarter. We had 2 lead changes in the opening term.
Toss into the air. Neil edges out Thilthorpe. Head over the footy, Crouch, buffeted off it. Thilthorpe wrenches it away, brought to ground, shot a handball towards Draper. It's towed away from him by his teammate and finds Neil for Geelong. Flung it out towards Atkins. Kicks through the centre circle towards the 50. Dangerfield late. Flew over the top, couldn't control it. Nevitt edged away. Dawson tries to tackle Henry. Coming through, tackle laid on Mullen. Manages to get it out to O'Connor. On the left, spots a target in front of the scoreboard. Dempsey stays down. Worrell rises, knocked it down, then receives the footy, and the Crows can exit to the eastern wing.
A long kick, but it's to a contest. Mullen breaks it up, spoils it out of play.
Drury Laird so smart in that contest too. Be able to win the football, bring it to ground, and on the ground get the handball up. Players just so bright, like they hit the contest hard. isn't it? And they're almost hoping that you'll either get high or both teams.
Cats have kicked the last 5 goals either side of half-time. Philthorpe in the ruck, palms it down to Crouch. He took on the tackler, lost. Atkins got him holding the ball.
So Adelaide with an extra behind the ball, which means Geelong clearly have one around the contest.
Hand pass to Smith. He goes darting through, kicks inside 50 for Geelong. Oh, through the hands of Keane. Hitting up, spills the mark, got rid of Henry, makes up for his mistake. Tumbles a kick in the Crouch direction. It clean bowls him and goes out. And the ump says boundary throw in on that eastern wing. It is Geelong who lead this game by 2 points. If you've just gone in to pick up the fish and chips and you're wondering what on earth happened there, it was Adelaide by 30 points. And Geelong have kicked 7 of the last 8 goals in the game, including the last 5 unanswered. And the Cats, halfway through this third term, lead it by 2 points.
A couple of pieces of butterfish would be nice.
Tossed in on the eastern side. Philthorpe's tap sharked by Nevitt. Handed it wide to Smith, and now Dempsey curling it towards the 50. Big fist coming from Miller. Tapped down to Henry. The volleyball spike towards close is picked off. Miller will go for a run on the eastern side. Kick in the direction of Walker. Couple of bites. Takes the mark. Adelaide surging forward now. Wheels inboard on the 45 to Neil Bourne on the logo. Just looking for an option. Finally gets one. Miller running by in shotgun. Sends it into the 50. Mark taken by Taylor. He's crunched late, but they will pay it this time. And a set shot to come for the Crows. 25 out, tied in the left forward pocket.
And that extra in defence really worked for Adelaide there. It's Wayne Miller, who was involved 3 times in that phase of play, delivered it deep to Taylor, who's just come into the game as the sub.
It's the handball receive, how important too. Just followed it through. Being able to find that kick to Zach Taylor. And only just managed to do it. The defence of 2 Geelong players being able to get to the contest, but couldn't shut it down.
Just his 10th AFL game. Zach Taylor comes in, leans back from 30 and has been activated. Super finish from the sub. Adelaide's back in front. 4th lead change of the night. They're up by 4 points. 12-10-82 to the Cats. 12-6-78. Approaching time on in the third. Gather round on ABC Sport. Your experts, Premiership stars Rod Jamieson and Peter Bell.
And the value of that kick inboard, it was Tex Walker, gets it on centre wing, looks corridor, and was able to execute a dart that really set up the play for Adelaide. Miller streaming through the centre. Taylor ends up with the goal.
Well, just another example of how important and how quickly defence can shut it down. You've either got to nail your target or give it to the advantage of to make it difficult, because defence will lean off. They won't go man on man. So the kick has to be good, and it was.
Timely goal. Crows back in front, lead change number 4. And the lead swinging on the last 2 goals in the game. So Crows by 4 points. O'Brien and Stanley back in the middle. The ruck share it down. Picked up by Nevitt for Geelong. He's tackled, taken to ground in the heavy tackle there from Crouch. Make sure he's going nowhere fast.
Fogarty the deepest Adelaide forward. Jezza for Geelong at the other end.
The Cats have won 7 of the last 8 between these teams. O'Brien down to Rankin. Clever just paddles it into the path of his teammate there in Taylor. Kicks inside the forward 50. Hitting up is Fogarty. Can't collect, but knocks it away to his teammate Neil Bullen. Back to Fogarty. Kicks inside 50. Saligo. Great half volley pickup. Got it away to Peatling. Hand pass to Draper. Outside of the right boot. The young gun goals. And Adelaide with a couple of quick ones in return. And it's the Crows back out by double digits. 20 minutes into the third term. Adelaide 13-10-88. Geelong 12-6-78. And young Sid Draper knocks up his 3rd goal in AFL footy.
Fogarty impacted. Jake Saligo bodylined the footy, as well as a good contest in the air from Tex Walker that gave Adelaide their first look. And you just got to love what Sid Draper then did just then. Athletically so ballistic, but also the confidence to go at goal. And an audacious attempt on his right boot. He's going to be an exciting player, or he is an exciting player, but he's going to play some great footy for Adelaide.
Explosive.
It wasn't it?
He is really. That's what is a real jet, and he's one wood for him at the moment. In contest, explosive on the right. I think Matty Nix wouldn't like it at the minute that Adelaide had kicked 34 and handball 28. It's too close to one-on-one. They've got to move forward and cover ground. Put Geelong defence under pressure. The Cats are kicked. The handball ratio is 2-1.
Crows by 10, and the crowd have found some energy in the middle. Quick tackle late off the right tap. Free kick Adelaide as Holmes is crunched by Peatling. Gives it off to Crouch. Wormburner that scrubs its way to half forward. Neil Bullen with the fumble then becomes tackler. We'll get a ball up at half forward. So the Cats had 5 goals unanswered either side of half time for the 6th time this season, the most of any in the competition. Adelaide have answered back with back-to-back majors. Tossed up, one down towards Crouch, gives it to Neil Bullen, lowers the eyes and delicately places it to Walker. He wants to keep going, hands it to Neil Bullen, kick towards Fogarty, picked off. And Geelong will get away with one. Now in the left back pocket in front of the Riverbank stand, Jack Bowes will get the exit.
It must have been touched, was it?
Yeah, not 15, and Texas, he's looking pretty ginger. Ben Cameron will keep his eye on that.
Bowes long down the line. Stengel, hand pass back into dispute. DeConing left it behind. Mullen goes and gets it. They all set on top of him. Ball spits out again. Close can't collect. Worrell, hand pass, trying to link up with Saligo, out of bounds.
Not coming from the ground, Tex. Not that he could at this stage anyway, but he's gradually looking a little less impacted by pain.
Adelaide didn't wait long in the third quarter to make their sub. Lockie Scholl out of the game, a tactical sub. Brought Zach Taylor in. He's kicked a goal already from the boundary throw-in. Atkins clipped high. Late whistle. Sent it going forward, and they thought about the advantage. And in the end, the field umpire said, no, bring it back.
Just slipped high in the tackle, Peatling.
Tom Atkins. 11 tackles last week against Melbourne.
Ooh.
He's looking to switch plays. Miskicked that. Puts O'Sullivan under pressure. Fogarty out after him. O'Sullivan off the back flank. The boy from Albury. Kicks down the wing. Walker involved in the contest. Goes the spoil. Gets a shove from Humphreys close to the boundary line. And Humphreys tackles him out of play, but Walker halves the contest. And a boundary throwing on that eastern wing. It is Adelaide by 10 points, having fallen behind earlier in the term.
And Tex has been able to run the soreness out there.
Thoughts of Peter Bell, Rod Jamieson, your experts. Gather round on ABC Sport. And join us tomorrow from 6:45 Eastern for the Pies and the Swans as well. Tossed in, Stanley won it down. Roll blanket over the fall of the footy. Manor finally gets it out for the Cats. Picked off by Nankervis, spun a full 360. Gets boot to ball that's central towards the corridor. Racing out to meet it is Myers. Got a handball out to Guthrie. Breaks off Draper. Now Holmes for the Cats. Back to Myers, to the broadcast wing logo. Blitzarves into the 50. He's got a lead and he honours it. Stengel darting across the goal face. Takes the mark uncontested. 35 from home. Slight angle to the left.
What a kick.
On his left.
On his left, which he's shown an ability to do. But that was 55 metres. Didn't get too high, and Stengel gleefully accepted the gift.
How quickly a game can flip. All Cats, and for 3 or 4 minutes, all Adelaide, and now here we are, Geelong having another shot on goal, maintaining possession and putting Adelaide under pressure again.
Former Crow, Tyson Stengel, trots in, kicks coming around, and then hooks back late. Minus score on the right-hand side. Crows lead by 9, 5 to play in the third. Ben Cameron downstairs.
Yeah, Taylor Walker has finally come from the ground. It's quite appropriate that for someone called Tex from Texas Walker, he's got a little hitch in his giddy-up, Corb.
Thanks, Ben. As Miller goes long up towards the wing. No mark. Spills down to Nankervis. Hand pass and turnover. Myers for Geelong. Handball to O'Sullivan. Did he throw it? No. Max Holmes with max speed. Bursts through. Kicks to full forward, but turns it over. And the intercept mark for Keane on the behind line. Has it for Adelaide. A 9-point spread. Short kick to Hinge. He's closed down. Oh, Hinge trying to switch play.
Goal.
He's kicked a goal at the opposite end. There's an own goal.
Did that go through, the goals?
I think it did. It counts as a rush behind, so just the one on the board for Geelong. It's Adelaide by 8 points. 25 gone, third term on ABC Sport.
Good cover-up.
Exit for the Crows isn't great either. It's picked off by Henry. Hands it to Cameron. Bailey Smith, full stride. Makes them pay. 2-point game at the Adelaide Oval. Crows 13-10-88. Geelong advanced to 13-8-86. 25 played, third term. Gather round on ABC Sport. Your experts, Rod Jamieson and Peter Bell.
Bailey Smith, 23 disposals, 2 just flying. The highest possession winner on the ground, Max Holmes, 21, going at 71%. But contested football and uncontested ground ball gets Bailey Smith's game, very impressive. Matt Crouch leading the way for Adelaide.
He's been a workhorse, Smith. Just keeps turning up at contests with his running power and gets a goal. I'll tell you what, the AFL, if they were writing out a formula, a high-scoring opening round for gather round, and Adelaide and Geelong are delivering.
I heard your old mate David King speak during the week, Belly, about both these teams top 4 for ball movement, but they're both bottom 7 for defending ball movement. So that's a good little combination that creates with the ball pinging from one end to the other as Dangerfield gets a hand pass as a centre clearance. Got it going forward to Hinge, who handballed straight to the boundary line. And that is insufficient intent. A free kick for Geelong. And Myers to take it. He's teamed down by just 2, having led earlier in the quarter. Kicks inside 50. Reaching for it, Stanley. No mark. Footy comes back to him. Kicks across the half-forward line. And at the drop is Dawson. And the skipper for Adelaide can settle it down at centre-half back. His team up by 2 points. He kicks wide looking for Thilthorpe. Juggled effort. No mark. Close to the boundary line. Blitzarves wants to keep it alive. Runs into Keys. Loses that battle. Holding the ball. And a free kick for Keys between wing and half back. He has it for Adelaide. The Crows by 2. 27 gone. Third term. Gather round on ABC Sport.
Bill Thilthorpe in the competition there too, or the contest. But again, Keys' defensive work and on the half back line.
Down the eastern outer wing. Picked off by Humphreys. Thilthorpe was the target, just couldn't get to the drop. The Swan District's product cuts it off.
Peatling let Humphreys jump uncontested.
The Cats have so many great draft sleepers in their side. Humphreys was the penultimate pick a few years ago in the 60s.
Reserves footy at Swan Districts. Why wouldn't you pluck him onto an AFL list?
Has been tremendous. Combines with O'Connor. And now Guthrie heading to the broadcast wing. Rewards O'Sullivan. Here's another rising star for them. Geelong just continue to find value. Back to Humphreys. Looks central. In the centre square is Bailey Smith, who looks unimpeded by the ACL he suffered last year. Heads towards Mullen. And now O'Connor through centre wing on the eastern side. The Cats methodical with their ball movement. This is what unravelled Melbourne last week. Cameron in his range, wheels around in the Wanganeen stand. Up central for Dangerfield, knocked away by Cumming. Trickles towards the attacking arc for the Cats. Holmes couldn't get low enough. Neil Bullen tackled sliding by Blitzavs and will get a ball up. True centre half forward for Geelong, down by 2 in the third.
No name, no pack drill, but off the SMS. Cats supporter here. Keep up the effort. Go the Cats. Shaz the wife is waiting for Port and Hawthorn. Of course, coming up on Sunday to conclude the weekend. Hope you enjoy your week in Adelaide as Laird from the stoppage kicks to the wing. Fogarty does well to beat O'Sullivan for Adelaide. Hand pass missed coming. Laird tries to clean it up and O'Sullivan the follow-up tackle. The ball's out of bounds. A throw in here. High half forward for Geelong.
Just a lamb roast. Glass of red on Sunday night. 7 o'clock kickoff. Perfect.
Follow it all, of course, on ABC Radio all weekend long as O'Brien wins the hit out for Adelaide, but the Cats on it first. Here's Atkins. Hand pass inside to Matter. Matter caught. Holding the ball. And Peatling got him. He'll get the free kick. And Adelaide win it back on the wing. They got the crowd behind them. They got a 2-point advantage. Half-hour mark, third quarter. Gather round on ABC Sport. The switch is on. Back to Millerer. Out through the hands of Keane, and he kicks to left half-back for Hinge.
Great kick.
Kicks up over halfway. They're queuing up. Crouch marks. Hand pass to Laird. Kicks to full forward. And listen to the response to that. Riley Thilthorpe. And he's the last of the three-headed monster to get involved tonight. 2 for Walker, 4 for Fogarty. And this would make it 7 between them. Thilthorpe, the thrill seeker, moves in, goals. Adelaide extend their advantage. The Crows by 8 points. The Big Three have 7. And that is the number Big Riley wears on his back. Adelaide 14-10-94, Geelong 13-8-86. Approaching three-quarter time, gather round on ABC Sport.
It was really smart ball movement from Adelaide because Geelong were folding back and they had numbers in defensive 50. So if Adelaide went straight line, Geelong would have just intercepted and then bounced the ball out of there. Instead, Adelaide went other side of the ground and then back through the corridor, overlap, and there was nothing the Geelong defenders could do. Such was the ball use of Adelaide.
It's where Adelaide have improved the game enormously too, their ability to be able to use the football. But Mitch Hinds, just that ability, and sitting in a privileged position that we do, just could see it just building up. And if he was brave enough to take the kick, which he was, you get that result.
The run and spread from the Crows has hit A grade this year. Bounce in the middle, O'Brien falls over. Stanley kept his feet, holding free kick to go to the Geelong big man as O'Brien panics. Still enough time to work with for the Cats. Down 8 at the moment. Stanley sends them into the 50. There's a flood of Crows players. Cameron rises above them all but can't clunk it. Miller bangs it out of there. Front spin up towards the eastern side. Beautiful paddle from Fogarty. Hits Crouch, who brushes off Dangerfield. Hands it back to Laird. Through centre wing. Puts it in the path of Keys. Car crashing coming. Blitzav's the other way. Commits. And knocks it over the boundary line in front of the Bashir stand.
It was a great come-forward defence from Blixav there. Had to leave his opponent, but got Geelong a stoppage.
Just forward of the wing, half forward for Adelaide. 17 seconds remaining. Both sides are probably in a position, if they get a good clearance here, to have a shot on goal.
Time ticking down. The Rucks share it. Comes on the wing to Taylor, the sub. Hand pass to Crouch. He's mowed down in the tackle from Atkins. Says keep rolling. Crouch gets a second look at it. Hand pass to Dawson. He's tackled. Did he have the footy? No. Free kick. It won't matter, and Dawson's out of range up on the wing, so that'll do us through three quarters.
The slight shock you heard from the crowd there was because the actual game clock on the screen had been frozen at 19 minutes. So I think the crowd didn't actually realise how long was left until it finally sounded.
Adelaide by 8 points. This is everything we hoped it would be so far, where the Crows led by 5 points at quarter time after a seesawing opening term. In the second quarter, Adelaide pulled away, led by 30 points. They kicked 5 of the first 6 goals in the second quarter before Geelong responded. They kicked 4 of the next 5 to get back within 12 points at halftime. The Cats started hot in that third term. They led the game at the 14-minute mark of the third quarter before Adelaide pulled back in front. They kicked 3 of the last 4 goals in the quarter. And as a result, it is the home team by 8 points at three-quarter time. 14-10-94 over Geelong, 13-8-86. An 8-point advantage to the Crows after falling behind in that third term. We've had 4 lead changes tonight. The goal kickers, Adelaide, and certainly a congested bunch. The big 3 have 7 between them. Fogarty's got 3, 2 for Walker, 3 for Keys. Sorry, I should do that in order. 4 for Fogarty, 3 for Keys, 2 for Walker, and then 1 each for Curtin, Thilthorpe, Taylor, Rankin and Draper. While for Geelong, they've got a whole lot of goal kickers out there at the moment. They have 10. 3 multiple goal kickers, Dempsey, Dangerfield and Close. And then singles for Smith, Cameron, Holmes, Bowes, Neal, Henry and Guthrie. 14 goals to 13 and still a quarter to play, with Adelaide on top by 8 points at three-quarter time. The thoughts of Peter Bell and Rod Jamieson coming up. This is Gather Round on ABC Sport.
The news is moving fast, Rob Zone. I'm going to dive right in.
The brand new season of The Weekly.
The news will cushion my landing, right?
Wednesday nights on ABC TV and ABC iView.
Nailed it.
On ABC Sport, this is the 2025 AFL Gather Round, live from South Australia.
Smith, he's off and running inboard, takes a bounce, doesn't come back to him, cleans it up to Myers, kicks inside 50, Dempsey does so well to bring it down, Close suffers a throw! From 15 out, Brad Close awake to it at the drop, and just hacks it off the deck for his second of the night. Neal knocks it down, Atkins gets his leg free, kicks goal with Dempsey! In the goal square, takes a hanger. Dempsey off a couple of steps, slots it through. And Geelong are on top in this game. Hitting up his Fogarty, can't collect, but knocks it away to his teammate Neil Bullen. Back to Fogarty, kicks inside 50. Saligo, great half volley pickup. Got it away to Peatling. Hand pass to Draper. Outside of the right. The young gun goals.
Exit for the Crows isn't great either. It's picked off by Henry. Hands it to Cameron. Bailey Smith, full stride. Makes them pay.
Miller out through the hands of Keane, and he kicks to left half back for Hinge.
Great kick.
Kicks up over halfway, they're queuing up. Crouch marks, hand pass to Laird, kicks to full forward. Philthorpe, the thrill seeker, moves in, goals. Adelaide extend their advantage.
This is the 2025 AFL Gather Round on ABC Sport.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
You can pick it up there in the highlights, the roar of the home crowd, the majority of them in the house, of course, all rooting for the Crows, and they're on top by 8 points, having got a fair scare in that third term. Geelong hit the front, Adelaide steady up. The home team's kicked 3 of the last 4 in the game. Adelaide by 8 points on ABC Sport. Peter Bell and Rod Jamieson.
Well, we're set up for a grandstand finish. In the second quarter, it was Adelaide who dominated early, and then Geelong pegged them back late in the quarter. Well, the roles were reversed in that quarter. Geelong played really straight. They got the ball in deep to dangerous areas, and they got off to a flyer in the third quarter, but Adelaide came back and wrested control late. I thought that early it was Holmes and Bailey Smith who were doing a lot of damage for Geelong, but as I just mentioned, Adelaide were able to work their way back into the contest, and I'm just feeling, Jamo, like Philthorpe hasn't had a big night, but he got a goal late in that third quarter. Could he be the guy? Could Rankin be the guy? And on the other side, Stengel's been pretty quiet for Geelong as well, and we know that he's a proven goal scorer. So could it be Stengel? Could it be Cameron? This game is it's delicately poised.
But you sort of think about where they're actually going to play. Both sides actually are getting it deep. They could play them both deep, and they've got the ability to run up and get it on the wing and go forward. But for me, in that quarter, it just really typifies the efficiency of what Geelong can do. They had they had more metres gained, but they got beaten in every other metric in that quarter. But yet they ended up kicking 4-2 to 3-4. Time in possession that quarter went to Adelaide 48%, Geelong 34%. So they don't need much of the footy, and when they play that style of football, when they get it forward and cover the ground and get it into the likes of a Jeremy Cameron, a Tyson Stengel, Brian Mize had a better quarter in that third. Matt Crouch is the one that stood up once again for Adelaide. He had 10 disposals, 3 kicks, 7 handballs, just getting a lot of it in and out to bring others into the game.
Your thoughts, keep them coming off the SMS. 0437 774 774 is the SMS number from Annie. Loving the game, love the call and hearing the crowd, and certainly no problems hearing the crowd tonight. They are raucous, as you'd expect. 0437 774 774. Shout out to our man Andy in Wodonga. Always nice to hear from him. And go the Cats from Greg in Geelong. Great game to start the gathering. I'm listening from a lovely spot down on the river. That's the Barwon River. Go the Cats from Greg.
Nice area too. The Cats have gone super small across their half forward. Jeremy Cameron and Patrick Dangerfield are the 2 deep at forward. Riley Philthorpe the other end with Fogarty and Walker, not dissimilar in terms of how they're lining up.
And Atkins and Rankin to re-engage in this crucial centre square bounce.
It's been the perfect start to gather round. Exactly what we were hoping for. Highly entertaining, high-scoring game of footy as O'Brien wins the hit-out. Crows on top by 8 points, start of the final term. Down to Smith, trickles a kick away to Holmes. Turns, kicks to centre-half forward, hands on it from Keane. No mark, spills down. Stengel had a windy trying to soccer it inside the forward 50. Comes to Atkins and Geelong. Hand pass to Mize, his handball missed Holmes. Bangs legs in the end with Keys as the ball spits out to the boundary line. Humphreys there to clean it up. Kicks inside 50, Dangerfield hunting out after it, no mark, knocks it away from Taylor, socked by Dawson, straight to Smith, scrappy kick inside 50, Dangerfield collects, hands it off towards Mullen, he's bowled over, Adelaide win it back, and Keane just says get it out of here.
Launching it to the broadcast wing and backtracking, it's picked off by O'Sullivan. So good last week against the D's and has had moments tonight. Looks to the logo, finds De Koning. Rockets it high and long into the 50 for the Cats. Dangerfield flew, put it down, front square, close missed his boot. Laird tackled without it. Free kick to Adelaide.
Expertly done by Laird there. Drew the free kick. Really smart, using all of his experience.
Connor O'Sullivan too. Brave mark going back with the flight of football. Great composure in his 6th game.
Laird called to play on and Dangerfield closes, smothers the kick, trickles towards Stengel, picked up by Cameron, snaps from 35. It's a 2-point game. Jez has got 2. Geelong aren't done yet. 14-8-92. They trail the Crows 14-10-94. 90 seconds into the final term. Gather round on ABC Sport. Ben Cameron downstairs.
Yeah, still no update on the sub for Geelong, so still Ted Closey waiting to get into the action. Earlier, Zach Taylor into the game for Lockie Shaw.
Well, I was just talking about the experience of Laird, but inexplicably he's allowed Dangerfield on the mark to smother his kick, and Jezza swooped.
Just a fundamental error, wasn't it, in the end? Just get back off the mark, give yourself enough time and space, take 1 or 2 steps to the left or the right, but just great energy and effort by Patrick Dangerfield to defend.
Both good finishing teams. Geelong 3-1 in final quarters this year. Adelaide a perfect 4-0 in final quarters. 2 points the margin. Gather round on ABC Sport as O'Brien wins it down. Smith trying to get a kick away. Smothered on the way through. Still there to be won. Middle of the ground. Holmes tackled by Rankin. Ball up. Middle of Adelaide Oval.
Doing a lot of grunt work, Bailey Smith, at the moment.
O'Brien, first hands on it. Manor, though, comes through, wins it for the Cats. Got it to Holmes, kick smothered, turns out okay. Stanley got a hand pass away, but straight to Laird. He gives it to Hinge. He's upended in the tackle. Says he was dumped in the tackle. Free kick for Hinge.
That's twice. Backman's in this game.
Saw one earlier, Peatling on Mullen as well. Mullins continued to play on, all okay. As the Hinge kick, trying to get it to Dawson, spills the one-hander. They're close, sweating on it, gives it to Smith, trying to hit up Dangerfield. Worrell, great spoil. Got it down to Michael Annie, hand pass to Miller for the Crows.
Squeezes a kick low that bounces its way towards Cumming. Through the eastern wing, Fogarty's on the march, couldn't take the mark out in front. It's a good take on the bounce though, as he backtracks away from O'Sullivan, shares it to Keys. Now Michael Annie wants to go, Holmes just won't let him get by. Tackle, handball shoots out, turnover to Geelong. Atkins, Shepherd's Blitzarves. Guthrie spots Myers floating forward. Takes it in front of the Williams stand. Myers arcs around, swings it towards Dempsey. All alone on the 50. He'll hand it off to Manor and then squeezes the kick central to Cameron. Unselfish. Jez is straight in front, 25 out. The Cats could hit the front here.
They had forwards leaking for Geelong and they had an extra. What a kick from Sean Manor.
I don't want to understate the game. The pressure is immense and the speed as well, but just give the football first time. And a lot of the time, you'll find a teammate.
Cameron starts on the paint of 50. Slide angle to the left. It's been a quiet night for him so far, but Cameron is starting to lift. In the moments that matter. Jez has got 3. Geelong's in front. 4 minutes into the final term. 15-8-98 plays 14-10-94. Our 5th lead change of the night. Geelong on top to start gather round. Your experts, Rod Jamieson and Peter Bell.
They put their foot down here in the early part of the last quarter. Geelong 25 disposals to 11. 16-5 uncontested and 4 inside 50s for 2 goals.
We said at the start of the night, Belly, it'd probably tell us a little bit about both teams, how good Adelaide are. They got a perennial top 4 opponent to measure up against, and for Geelong it's sort of been an up and down start to the season. 2-2, they were okay against Melbourne, 1 at home. I feel like we got a good answer tonight. They're both going to be pretty good, particularly with ball in hand.
Yeah, they're very good ball movement teams, and you'd feel there's a few more twists and turns in this one yet.
Lead change number 5, Geelong by 4 points. Back in the middle, Peatling trying to get a soccer going forward. Holmes, though, picks it up for Geelong. Hand pass to Smith. Kicks to centre half forward. Stengel punches it inside the forward 50. Cameron's got it again. Wheels around onto his left peg. Snaps to the goal square. Dangerfield down there competing. No mark. Hacking it off the deck. Keane outside the defensive 50. It's coming back. Guthrie. Short kick for Geelong to Manor. He's run out of room. He turns it over. Led to Peatling by hand to Crouch. And now to Draper. Has to get around around Cameron, caught. Hand pass goes back to Curtin, close to the boundary line. Philthorpe keeps it alive, knocks it back to Peatling. He fumbles out of play. And a boundary throw-in, 70 out from the Geelong goal. Cats by 4 points, 6 goal in final term.
Smith and Holmes have been really influential at the start of this last quarter for the Cats.
Just most of the night, Bailey Smith, his ability to win the football in the middle of the ground and clear.
They've had 9 between them to this point in this last quarter.
5 for the term, Bailey Smith, 29 for the match. Toss back in. Nevitt couldn't gather. Rankin toes it, then tries to become tackler on Holmes. Handball thrust forward for the Cats is picked off by the Crows. Peatling shrugs a couple. Rides the contact and sends it through centre wing. Blitzhouse with a couple of bites. Stolen and snatched by Fogarty. Handed it to Rankin. Tried to handball forward and then was ripped away from the ball. Trying to draw some free kick. Won't get it in the end. O'Sullivan's done well. Boundary throw in to come. Just behind left half forward for the Crows.
Really calm defence from the young key defender from Geelong, Connor O'Sullivan. He's had a nice night.
Jordan Dawson's moved deep forward for Adelaide.
Cats by 4. Philthorpe battling with Stanley. The Geelong ruckman double tap down towards Holmes. Set upon by a couple of Crows. Ball up to come wide of the logo on the broadcast side. It's Geelong 15-8-98. Adelaide 14-10-94.
98-94. What a scoreline. Still a better part of this final term to play from the restart. Smith again. Hand pass though, a turnover. Crouch kicks it down to half forward for Adelaide. They come from all directions. Nevitt's trying to claim the mark. Guthrie had first piece of it. And now he's tackled by Walker. Crowd calls holding the ball. Ump says ball up. And Guthrie's not happy with the way Walker rode Nevitt in the tackle. The umpire will throw it up. Down it comes to Taylor of Adelaide. Hand pass away towards Rankin. He lost it in the tackle. Bowes squeezes a kick forward. It'll trickle close to the boundary line. And now out. Throwing right on halfway. Corbin, Middlemass, Aaron Bryans, Rod Jamison, Peter Bell and Ben Cameron's on the boundary. Ben.
Our man Steve Saunders into the action again. Just pushing in towards that psoas muscle with Max Holmes. So clearly there's some level of issue there for Max.
4-point lead to the Cats. Gather round on ABC Sport. Philthorpe taps it down. Bounced off the bootlaces of Peatling. Smith gets another touch. That's 30. Only found Crouch. Just the required 15. That was generous.
I think we've got an aspiring physiotherapist downstairs, Corby.
All over it. It's a man of many talents, Ben Cameron. Why not add it to the resume?
Dangerous.
On the 45, back to Hinge, and now the switch to right half back. Keane marks. Spots a target at the defensive edge. Rory Laird, the dual Australian. Bullet pass towards the centre square. Hinge doesn't know what to do with it. Called to play on. Atkins is closing. Gets in. Turns it over. Here comes Geelong. Surging away. Brad Close has 2 to pick from. He'll hit Dangerfield. Puts it down. Won't matter. Danger gathers and cashes in. 3 for the night. Geelong down 30. Now up 10. 16-8, 104 to the Crows, 14-10, 94. Matthew Nix claws for the phone. 9 played, final term. Gather round on ABC Sport.
Excellent pressure from Geelong. They get the turnover on centre wing and Dangerfield streaming forward in space. Tom Atkins involved. It was Atkins who pinned Hinge. He got a handball away, but it wasn't to an opponent, and Geelong pounced.
Just Atkins nailed him too, didn't he? He went on the left, which he's so dominant with, then went to the right. Atkins shut him down, and then the Cats just had runners. And then the space over the back, which is incredibly dangerous for any defender.
Alarm bells for Matthew Nix. 3 unanswered goals to start this final term. 10 minutes in, 10-point lead for Geelong. It's their biggest lead of the night as Neil doing the ruck work. He's beaten by Philthorpe in the ruck. He got it out to Crouch. Hand pass away to Dawson. Kicks Adelaide to half forward. But O'Sullivan at the drop. And the rising star favourite takes the intercept mark. O'Sullivan kicks back inboard. Not sure he meant to kick it in that direction. Through the hands of Dawson. Adelaide win it anyway. Miller. Hand pass to Nankervis. Handball to Philthorpe. Hand pass out wide to Cumming. He shakes Dempsey. And now Cumming with the long kick to half forward. O'Sullivan in the pack again. Spills the mark. Down to Guthrie though with Geelong. Hand pass to Smith. Handball to Guthrie. Fought through the tackle. Hand pass to O'Connor. All short kicks dangerous. Broken up. Close wins it. Still in Geelong's hands. To Bledsoe's. Hand pass to Nevitt. Short kick to half forward. Two Cats collide. Off the scot of Dempsey. Dangerfield keeps it alive. Handball out to Myers. Kicks inside 50 for the Cats. Cameron competes. Falls to Dempsey. Caught. Ball comes out. Keane's got it. Hand pass to Peatling of the Crows.
Jams it out of there. Whacking it along the deck. Bouncing towards Phil Thorpe. Had to go low, the big man. Picks it up. Brought down immediately by Close. Geelong gather. O'Connor to Nevitt. Guthrie. And now Smith heaves it from 60. Got some carry to the goal square. Back at the flight, O'Sullivan couldn't take it. Dangerfield's there again. Patrick Dangerfield has 4. Against the club he played 154 games at. He is punishing them down the stretch. Geelong up 16. 11 played, final term. Ben Cameron downstairs for ABC Sport.
Now, Closey's about to come into the game. O'Sheen Mullen has gone to the back of the bench. The man subbed out for the Cats.
I know it's not good for Crows fans, but how good is this to watch? When the game's on the line, Cameron first and now Dangerfield.
Well, I think I'm going to labour this, and I have done for quite some time, around Adelaide's ability. They're normally so good with their kicking. They're, at the moment, 17 kicks, 20 handballs. That is not the game and the style that they want to play. And they're putting themselves under enormous pressure, but by doing so, they're not gaining any metres. So in this quarter, 346 to the Cats, 750, and inside 50's 9-0.
35 years young and still changing games. Patrick Dangerfield crouched with the centre break here. Kicks to centre half forward. G. Humphreys, did he take the mark? He gets a free for a push. Had a fair bit of it, Lawson Humphreys. Sounds like a poet. Such a beautiful name, and he's a beautiful user both sides of the body as Humphreys goes wide to De Koning. Long kick to the wing. Dawson trying to mark. Broken up by Closey, who's fresh on the ground. In front of the benches. Picked up here by Close. Hand pass away towards Nevitt. To Close. Hand pass, kicks it in fact down towards half forward after receiving the handball. Miller spills the mark, goes back, cleans up his mess. Got it to Nankervis for the Crows, and they are a little Nankervis too. Gives it away to Miller, a short kick to Neil Bullen, who marks it half back. Geelong by 16.
They've got the overlap here. Hinge on the broadcast wing. Turns, kick was poor, split the two Crows. Might work out in the end. Bounces to Fogarty. Over-committing was De Koning. Peatling looks central and spots Rankin. 30 from home, slight angle to the left.
Well, they had to think their way through that, Adelaide, because Geelong, as they have done for the majority of this quarter, not that they've needed deep in defence, have manufactured an extra player back there. So rather than blast it goal to Tex, the kick was good enough backwards almost to Rankin.
Sam De Koning won. Just anticipated, didn't he? Almost got his hand and intercepted, but Darcy Fogarty managed to keep the football in.
Isaac Rankin crosses the paint of 50. Was a musician during the week. He's a rock star tonight. 2 for the evening. Adelaide's back in the hunt. Cats by 10. 17-8, 110 to Adelaide, 15-10, 100. 14 played, final term. Gather round on ABC Sport. Ben Cameron downstairs.
I was hoping to make this point before Adelaide just kicked that goal, but I just wonder whether we're seeing any effects off the short break for the Adelaide Crows. 5 days have looked maybe a little sluggish in this final term. Also, Tyson Stengel just getting some work done. Came off looking a little sore.
It was Peatling who drew the ball back for Rankin. Some nice play also by Darcy Fogarty, who kicked 4 in that second quarter. Adelaide Crows would love for him to pop up again. Fogarty.
Shannon Neal into the ruck for the Cats. Nevitt also in the middle with Atkins and Holmes, who have both been exceptional tonight.
Back to 10 points. The game turns again. Is there another twist left in this as O'Brien wins it down? Dawson tries to burrow in. Comes out to Atkins of the Cats. Handball away to Nevitt. Dumps a kick to centre half forward, but Keane's well set up. Hand pass to Hinge. Kicks in the centre square for Rankin. And the goal kicker from moments ago, he's now got a couple of tries. The barrel miskicks it. And Neil takes the intercept mark, centre half back for Geelong.
Probably not what Matty Nix was looking for there, the barrel from
the
half-back flank.
Not when it only goes 23 metres.
4-1 in the final term. Cats by 10. Kicks down the wing. Hinge trying to take the juggled mark. Unsuccessful. Spills down to Rankin. Turns it over. Cole kicks it straight to Guthrie. Not 15. Tumbles a kick to halfway. Worrell chops it off.
Coming straight back, Worrell towards Hinge. Off balance, keeps it in, flirting with the boundary line. Coming late, Fogarty crunches Blitzabs. Rolls towards the line. Paddled by Neil Bullen to Curtin. Little check side that's curling towards the left forward pocket. Walker had no idea where it was dropping, and it bounces in front of the hill and over the line. It'll be tossed in, 5 out, left forward pocket. Adelaide down 10 and inside 50.
The Geelong have dominated field position. Now is Adelaide's chance to either do something here or get a repeat look at it by locking it in.
Over 200 points scored tonight. Tossed in. Walker gets front position, takes it out of the ruck, tries to barge through, can't break away, drops the footy. Holmes gets him holding the ball.
Signature move from Tex, full possession out of the ruck, but they were good enough to nab him.
Closey to De Koning, marks in the back pocket for the Cats. It's a 10-point lead for Geelong, 17 gone final term. Hand pass away to Max Holmes, who kicks long down the wing. They all miss it. Bounces through to Stanley. Can he keep it alive? He does. Handball over the top to Myers. Geelong down to high half forward. Hand pass inboard to O'Connor. Net solidly, net high. O'Brien with the high tackle and a free kick. Plays on by hand. Dishes it off inboard to Myers. Kicks into the forward pocket. Backpedaling Keane. Goes to Spoil. Can't kill it. Dempsey. Hand pass inboard to Henry. Outside of the boot. Kicks goalward. It'll take a special effort from there.
Hit the post. Behind post.
One bounce into the behind post. So boundary throw in opposite pocket.
Can't they get a goal side runner going, Geelong? They had 2 or 3 streaming forward. Gut running.
And along the boundary too, they've really stretched Adelaide. Used all parts of the ground.
10-point lead for the Cats, 17.5 gone final term.
11 inside 50s.
Tossed in, Riverbank stand end, Neil down looking for Henry, clean take, wrapped up by Nankervis, and he wouldn't let go. The boa constrictor. Free kick Adelaide, they'll take the advantage. Rankin sending it towards Thilthorpe. Clunks it in front of De Koning. Not a lot ahead of him, has to wait. Neil Bullen now breaking. Lawson Humphreys with the fist for the Cats. Hits the deck. Piling on his Blitzabs. Umpire very quick with the whistle. Calls ball up in front of the benches. Crows were up by 30. Geelong kicked 5 unanswered. Hit the front. Adelaide fought back with 2. And then Geelong have done it again. So 2 streaks of 5 goals. They're up by 10. Tapped down by O'Brien. Picked off by Nevitt. Ball up to come once again. So it is the 6th and 7th time this season that Geelong have had a run of 5 goals.
And 2 tonight.
Tossed into the air by Brendan Hosking. Blitzabs down. Dawson's there. Wrapped up by Manor. Dropped it holding the ball. Free kick Geelong on the broadcast wing.
It's got to be really smart here too. I know sometimes a player or players just want to take it on and do it a little bit themselves and say, come with me, but just continuing to bring others into the game.
8 minutes on the game clock, plenty of time. Short kick to Guthrie, long kick to half forward. Stanley flies in the pack, no mark. Taylor got it out for the Crows to O'Brien. Back to Taylor, tackled. Ball spits towards Neil Bullen, spun around 360 degrees, still holding it. Holding the ball. And Guthrie will be rewarded as the tackler. He'll weighed up his options before getting boot to ball, and by the time he'd done that, it was too late. Guthrie inboard to Smith on the logo. Sends Geelong inside 50 on top in the game. Worrell in the box seat. Henry did well to spoil. Keeps his feet. Hand pass to Closey. The sub shoots goalward. Not close enough. He misses out to the right and behind. Geelong by 11 points. 20 minutes gone. Final term. 7 minutes and change on the game clock. Is there enough time for the home team?
16 points would have made it very interesting.
Little 1-2 between Keane and Millerer. He bangs it up towards the eastern wing. Keys felt he was held. Had 3 to beat and Geelong will win out. O'Connor sends it towards Myers. Swings around up towards the Rashudo stand. Coming late, Neil. Crunch the pack. Spills down the Crows' way. Millerer back to Saligo. Spots Draper. Had to wait an eternity for the drop. Coming through O'Connor. Knocks it to Myers. Dempsey off balance. Buffeted over the line but got boot to ball and finds close. Right on the boundary line, left half forward. The Mount Gambier local. Swings it tight into the pocket. Cameron darting away from Keane. Tried the slips catch at full stretch. Couldn't reel it in. And off his fingertips, it's over the line.
As great players often do, game on the line in this final term. Cameron kicked the first 2 goals. Dangerfield the next 2 goals. And the official attendance, by the way, posted at 50,073. So we get to the 50,000 mark here at Adelaide Oval. Boundary throw-in. Atkins goes to handball. He shoots himself and misses. Makes it 2 goals neat. Handy behind, as they say in the classics. So 12 points is Geelong's lead. 21 gone final term. Still time for the Crows. Gather round on ABC Sport.
Centre half back. Worrell, dangerous down the line, picked off by Stanley. O'Brien had to wait for it. Straight towards Manor from 50. Heads for home and misses to the left-hand side. Geelong now up 13 points, time on in the final term.
It's an even handier point, those ones. Makes it a 3-score game. As the kick-out comes to half-back. Mark taken by Michael Annie, sends it down the wing to Keys. Hand pass turnover. Closey for Geelong. Handball away to Guthrie. Short kick finds Holmes. And he marks in front of the benches, turns and looks at the dugout and says, how long we got to go? And they tell him 5 and a bit left on the game clock. Still plenty of time. Geelong by 13.
4 or 5 turnovers this quarter have cost Adelaide.
Holmes long to half forward. Neil loses a one-on-one. Keane takes the intercept mark, goes short to Rankin. He's getting a free. Gee, it's a generous one for a high tackle against Closey. And Rankin's got it at half-back for the Crows. He goes long to Fogarty. Leaks up, no mark. He's getting another free. And Adelaide will pick it up here on the wing. And Darcy Fogarty's going to take it. Geelong by 13 points, 22 gone final term.
4 for the night, Darcy Fogarty, all in the second term. Quite since. Wheels around, true centre wing, Philthorpe direction, it was a little wide. Out the back door, Dempsey hands it towards Guthrie. Well flighted handball towards Holmes, turns, sends it to right half, back rather. Fogarty with the big fist. Went in the Bailey Smith direction. He's pushed away. Picked up by Atkins. Turned into trouble. Picked off by Rankin. Back into the 50. Keys flies from behind. Fist comes from Guthrie. Knocks it over the boundary line. Left forward pocket, 25 out. Geelong by 13 points. Still 5 to play.
Subs, by the way, both tactical. Scholl and Mullen out of the game. Fresh legs on in Closey and Taylor. Boundary throw-in. Oh, she was the ruckman. Did he have his run blocked by Closey? Ump said no, keep playing. And Manor sockers it off the deck up to halfway. Dangerfield crashes over his mate Cameron, no mark. Worrell's kick smothered. Cameron gets it again, centre half back. He's tackled by Nankervis and the umpire says I'll have it. What do you think about Closey getting in the path of the ruckman?
Yeah, it's a free straight away.
Yeah, should have been a free kick, I would have thought.
Gee, they start a long way back to the ruckman nowadays in the boundary throwings. As O'Brien knocks it forward. No free kick for the Crows there. Dawson had it, lost it. Comes out to Manor, lost his footing. And the Sharon picked up by Taylor. Half forward for the Crows. Handball to Dawson. Just got it inside 50. Philthorpe one out in the cage at clean bowls. He and Blitzarves. And out of bounds it goes. Clipping the behind post. It is Geelong by 13 points. There's still 4 and a bit minutes left in the game. In front of over 50,000 at Adelaide Oval and a stoppage deep forward for the Crows.
Reminder that Adelaide have only won 3 of their last 15 games decided by a goal or less. They need some maturity now. Tossed in, O'Brien looking for Peatling. Ruck tap was a little too hot. Holmes whacks it out of there. Long towards centre wing. Back with the flight. Worrell thought he had enough of it and the umpire agrees. Takes the mark, pops up to play on, but he was behind his line and will be pulled back. Crowd infuriated. Worrell instead goes central. In the centre circle, Hinge is there. Not a lot of options ahead. The Cats have got a full zone in play. Hinge picks a gap. Zach Taylor the sub. Game number 10 tonight. Arcs around Manor. No pressure. Sends it central to Keys. Nudged out of the drop. Out the back. Blitzarves. Handball errant. Picked up by Bowes to Cameron. Spots a wide target. Closey can get them going through the broadcast wing. Tight towards the benches and the fist comes across to smack it into the 5th row. Max Michaelani in game 50. Crosstown at Norwood will get a few games this weekend where his father Jim won 4 flags in the Sandful.
Unique ground. I'll be there Sunday. A brick wall down the west side of the ground.
Geelong by 13 points. Late in the final turn from the boundary throw-in. Comes down to Manor. He's tackled, called for a ball up before he kicked it forward.
Stating the obvious here, Adelaide just have to go for it. There's no point in trying to claw their way back in, either win the game or lose it by 4 or 5 goals.
3 minutes to go, 13 points the margin.
Zach Guthrie loose on his own. Peatling's going back to pick him up, but the Cats got numbers behind the footy.
First game to gather around both teams with 3 figures on the board. 113 plays 100 even. From the restart, Smith's hand pass swatted down. He goes in for a second look, hits him in the face, but he gets the footy. And Smith, just a little touch finder, trickles out of play.
That'll be penalised.
30 metres downfield and no problems on the free kick. Insufficient intent, free kick for the Crows.
Take some big risks here, Michael Laney. Can't be safe.
Final 3 minutes, short kick inboard finds Laird. Down 13 the Crows. Laird hits the player on the wing in Taylor. He turns and plays on. Taylor long kick forward. Fogarty the target. No mark. Good work to Koning. Ball spills down to Stanley of the Cats. Hand pass meant for O'Connor. He touched it on the way through. And it ends up out of bounds. So we'll have a throw in here. Half forward for Adelaide. Down 13. Geelong on top. 27 gone final turn.
It was a good look, but just expertly defended by Geelong.
Bailey Smith's got a bit of Carl Dietrich about him, hasn't he, with that big headband?
He's had a bit of footy tonight, 35 disposals.
Has he what?
Cats by 13, time running out for Adelaide, they've got to go. Tossed in, knocked towards close, he couldn't control it. Dawson Buffett's manner off the footy, his handball an errant one. Overhead straight to Dangerfield, darting through traffic. Atkins down the line for the Cats. Flying early, Michael Annie, out the back is close. Toes it towards the 50. Arching out to meet it was Keeney, overcommitted. Henry was at the back, but he fell over the footy. That could have been the sealer. Here come the Crows through the broadcast wing. Mark taken by Cumming at left half back.
Got to go corridor.
Cumming looks in that direction. Holmes awake to it. Bursts through the middle and takes the intercept mark.
The kick was on, just the execution.
Yeah, didn't hit it well,
just
did he?
Rushed himself, yeah, but the kick was there. Now Geelong get to kill the clock.
Holmes to Dangerfield. He's happy to wear the black hat in these parts as he spins the ball in his hands almost provocatively on the wing. And the champ Dangerfield sends it down to half forward. Big leap from O'Sullivan. No mark. Slips out the back towards Keane. Handball to Hinge. Tackled. Caught. Close. Clever. Kicks it into the path of Cameron. Back with the flight into oncoming traffic. And runs full steam into the small defender in Saligo. And he hangs onto it. Jezza in front of the behind line.
Gee, if that was 20 years ago, he might still be asleep. But Jeremy Cameron too, just outstanding. The Cats have been tremendous in this last quarter. Their ability to win the football in the contest, keep the footy moving forward and just apply the pressure. Adelaide just poor execution and turn the footy over.
In the fabled number 5 at the Geelong Football Club. And he belongs in that company, Jezza. 3 final quarter goals from Jeremy Cameron. He's a game winner, all right. And Geelong are out by 19 points in the waning moments. 18-11, 119. Adelaide 15-10, 100. The Cats by 19 points in the late going. And Jeremy Cameron has 4 for the night. 3 in the big-time spot in the final turn. Peter Bell and Rod Jamison.
What about that? Game in the balance, three-quarter time, and then you get 5 last-quarter goals between Cameron and Dangerfield. What weapons Chris Scott has at his disposal, experience.
We were talking in the first half, Belly, as to how quiet he actually was. Tyson Stengel, how quiet they were. But yet, Brad Close again, just dangerous, keeps it alive, keeps it forward, gets to the contest, over the back, and then a really smart kick.
The Cats with 5 of the last 6 goals. They've stood up under the spotlight of the footy world. Tossed up in the middle, Stanley won it down, holding free kick to Crouch. He's got to go. Quickly plays on, drives Adelaide inside 50. Thilthorpe rises, couldn't clunk it, blocking free kick. It'll go Geelong's way to Humphreys as the Crows fans march towards the exits. It's a big weekend in South Australia, but they won't be able to relish the start of it. Geelong move it to left half back. And in front of the Wanganeen stand is De Koning.
De Koning lays it off to Bowes. He kicks down the line, and here's Mitch Nevitt. And he takes the mark. Defensive side of the wing. Just a little reminder, by the way, Geelong doing all this without their 5-time All-Australian Tom Stewart, and it was a laid out with Gastro. They've got themselves in a high-scoring humdinger with the high-scoring Darlings of 2 years ago in the Crows, and they beat them at their own game tonight. A 19-point lead late in the piece. The kick picked off by Dawson. He gives it off. Long kick down the wing. Thilthorpe takes the mark. He's told to keep moving. Hand pass to Walker. Kicks a spiral inside 50. They all miss it. There's a free kick. It's coming back to Keys. And there's just a few ticks. No, it's going Geelong's way. And Geelong are going to get it. And they are going to ruin Adelaide's party. The whole comp's in town. And Geelong prove they are still a prime-time player. The Cats by 19.
We are Geelong, the greatest team of all. We are Geelong, we're always on the ball. We play the game as it should be played, at home or far away. Our banners fly high from dawn to dark, down at Gardenia Park.
Second year in a row that the home team's upstaged on opening night of Gather Round. Adelaide led it for 3 quarters. They led by 5 points at quarter time, 12 at the half, 8 at 3-quarter time. But when the game was there to be won, well, Cameron kicked 3 and Dangerfield kicked 2. Say less. That was the game. Geelong by 19 points.
So stand up and fight, remember our tradition. Stand up and fight, it's always our ambition. Throughout the games we fight with all our might, because we're the mighty blue and white. And when the ball is bounced to the final bell, stand up and fight like hell.
Turned out to be a 49-point swing in the game from 30 down. Time on in that second quarter to win by 19 points. What a finish. Geelong 5 goals to 1 in the final quarter. And they are absolutely in this season, as they have been most of the others for the last 2 decades. Geelong by 19. 18-11, 119. They beat the Crows 15-10, 100 in a high-scoring shootout to start Gather Round in front of over 50,000 fans. The goal kickers for the winners: Cameron kicked 4, 3 in the final term. Dangerfield kicked 4, 2 in the final term. And then we got multiples for Dempsey. He's got 2, Brad close 2. And then singles for Smith, Holmes, Bowes, Neal, Henry and Guthrie. So that speaks to the fact that, again, they got it done by committee in front of the big sticks. While for Adelaide tonight, Fogarty kicked 4. They all came in the second quarter. He didn't add to his account in any other term. 3 for Keys, 2 for Rankin, 2 for Walker. And then singles for Curtin, Thilthorpe, Taylor and Draper. A 19-point win for Geelong. They go to 3-2 and they drag Adelaide down to that same record. 3-2. It's a 2-game losing skid for the home side, but it was a fun night at the footy. Peter Bell and Rod Jamieson on ABC Sport.
Oh, a lot of fun. 33-goal shootout, and what a way to start Gather Round. And full credit to Geelong. You really have to admire the way they go about their business. Tom Stewart doesn't play, who's vital to the way that they play, but also just sets them up from defence. And, you know, games in the balance. Adelaide leading for the first 3 quarters, and then you can turn to Dangerfield and Cameron, who kicked, 5 between them in the last quarter. Adeley abetted by Max Holmes and Bailey Smith, who had 11 each in the last quarter. Bailey Smith's ended up with 35 disposals and 643 metres gained, and Max Holmes 32 disposals and 805 metres gained, and both of them kicked a goal as well, Jamo. So between those 4, huge performances and a tough win ground out by Geelong, and an entertaining game for all of us.
Significantly influential too. Add to that Smith's had 6 clearances, Holmes has had 5 clearances, Atkins 9. And just their contested stuff around the football, particularly Atkins.
Atkins was tough,
wasn't he?
He set the tone early with a couple of clearances, and at centre bounce he had a role to play on Rankin, but just tough, getting a tackle in when they needed it, head over the ball when they needed it, laying a tackle when they needed it, winning a clearance when they needed it. He had a good night, Tom Atkins.
Real learning for Adelaide in that last quarter. I think they'll rue. There's probably 6 turnovers in the middle of the ground and outside as well too, and the kick that they need to kick is hard and punchy, and they actually allowed it to sit up and allowed then the Geelong opponents to get to it. And there are opportunities when they did go forward, they just put it to the central part as to where they weren't going in the first 3 quarters. They were actually doing it a bit differently, and the kick in there was more efficient. So I think that'll be the learning under the pressure. And particularly, probably you go back to that Rory Laird one when he just went back and got that smother, wasn't it? And Patrick Dangerfield then intercepts and they score off the back of that. So
I know we're going back a long way, but even late in the second quarter where you had 30 points up, you think if you just navigate the red time and get to half-time with a 4-5 goal buffer, instead it's only 12 points at half-time, and instead of the door being shut, it's ajar, and we know what happened. The Cats walked through it.
Well, I think the ability for teams to understand what they're capable of doing as well. You know, we've been here before. We've done that before. And the integration of old and new into Geelong, they just find a way too. And, you know, it's only, Chris Scott in his 15th season, 2015, 10th, 23, they've been 12th. Outside of that, they're in the finals every year, and they just keep producing this factory of talent that continues to come through.
Just a wonderful club, aren't they?
Nine prelims in 14 years, and in the last 21 years, it's 14 prelims. So that means 2 in every 3 seasons, they're in the last 4.
Well, Geelong and Sydney are the flag bearers for consistency, I suppose, over the last 20 years or so. Full credit to Chris Scott and his Chargers because, Adelaide were away at one stage in this match, 5 goals up, and conceded 4 goals in that crucial period in red time in the second quarter. And you just wonder, as much as the fans wouldn't like it, but whether there's a control phase when you're up 5 goals, just to take it to half time, take the air out of the game, go in it with a decent lead at half time. That's probably an unpopular view, but maybe that's an element that Adelaide might introduce as we go through this season, because one thing we know is they can score and score heavily. Can they control the game if they need to?
But I think it's a learned view though, Belly, too. You have to do it. We're lucky enough to sit up here. You've been involved at the level. You've got to be able to control, and I think one of the smartest things of teams is to be able to do it in play, not wait till the break to be able to go, hey, we've got to shut this down. To be able to have Geelong, on 2 occasions tonight, kick 5 goals straight without Adelaide impacting is of a concern. You get to sort of 2 or 3 and you go, okay, let's just shut this down and make it a little bit harder and just play. But again, that kick, the handball, you're just deferring pressure in that last quarter, Adelaide, trying to maintain it, weren't clean, but the pressure from the Cats was just enormous. And the flexibility. Stanley, Cameron, Nevitt, De Koning, Dempsey, Neal, Dangerfield, Oliver Henry, Guthrie, Closey, Lither, like the height which is in that team. But it almost doesn't matter that they can only play tall. They play both tall and small, but cover ground.
Amazing. And you look at De Koning, 2 weeks ago, it was their first ruck. Then all of a sudden, Blitzharves falls ill last week. He drops out. Stanley comes in, he rucks. They think, hang on, we'll do that. We'll put De Koning back to become a defender where he won a premiership, and he's one of the best at it in the league. And now they've got a different balance, and it probably works tonight against the 3-headed monster that they all play down there. But, gee, they've got the ability to spin the magnets, as you touched on, Gemma.
And they've got such a good understanding of each other's game. Their ability to get that extra when they need it, and they do that by drop-off and sort of a concertina back, but then understand where the advantage and the outnumber is. And at the same time as they're doing that, their ability to then have goal-side runners as well is really remarkable, and just shows that they're a team that are really connected and then knowing what each other is doing.
I mean, we've got so much of the season to go, sure. I mean, we're sitting here on, the 10th of April, but does it change the pecking order in your mind to how you had it coming into the night? If you thought Adelaide were a better team than Geelong, are you flipping that on the back of tonight?
I thought Adelaide would win tonight. I did, and particularly with that, with Tom Stewart out.
Yep.
And he's been such an imposition to be able to pass or get around. But, look, I mean, I'm not saying they would want him in the team every day, but to be able to expose the group to something like that tonight where he wasn't there and others are able to step up or play a role or play a similar role. But, again, it's a difficult learning, but that probably 15 minutes of that last quarter, I thought Adelaide clearly got exposed and didn't execute well.
We'll come back to that. Geelong by 19 points. Let's celebrate with the winners. Ben Cameron in the winners' rooms. Ben.
Patrick Dangerfield leading them in like he led them in the fourth quarter, standing up to get them over the line. Shannon Neal's got a young fella with him who I saw in the crowd pre-game, had a Shannon Neal 33 sign. Got Shannon Neal to sign it. I think he might have known the family, Neil, but just had a chat to them, and now he's come in with that young fella. They're about to huddle up and belt out the song as written by John K. Watts. We are Geelong, just about ready to roll. Here we go. Pretty businesslike down here. No histrionics in the celebration. That's what we expect from the Cats. I'm expecting Jeremy Cameron to join us in a moment.
Oh, look forward to that. Thanks, Ben. I notice they don't sing the second verse down there, Ben, despite the fact it now appears on the track. I've lost him. He's gone. Don't worry about it. We'll come back to him in just a moment. I don't know if you heard that. They do play the second verse now. The Cats, little mix-up in their theme song.
I did hear that actually earlier on, so yeah.
I've had a mixed
Maybe
night.
they don't know the words.
I've had a mixed night spotlighting and entertainment. I did my saxophonist chat pre-game didn't go down all that well with the chief executive, which I was sort of hoping just to lay a little tongue-in-cheek. I think he thought I was serious when I was talking about their secret weapon, who will be here tomorrow night. He's usually there pre-game for Adelaide home games, and tonight is an AFL game. It's not a Crows home game. Members don't get their usual seats, all the rest of it. So he's not here tonight.
I saw him against the Kangaroos. He was super impressive.
Pretty cool, isn't he?
Oh, yeah.
So there's something a bit different. Saxophonist. We don't often see too many of them.
It's a little bit sexy, Corby.
I like it. I'm a big fan of it, but didn't work. Wasn't here tonight. Didn't work. Big win for Geelong, 19 points, and what a final quarter. Both Jeremy Cameron and Patrick Dangerfield played. Let's get into the winners' rooms. Ben Cameron.
I've got cousin Jez with me. Jeremy Cameron, it got as much as 5 goals, the Adelaide leading that match. You guys were able to turn it around. How did you do it?
A lot of hard work, I'd like to think. We just had to hold in there and chip away, if you like. And we thought it really turned for us just before the half. So, we got a really good look at what we could do when we got on top. And it was about just believing in it and coming out after half-time and just working hard and chipping away. And that's what it sort of felt like. It was only, right until the end when we felt like the game was finished. But, it was a tough one because they're a fantastic outfit and they play a good brand of footy.
It's like the halcyon days of football when we've got you and also Patrick Dangerfield in the forward line and what we can see. How nice is it to have him down there as much as he has been to start this year?
Yeah, it's been awesome. He's so fierce around the footy. We know he can win a clearance and he's done that for pretty much his whole career, but just to see him provide a contest for us, it looks like they're going to get an easy uncontested mark, and he seems to come from 30 metres away and get a hand in, and it sort of sparks us and we can mop it up at ground level. So he's leading from the front like all good captains do, and we just jump on his back.
I'll send you upstairs. The boys have got a few more questions for you.
Yeah, Jeremy, Rod Jamieson, well done tonight. Huge. Tom Atkins really set the tone, and I know he's done it many times, but straight to Isaac Rankin in the middle and was just relentless around the clearance work.
Yeah, absolutely. Tommy's he's done that. I think I saw some sort of stat throughout the week that he's had over 10 tackles in every game so far, and no doubt he would have went damn close again tonight. He's just he's like a little bull in there. He just works hard. He's he's so valuable for us as a team, but he probably doesn't on the outside he probably doesn't do the flashy things, and he just works hard for us, and we know what we're going to get for him, and that's they're the types of players that you want to play with.
Can I suggest you're a farmer? Would that be fair to say? But geez, you've got some height. Is it the chicken or the beef?
Yeah, no, I'm a bit of both actually. I wouldn't call myself a farmer. It's more of a hobby setup that I've got, mate. It's not a big setup, but it keeps me busy, and that's what it's all about. I love having a bit of fresh air around the ears when I walk outside.
Congrats on the win, Jez. Gee, Bailey Smith was so impressive tonight. I mean, you would know that. It's my first time seeing him live for a little while. Just his running power, and between him and Max Holmes, what wonderful weapons you've got at your disposal.
Yeah, certainly. We sort of know what he can do. He's just so explosive, and Maxie's shown it for a little while now, and Bailey's only just getting started. Really, he's they're both quite young. I think roughly around the same age, but just their power out of the stoppage and just breaking away and shoulders out, they kick the ball fairly well inside 50 as well. So it's nice to see them do that, and that we really share the workload in there, and a lot of good mids working hard all over the ground.
And you've obviously got a licence to come up the ground, and I know that you started up on the wing at various stages. What's your thought process about when the game demands that, or is it just a feel that you have when you might want to change it up a little bit?
Yeah, a bit of both. It was, Scotty sort of whispers in my ear at quarter time or three-quarter time and just asks the question, and it's probably all on me really when I want to do that, or when I feel like doing that. If I sort of need to inject myself into the game, or if I've got a good feel. Like tonight, I felt like the longer the game went on, the more I would make an impact on the game, and it sort of worked out that way. But it's nice to have that belief and also have a coach that's willing to move the magnets when you need it.
And I mentioned a few times just the connection that you guys seem to have about understanding what each other is doing, because at various moments you can manufacture an extra behind the ball, but in the same phase of play, suddenly you've got goal side runners as well. So it very much does look like you're all on the same page.
Yeah, a lot of hard work goes into that, on the training track. It's probably, an old cliche, isn't it? Just work hard on it at training. But we've had a lot of guys come through, the forward line as well, and we can mix things up at any given stage, and that always keeps the opposition on their toes, I think. So it's nice to have that at our disposal. But, we like to think that we've got a lot of dangerous players in front of the footy that can be really damaging on any given night. It mightn't work out for some on some nights, but then it will the next week, and that's the sort of belief we need to carry throughout the year.
Jeremy Cameron's with us on ABC Sport after 4 goals against the Crows in Geelong's 19-point victory to start gather round. Jez, Aaron Bryant's here. I've got to ask you again about Patrick Dangerfield. You're 32, he's 35, a combined 600 games together. It feels like 30 is the new 25 these days. Scott Penderbury's about to be third for most games all time. What is it about veterans in the game right now? How are you continuing to be so damaging and lengthen your careers?
I'd like to say it's the sports science side of things. Well, they would like me to say that, wouldn't they? But I'm not a massive fan of the gym. I do my gym. I get in there, but I like to get out of there as well. I don't know what it is, but these older guys that are, older than me are really paving the way, and it's great for us that are just behind them. It shows that we can play good footy deep into our 30s, and I feel like I've got plenty of, run in my legs still. So I think at Geelong we do that really well. We rest when we need to rest, and we've got a really good football program. So all that mixed together keeps us in good stead.
How does that maturity help when you get to tight games or when you're 30 points down on the road?
Yeah, I think you always have that belief in what you could do. You're always holding there. Sorry, I'm just signing a few signatures.
Jez is just signing a few autographs for the young lad who's come over, which is very nice of Jezza. Do you remember where you're up to, Jez?
I don't. What was the question again?
The maturity in close games.
I think, just holding in there, knowing that, things might get close. But as I sort of touched on before, we've practiced that at training when things get tough, what we can fall back on and what we want to do and how we want to play the game. We felt like tonight that we could just keep working harder and harder and stay in there, and things will look better for us as the game gets longer and longer. So it was nice to do that. It panned out really well for us in the end, and now we can enjoy what's a fantastic weekend of football over here. It's gather rounds, it's full steam ahead, isn't it? And it's nice to get off to a good start.
With that in mind, has Scott to give you a few days off or what?
Yeah, I put in for about 6, but I only got the 3. So, I'll head back on Saturday and get back there and, rest up. But we do have a really long break. We've got, I think, 11 or 12 days before Easter Monday. So it's one of the bigger breaks. It's almost a bye, but not really. So I'll find something to do.
And is Tom Stewart okay?
Yeah, I messaged him about an hour before we left, and he didn't give me too much back. He said he was still, deep in the trenches. So, I didn't really
much information.
I didn't really ask too many more questions after that, mate. So he'll be fine, no doubt, next week. And it's one of those things that just pops up, a day or even hours before the game, and there's not much you can do. You just hold on.
And we were kicking it around up here, but the 4 goals that you kicked in red time of that second quarter, in retrospect, how important was that? 30 points down, the Crows looked like they were about to bust it open, and instead you guys were only 12 down at the half.
Yeah, certainly. That was really, we spoke about that a little bit on the way into the rooms after the game. It was really important because it shows, if we hold in there what we can do and once we're on top. So, that was important for us. It gave us a little bit of momentum and put them on the back foot, and I think the very first centre bounce after that, Maxi Holmes kicked that goal from in the centre square, so that added another one to it, and then from there it was pretty much an even ball game. So we're never out of it. Even when we lose, we like to fight and scrap until the very end. So that's what it's all about, and I think that does hold you in good stead in close games.
119 plays 100. It was a fun night at the footy, Jez. It's always a joy to watch you play, and particularly when you turn it on like that. Appreciate your time on ABC Sport.
No worries. Thanks for having me on, guys. Appreciate it.
Jeremy Cameron, what a night. 4 goals, kicked 3 in the final term when the game was on the line. Dangerfield got the other 2, and the Cats kicked 5 goals to 1 in the last to overturn a 3-quarter time deficit of 8 points to make it a 19-point victory margin. This was a team, by the way, that 53 games ago became the oldest premiership team in history. They've only got 11 premiership players rolling around out there tonight. So you obviously take out Tom Stewart, he would have been 12th. But other than that, you look on the injury list, there's guys like Buse, who hasn't played a whole lot since they won it. Guthrie, who's been unavailable more than he's been available in that time. Henry came out last week. Colin Jasney's still a couple of weeks away if he's in their best team. And then there's Mitch Duncan, who on 296 games has been carted around all year as the emergency. But you think he'd get there at some stage across the course of the year. But that's heavy turnover. I know it's an old team, which means there's a few guys that drop off the end. But it's not that long ago to have so few of them remaining.
Yeah, and yet they bring in young players as well, like Lawson Humphreys and Connor O'Sullivan. Doesn't he look impressive? Even a couple of efforts when he went forward and launched at the ball as well. He looks very natural as a defender, but then you get excited about what you're seeing when he goes forward.
Is he the rising star favourite?
Oh, you'd say so.
Yep.
You'd say so. Very early in the season, clearly, but he's
going to be a good class, isn't it?
I think it's going to be. And then the luxury now that they get their positive on the ledger, Geelong, and then they get a nice 11-day break. And I know I'm getting ahead of myself here, but that is promising to be a pretty good matchup against Hawthorn as well, Easter Monday, so look out.
And the Cats have won 4 of the last 5 of those games, so they've got another good record against them. And for the Crows, unfortunately, this is a real sequence now against them. 8 of the last 9 Geelong have won against the Crows.
The Cats don't leave Melbourne for the next 4 either, so really favourable month ahead.
Yeah. Let's go back downstairs in the rooms. I think Ben's made the trip across. Hello, Ben.
I haven't made the trip across. I'm still in the Geelong rooms, Court. But I knew this would bug you all night. And I was actually wondering it too. The return of the second verse of the great Geelong song, as written by John K. Watts. So I've had a chat to the Geelong officials in the rooms. It's long been spoken about by the Geelong fans. And they told the club that they wanted a return of the second verse. So that has come out particularly in the home Geelong games down at, I say home games, but let's say games down at Cardinia Park. Mm-hmm. And as such, it was rolled out again tonight, given tonight was technically a neutral game as gather round. But that's why we've heard the return of the second verse.
I like it. Yeah. I like it. Thanks, Ben, for filling in the blanks there. Do you know the full Adelaide song? Top to tail?
Oh, no, I haven't sung it for a very long time.
Yeah. What about you, Belly? When you were at Free, you never
the
thought...
Adelaide song? No.
You never thought you'd do the...
Where the Rollers, where the Rockers? No.
Why not?
No.
It's better than the same verse over and over again. The chorus over and over.
The Adelaide one's a bit of a stinker too, actually.
Yeah. You know what? When you're singing the song, it's just magic. It's magnificent. If you just get to sing it.
Yeah. You came from North, who actually have one of the better songs, and that's got the full verse and everything in it, doesn't it?
Yeah, used to sing that. Used to sing that a lot at North Melbourne. I was lucky to be in a pretty good team there, so most weeks we'd be singing it.
The other one I really liked too, not that we hear it all that much these days, was the old West Coast one. So going back about the wise men from the East and everything else.
That's right.
And Mick Malthouse, legitimately, I brought this up with him one day. I said, I love the old song. That you say all the wise men from the East and everything. He goes, I got that changed when I got there. He said, I didn't like it at all. So as a result, the song changed. So basically, Mick Malthouse is to blame for the fact that no longer exists as part of the Eagles.
Well, who should be in charge of music too? Because the Adelaide song was made up by Bill Sanders at the time, who was the CEO, so he introduced that.
That is not the usual thing that a CEO would be expected to do. He's a talented guy.
So I think it comes off the back of some US brass band or something like that. That's where the song initiated from.
I like it.
No, you don't. No, it's a stinker.
5-1 in the final term. The Cats by 19 points to get to 3-2 on the season. And as we spoke about, Hawthorn is their next assignment at the MCG on Easter Monday. GDs are a big 3 weeks on the calendar, so gather rounds just got underway. Next week's the Easter weekend. The following one after that is, of course, Anzac Day. So it's loaded, isn't it, the month of April? Not just on the footy calendar, but in Australian life more broadly. 50,073 in the crowd in to see it tonight.
Big crowd, great laser show to start the night as well, and
more of that,
and plenty of fireworks during the game as well.
Can we just talk about the Crows? So 3-2 after such a positive start, 3-0. We talk about these fine margins about what would have happened if Rankin had a shot at goal at the concluding stages of the game against the Suns. They get nothing out of that. They come back here tonight in a game which they led for the lion's share of 3 quarters, despite the sort of quick lead changes here and there in the first quarter and in the third. And they get overrun in the final term. How should Adelaide fans be feeling? Jamo driving home from Adelaide Oval tonight.
I think they'll be disappointed with tonight. First 3 games they win. The next 3, Gold Coast, Geelong and GWS for me, were going to be where do Adelaide sit? Unlucky last week. Tonight dropped away. So again, I think Matthew Nicks will talk about, yes, we were good for 2.5, maybe 3 quarters, but we have to hang in there longer, and I think he will talk about our execution and how that let it down, but they were up against a quality side. So he'll say that they need to go to work, and then after that, they go across to Freo, Carlton, Port, Collingwood. So, look, yeah, it's a pretty tough and brutal next probably 5 weeks, but I did expect Adelaide after round 7 to be ahead of the ledger. That would have been 5 wins and 2 losses, which is probably, it still could be based on where we currently sit, but they've got some work to do.
And those teams that they play on the road there, so Gold Coast and Fremantle, you think they're the kind of teams they're going to be competing for that sort of spot in the 8 with, aren't they?
Yeah, totally. And then I guess Carlton at home, they're going to have to turn things around pretty quickly too. And then you've got the showdown here in round 9, which could go either way. But I think there's certainly significant improvement in Adelaide. I like what I've seen. Again, we all talk about how good, and we have, how good Geelong are, whether they're here. And the record against Geelong is significant too, that the wrong way. I'm optimistic still where Adelaide are, but disappointed as to how they finished off tonight particularly. They should have nailed, I think, at 30 points up. That third quarter, they needed to negate Geelong when Geelong were playing a different way, and they weren't able to shut it down. And the 2-5 goals against, they just have to find a way to be able to shut that down.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident in saying that in 2025 Adelaide are going to be a pretty good team.
Yep.
And if they get a bit of momentum and keep their really good availability, then they can push most teams, I think. Yep. Geelong a quality outfit. I also thought that Adelaide would win tonight, and perhaps the shorter break had something to do with it, but I think they had their looks, and they would be concerned. Geelong are a team that can get hot, but giving up that momentum a couple of times, and they ended up scoring 11 goals from possession gain, and they conceded 5 goals from centre bounce tonight, which was pivotal as well, the Crows.
Geelong overrun Adelaide in the final term to win by 19 points. Let's get into the Adelaide rooms with Ben Cameron.
Yeah, we've got the big ruckman Riley O'Brien with us down here in the rooms. What are your immediate reflections on that game?
Yeah, disappointing, mate, on the big stage to lose that one, especially with a hot start and up by a few goals early. Probably lost our composure, especially in that last quarter. We sort of lost our way, and a lot of fundamental errors, and it was a disappointing way to finish.
What do you think turned in the game? I mean, you guys were up by 5 goals. They come back into it. What changed?
It's a good question. I think the way we moved the ball, and we just weren't clean with the ball, and we made errors, and credit to them, they were good. They had good shape on the ground, and we just weren't able to get any flow on the ball. So, disappointing, certainly.
I'll send it upstairs. Just time for a few quick questions, guys.
Yeah, Riley, Rod Jamieson, I think your explanation, that last quarter, I felt the turnovers hurt, didn't hit the kicks as you had in the first 3 quarters, and they were very costly.
Yeah, certainly, mate. It was super disappointing. We'll certainly review that now and throughout the week. Not really sure exactly how, but it felt like we're missing every kick, dropping marks, and just weren't our usual selves late in the game, and they punished us on the scoreboard in that last quarter, and they owned it.
Matty Crouch continues to do well in the middle of the ground, just his contested and clearance work outstanding.
Yeah, as always, he's so clean in there, and always finds a target with his hands, and he's so strong over the ball.
Riley, the other crucial moment in the match was probably late in the second quarter. Did you feel that momentum changing, and did you think about sort of going into a control phase maybe?
Yeah, certainly. Hit a few late goals in that second quarter, and came from probably a variety of sources, and it's always disappointing to not close out quarters and not wrestle momentum back, and we certainly tried to slow that down, but they were a bit too good in that phase of the game. We'll certainly look at that and how to keep our lead that we did work so hard to get in that first half.
And as a centre bounce unit, it's always a little bit disappointing when the opposition best you in that regard, and they kicked 5 goals from centre bounce, which was pretty important as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think coming into tonight, we knew they were number 1 in the league for scores from there, and we weren't able to curtail that. So it was a mixture of things, and we had our looks coming out, but our looks weren't really as damaging. We were probably going sideways and backwards more, and when they were winning it, they were surging out the front and getting it to one-on-ones.
In your own season so far, Riley, obviously 2024 mixed campaign, you lost your place in the team, you won it back. What have you made of your own form to start the year?
Yeah, mate, it's been okay. It's first few games are good. Probably dipped a little bit. Wasn't as happy tonight and last week, but bounced back and keep going. But feeling relatively good, mate. But certainly lots to improve on.
And the big one to finish. What happened to Darcy Fogarty's tattoo?
Yeah, it's faded off. So he's obviously pulled the wool over everyone's eyes during the week, and I think he got a fair bit of traction for that. But for a little fake tattoo. So I was very happy for his sake. It wasn't a great look.
Good on you, Riley. Appreciate your time. We'll see you against the Giants next Saturday.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Riley O'Brien in the Adelaide Rooms, a 19-point win for the Cats full-time here at Adelaide Oval in front of over 50,000 on ABC Sport.
So they've got a stacked midfield, Corby, full of depth. Forward line's firing. Back line looks pretty settled. The ruck has been an issue over the last couple of years, and Riley kind of touched on it there to an extent. He's had 5 touches across consecutive weeks, hasn't taken a contested mark all season, something that he's usually really good at. Jamo, do you feel like that's a red flag, an area of weakness, that the ruck battle is where they're a little bit exposed?
Oh, there's no doubt. And I think we've been asking for Adelaide as well as they have recruited. I mean, I think Riley O'Brien is very good behind the football, and when he's on, he can put himself in the right position to be able to take that contested mark and bring others into the game with his handballing. But it's a big ask, and it's a continual ask of him to be able to do that. And we talk about the flexibility of Geelong tonight and their ability to be able to throw people in the middle. They do throw Phil Thorpe in at times. Rob comes to the bench because he doesn't go forward. So there is the ability to be able to find that, but it's difficult to find that too. So he has been good, but there's certainly still a couple of areas that he needs to work on.
Former Swan Lockie McAndrew's banging the door down as well. He had 21 touches last week, dominated the hit-out count. So, again, that selection pressure that he faced last year might rear its head up again, Corby.
Might be a certain bomber in their sights. Natives Croated. It might be of interest at the end of the year in Sam Draper, of course. Geelong by 19 points, 5 lead changes, 3 in the second half, but importantly in the final quarter when the game was on the line, Jeremy Cameron kicked 3 goals, Patrick Dangerfield the other 2, and as a result Geelong 5 goals to 1 in the last to overrun the Crows in front of 50,000 and win the opener to version 3 of Gather Round. Rod Jamieson has the responsibility of the votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year.
Well, I'm trying to find an LA player that outside of Matty Crouch, he probably gets a mention too in terms of his ball-winning ability, but I think I'm just going to have to give it to all Cats tonight. And look, Jeremy Cameron, Patrick Dangerfield certainly deserve mentions because of the goals that they're on the back of the hard work. But I think the top 3, both on disposals, their contested work, tackling and clearance work, outstanding. So Tom Atkins, I'm going to give 1 vote tonight for him, just right from the outset, and the way he got into Isaac Rankin and was just outstanding in the middle. I thought Bailey Smith, 2 votes. Yes, he had the most possession and was damaging and carried the football with most metres gains. Just under. But Max Holmes for me is 3 votes. Just his game and right across the night and the way he played. 805 metres gained, 22 uncontested. Just his tackling too, 7 inside 50s, 7. So I thought he was probably Geelong's best, if not best on ground.
3 for Max Holmes, 2 for Bailey Smith, 1 for Tom Atkins. Happy with that, Belly?
Very happy. You could have slid Dangerfield in there. You gave him a mention, but I want to enjoy my weekend in Adelaide, so I'm not going to push too hard for that. Happy with Jamo's vote.
Yeah, well, that's why I didn't put him in there either.
Cats by 19 points in front of over 50,000 the start to Gather Round. Just a standalone Friday night game tomorrow, so a bit different to the first 2 years of Gather Round. That means that we will have Collingwood and Sydney as our broadcast game back here at Adelaide Oval tomorrow night. So the Pies and the Swans, I look forward to seeing them go at it tomorrow night. It is an interesting game in which Sydney have won 5 of the last 6. There's been a few single-figure margins in all of that, including obviously that 2022 prelim, which the Swans won by a single point. So that is Friday night footy across the weekend. We're all off in different directions, of course, with a couple of games here at Adelaide Oval. The Blues up against the Eagles, and then following that it'll be the Dons and the D's, and then the game out at Norwood, the Bulldogs up against the Lions. A cracking game, that. A doubleheader at the Barossa across 2 days. You'll be there, Belly, for North and the Suns, and then into Fremantle and Richmond to start your Sunday. And then, of course, following that out at Norwood, it'll be the Saints and the Giants. And then to conclude it all, the headline affair to close out the curtain closer here at Adelaide Oval, Port Adelaide up against Hawthorn.
Hawthorn, what a game that promises to be.
Brand new rivalry in the competition. Can't wait for
Great,
it.
isn't it?
The teams, just quickly to round off on all these. Harry Mackay is in for the Blues amongst 4 changes, just one of them forced. There's no Noah Bolter, so despite all the talk during the week, Richmond haven't named him at selection. Jack Steele has been named the captain of St Kilda, and Steve Cornelio to return for GWS. Meanwhile, both Hayden Young and Sean Darcy amongst the ins at the Dockers. There's no De Goey and there's no Schultz, as forecast, of course, for tomorrow night. That does it. We're 1 game down, 8 to go.
Yeah, and what a treat it was tonight. High-scoring, entertaining affair.
Enjoy the weekend and enjoy Tanunda.
Have a great weekend. Where are you across the weekend, Jamo?
Next game is the Giants and St Kilda. So lucky enough, St Kilda training at Glenelg this morning. Saw that. Carlton, Geelong, St Kilda and Richmond also training.
Lovely to share it with you. Thanks, Jamo. Thanks, Belly. Thanks to you, Aaron Bryans. I'll see you tomorrow night. Thanks to Ben Cameron, to everyone involved here, to Paul on the buttons and to Craig back in the studio. What a night at the footy. Geelong by 19.
Comedy is on ABC iView. Good God. Unbelievable. More checklists, optics, breeders, big boys, double park, and so many more. Always free, always hilarious on ABC iView.
For the latest sports results and stories from around the globe and at home, check out ABC Sport on our social pages. Just search ABC Sport wherever you scroll.
Hello once more, welcome to the Minefield, where we try to negotiate the ethical and moral dilemmas of modern life, often through a prism that doesn't seem like we are doing that. And that is precisely how we are beginning 2025 on this show, with a series that began last week. You may have realised it's happening by now.